Good morning and welcome to Headingley. Wherever you're listening around the world, you could be in for a wonderful day's entertainment with England needing another 350. Could we be on the verge of history? It would be their second highest ever successful run chase, but history in some senses is on their side because they achieved that against these very same opponents a few miles down the road at Edgbaston in Birmingham, and that was just a couple of years ago. 378 they chased down to win the fifth test in that series, although it was played a year after the first four. Jasprit Bumrah is about to bowl the first over, and Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley are on strike. 21 without loss they managed in 6 overs yesterday. More importantly, they managed to keep their wickets intact, and we're underway. Here we go. Sparse crowd in, but it's only £20 entrance. Here is Jasprit Bumrah, first ball of the morning, and Ben Duckett guides it away defensively up towards mid-off. I expected to see a few more bottoms on seats because there were people streaming up the road as we took our taxi to the ground, and I think that when word spreads that it's only £20 to get in, and if England make a good start, Harmy, I think there might be a few people taking the afternoon off.
Yeah, a few people will be. Good morning, man. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, and I think the weather forecast, there's a lot of rain around this first session, so they might be just hang fire and waiting to see what happens with that.
3 slips in a gully as Duckett plays defensively. Bumrah once again back of a length, chips it out on the onside. It's always doom and gloom, or an element of doom and gloom in the weather forecast in Leeds, but we've had it pretty good so far.
I think we have had it pretty good. I think we've getting away with quite a lot. I think the rain that has been forecast has gone down sort of over the city and missed a lot. Daughter's travelled down today to come and watch today, and it's rained all the way from sort of Ashington down. So, but I think it's going north. I think it's going up. I think it's coming from the south and going up. So that's a positive when we've had the bulk of the rain.
Here's Bumrah once again up to the crease now, round the wicket to Duckett on the back foot, punches through the offside for 4. Gee, that was nicely timed. Duckett effusive in his praise for Jasprit Bumrah after day 2. He made 62 in the first innings, and you often find that cricketers, sportsmen and sportswomen are muted in their appreciation of the skills of their opponents during a contest, but not so Ben Duckett. He said he's the best in the world, this chap. Can't be sure of what he's trying to do, swings it both ways. He's quick, difficult to pick up. Here is Bumrah again, bowls Duckett, struck on the pads, looking to work it out on the onside, and there's no run. 25 without loss now. We'll be counting down the runs as the course of the innings progresses. 346 now needed. That's Abby.
Yeah, Abby's here. Abby and Cameron have come down from the north.
I owe her a drink.
Yeah.
Remember, she booked me that hotel room in.
She did. Yes.
Where were we? Delhi.
We're Delhi, weren't we? Yeah. Yeah.
Which we all used.
We did.
Had late flight.
And it was a long layover.
At least I could do is buy her a coffee. Here is Bumrah once again. Duckett plays defensively again, and there's no run. So she's sensing history could be made.
Yeah, well, they were always coming down for the last day because it's the only time they could both get off work. So yeah, they've come down. I think Scott Taylor spoke for I think the following on programme we've got either this week or next week. Tammy Bowman, Heather Knight and Mark Wood, and obviously I caught the back end of the conversation with Woody, and Woody's obviously up there, and Woody said it's rained all morning up there. So, but I think the rain's going up. I don't think the rain's coming down, hopefully anyway, so fingers crossed it stays off.
There's a strong breeze blowing the grey clouds overhead. Oh, and that's beaten the outside edge. That's a Jaffa from Jasprit Bumrah, and Ben Duckett looks utterly nonplussed. Can't understand how that one has fizzed past the outside edge. And just judging by the way Rishabh Pant suddenly dived, it indicates that there was some swing, but probably very late and probably too late, because it may have swung after it's beaten the bat.
That's an absolute beauty. I'm just watching this on the big screen. It's angled in from around the wicket. The seam's bolt upright. It's nipped away, and then as it's gone past Ben Duckett, it's gone back to seam upright. Jasprit Bumrah can't understand why Rishabh Pant hasn't caught it. I think he must have thought Ben Duckett had nicked it, but it wasn't. He's got Ben Duckett. Even Don Bradman wouldn't have hit that. Bradman wouldn't have hit that. That was an absolute Jaffa. But as it's gone past him, because the seam got bolt upright, it's swung away. And as it swung away, Pant's going towards, he's gone in the opposite direction. It's an absolute beaut.
Really was as close to the definition of unplayable as you can get. Now then, just the two slips for Mohammad Siraj, running in from the football stand end towards us and towards Zach Crawley, turned away through square leg. They run the first one hard, consider the second, but decide against it. Jasprit Bumrah's doing the fielding out there at deep backward square leg. I've been fascinated all morning to see what fields are set for Mohammad Siraj in particular, whether there's an element of well, I suppose Indian supporters would say an element of respect for the English top order and how quickly they can score. And there are just the two slips and a gully. I would have thought for the first 20 minutes,
I get
have a third slip in.
Have a third slip in, possibly from extra cover. I don't mind the bonnet deep point. That's a position where Ben Duckett scores a million runs, so that's fine. I just wouldn't mind extra cover into third slip.
Siraj in again to Duckett, and steers it to gully, fielded by Jaiswal, and there's no run. So, but I know that he scores a lot of runs in there, and it follows that a batsman's strength can also be their weakness. And so if you had the man up at backward point and he hits one in the air, you might just catch him. I'm just talking about for the first 2 overs.
Yeah, but I think you've also got to work to the theory that trying to make sure that Ben Duckett doesn't get off to an absolute rocket start, and we know what he's like when his tail's up.
Siraj in, bowls, Duckett back and defending up towards mid-on. Fielded by Sai Sudarshan, and there's no run. His throw's a little bit enthusiastic for Pant. If
Duckett gets 3 or 4 boundaries away and all of a sudden he's 32 off 22 balls, not the horse is bolted, but you've got a lot of runs to play with. But if you can say he's only going to get 1 from that, and you're putting pressure on him, and he's going, at the minute he's 13 off 19, and that's slow for Ben Duckett, if you know what I mean. So I would have brought extra cover in to try and bowl a bit fuller and trying to get him play with a straight bat.
Here is Siraj, and Duckett again plays back to a length ball, pushing it to mid-on, fielded by Sudarshan. I know you won't know the answer to this, but maybe from your own experience we can glean an idea. Would Siraj most likely have said, I want the extra cover, or would it have been Shubman Gill saying, you can't have a third slip, I want the extra cover? Who gets the call? Whose call would it have been?
It should be the bowler,
yeah.
But the captain should, if the captain really feels as though, no, come on, you need to have this, then the captain will make the final decision. He's got to have the bowler quite happy.
Around the wicket comes Siraj, bowling to Duckett, pushing out towards extra cover. I'm just, because, if Siraj wants third slip for the first couple of overs, while the ball's still nice and new and hard and bouncing, and the captain overrules him, then that's probably not a great mindset for the bowler to start.
No, it's not. You've got a bowler going, well, he didn't trust me. And he doesn't fancy and trust me. The one thing I would have, if I was India, I wouldn't have Jasprit Bumrah all the way out there. I would make sure that every time Mohammad Siraj turns around to start the bowling again, the ball's been thrown and talked to by Jasprit Bumrah.
Siraj in again. Duckett now pushes it square of the wicket on the offside through point. They go through for a single. And Duckett keeps a strike. Zach Crawley's only faced a ball so far. He's 13, Duckett 14. England resuming on 21 without loss. 27 without loss now. Jasprit Bumrah, will he have a number of, will Shubman Gill and Bumrah have a number of overs that in mind for him to bowl in his first spell, or will they just see how it goes?
I think they'll see how it goes. I think if you get to like 4 or 5 overs, and it's India haven't took a wicket, then you potentially go with, for me, I'd go with Jadeja at the football stand end, and then start rotating the seamers from this end. But you still have to go while the batters are new and still trying to get their movements. Get as much out of Bumrah as you possibly can.
Here he is, round the wicket to Duckett. Beats him again outside the off stump. An absolute ripper once again. And because Ben Duckett has a look on his face as if he's just been told a joke in Lithuanian.
Yeah, he's just been bowled a ball in Lithuanian, because nobody's hitting that. I mentioned Bradman the one before, but nobody's hitting that. Nobody. Brian Lara, the greatest left-hander that I've ever seen, is not getting anywhere near that either. Thing with that one, from Duckett's point of view, Duckett just goes, I played down the line of the ball a bit fuller, Jasper.
Well, and also, if I'm missing it by 4 inches, then I'm fine.
I'm all right, yeah.
3 slips in a gully.
And he's got the right temperament as well, Ben, to sort of just brush things off like that.
Yeah, he just looked nonplussed, and suggestions of a smile maybe. Whimsical one that's pushed away defensively again out towards cover point, and there's no run. So we've got Karan Nair at first slip, KL Rahul at second, third slip. Jaiswal's in the gully.
Jaiswal's in the gully, so Shubman's at third slip.
Shubman
Gill's at third slip. Jadeja at backward point, isn't it? That looks like Jadeja.
Yep. Sarsidas at mid-off.
Yeah.
And
Mohammad Siraj mid-on.
Shardul Thakur square leg, Prasad Krishna down at long leg. Here is Bumrah once again round the wicket to Duckett, playing defensively again up towards mid-on, and there's no run. If England do get through the first session largely unscathed, if they're only 1, maximum 2 down, it will be fascinating to just see how keen Shubman Gill is to walk away with a draw, and how quickly he goes into a defensive frame of mind, because he will be thinking England are going to chase this. Ben Stokes has committed himself all through his captaincy. We don't play for draws. Here's Bumrah again, and Duckett plays defensively straight back up the wicket, and in that sense, Harmy, he would justify it and say, well, if I make it really hard for them to score runs, if I plug as many gaps as possible, even if it means we give up a couple of catches, maybe that in the slip cordon we only have a couple of slips, then they're going to keep going, and they will make mistakes, and we just make it hard for them to score runs. I mean, he'll find it quite easy, I think, to justify a defensive field, a defensive setup, I think, and that one is clipped away by Duckett quite firmly up to Siraj at mid-on. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, he will, but on the other hand, it's, for me, you've got 350 runs on the board. Right, it's the first Test match of the series in England. You're never going to have a better chance to beat England, and if you don't beat England here, where does the mentality go? You're going to be classed as possibly choking the game. Bumrah probably, there's a lot of talk in the Indian media that Bumrah won't play at Edgbaston.
Here's Bumrah once again around the wicket to Duckett, and whips it away off his pads out towards square leg, and fielded very cleanly by Shardul Thakur, and the over comes to an end. It's another Bumrah over survived. I wasn't justifying it at all. I was just saying that Shubman Gill, to himself, if nobody else would find it, he'd be able to justify it and say, well, this England will make mistakes as long as I slow the scoring down.
Yeah, but then the other hand with that is, I think England, I'd like to think a refined England, a smarter England, will take what's on offer until tea time and say, right, we, like they did Trent Bridge, I think it was, and go, right, if we've got 7 wickets in hand,
and we need 180.
we need 180 and 30 overs, we win. We win. Simple as that. You can put as many fielders on the boundary as you want. So the longer the game goes on, with England not losing wickets, the more England back into the game will feel as though we've got a chance to win. India have got to strike, and they've got to strike in this first session.
Mohammad Siraj is trying to do that now, and gets his run up all wrong. He knew about 3 or 4 paces into it, but it took him a while to slow down. It's like like a long jumper, the Olympics.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at this field, and you've got here. I like that plug in the gap and the catcher on the leg side. That's good. But Zach Crawley nicks it, and you've got a man at 1.5 slip and a man at 5th slip. They've got to get closer together because it goes fine.
Siraj into Crawley, hit on the pads, out towards mid-wicket. There would have been a few people around the world with a wry smile on their faces when you said Crawley nicks it. Because he does.
He does, yeah, he does. He always nicks it. It's a no ball, an overstep from Mohammad Siraj. He's probably, I think what happens to go on that no ball, and what happens with Siraj is Rishabh Pant at the end of when he goes back to down to the football stand, and when Jasprit Bumrah's bowling, you have to move the big white marker, and if you don't put it in the right position coming back, you might take it off the wrong one.
Siraj in again. Crawley drives, not sweetly timed, outside half of the bat, but they get a couple out towards cover, and they go through 4-2, and England up to 30 without loss. I was I was wondering how many people would be sitting next to their device and ready to press go, or whatever it is, the green icon at 11 a.m. and evidently it was quite a lot, because we had a stream of messages in, somebody saying we're ready in Crete.
We're ready, yes, yeah. We were ready as well. I mean, it's cold up here, a bit chillier up here, but we're ready as well. I thought there'd be more in for this morning, but obviously the forecast.
Here's Siraj again. Crawley is forward and guiding that one at square of the wicket on the offside to Sai Sudarshan. There's no run. I do agree. I mean, one slip in for Zach Crawley. I get it, at drinks, reassess. But for the first hour, you just got to throw everything at looking for wickets.
Absolutely, because the only way to slowing England down is wickets. Like I said before, the back end of the game, last session, if England's got them in hand, they'll feel as though they can chase anything.
Siraj in again to Crawley. That's blocked defensively out into extra cover. 2 men on the leg side. So I mean, Crawley is very strong through the onside, isn't he? Very strong. So that looks like Karan Nair, who's in a catching mid-wicket, and then there's another mid-wicket, sort of more of an orthodox squarer mid-wicket. Man at deep backward square, man sweeping up deep point.
I think I'd have there's 2 in the sort of mid-wicket region. I'd put them in his face. Have them like what Ben Stokes does. Put them side by side. Yeah, we are protecting a 4 there. Try and get them a catches.
Siraj in again. Crawley does go through the onside. Tries to anyway. Misses it. There was a big pick-up flick, and he was hitting that in the air. There's no doubt about that. But that pass, he's played that shot on length.
Yeah,
not line.
He's gone out of the length. I mean, I know England, and he's wanting. I think Zach's trying to sort of get him into the ball, but that's an awful shot. That is an awful shot. And for somebody who's, from outside is under pressure because he's not scored a great deal of runs, if he was to go and nick that, then there'll be, all of a sudden the Jacob Bettel thing will come straight into the conversation.
Here is Siraj again, and Crawley drives hard, powerfully down into the ground. It bounces up and carries all the way to extra cover. He's hit that very sweetly indeed.
and he's hit it very sweetly indeed. But it's like, why on earth would you want to come out your crease and come down the wicket when you can stand still and hit it like that and time it like that? See, that again, that's a sign of an inexperienced captain. I'm saying that's a sign of an experienced captain when you listen on the radio. They've just put deep mid-wicket out on the boundary.
That's weird. That's weird. Here's Siraj. He gets into his gather, literally completed the run up into the gather, and then something didn't feel right, so he's just aborted the delivery. And did a bail blow off?
No, I think the wind. I think the wind's hit him.
Just buffeted him, isn't
I
it?
think the wind's hit him. And that's going to be the challenge from that end. You know, it's a very, very strong breeze. And what I mean, why I mean it's going to be a challenge from that end is because you're running uphill as well. So you're running uphill with a crosswind. So you're all trying to get yourself uphill from a momentum point of view, and you're getting blown off as well at the same time. It's doubly challenging.
Here is Siraj in once again. Crawley drives to mid-on and sets off for a single, which he completes quite easily to a deepish mid-on. End of the over. England unscathed, and indeed 10 runs to the good in the first 16 or 17 minutes. More from Steve Harmison. I want to hear a bit more from you about Zach Crawley's played that one sort of pick-up whip shot she's missed, and Shubman Gill's immediately posted mid-wicket onto the boundary. Yeah,
that's a sign of the inexperienced captain. I don't know why he would do that or think that. Another big one to carry on what you've been saying, Manners, as Manners goes out and Jon Norman's going to come in, is Jasprit Bumrah's on the boundary when Mohammad Siraj is bowling. Mohammad Siraj is in the in-ring when Jasprit Bumrah's bowling. Is this Jasprit Bumrah not wanting to step on Shubman Gill's toes by standing at mid-on and mid-off? For me, they've got to get past that. Bumrah's got to stand next to Siraj, stand next to Krishna if they're going to bowl from the football stand in, and be a presence in their ear and talking to them and having and reiterating the plans, looking at the fields and making sure, not because he's been the former captain, just bowlers talking to each other, throwing ideas around and making sure that when the bowler is bowling, he's got a clear plan of what he's trying to do, because at the minute Mohammad Siraj, he looks a bit all at sea from the football stand in. Morning, John.
Good morning, Harmy. 3 slips and a gully in place as Bumrah continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end over the wicket to Zach Crawley, and Crawley defends. Got a couple of absolutely beautiful deliveries did Bumrah to Ben Duckett, comprehensively beating the batter who was playing defensively. So that is going to happen, but unlike pretty much every opener I ever watched play for England over the last 40 years, I mean, Trescothick and Stewart, there are a couple, but you know, at this point at any time it would all be about self-preservation and just seeing off the first 20 overs, but this isn't how England play. Duckett's still looking to score. Kept a little low this one as Crawley shapes to play defensively, then withdraws the bat out the line of the ball. Welcome this morning to all of our viewers and listeners on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Chat facility, Mr. Alexander is saying, I'm predicting England will win 6 wickets down. Now that I've said that, I'll definitely be wrong, he says, so England definitely aren't going to win by 4 wickets. I think the beauty of this match is that nobody really knows, do they? We can all kind of have a feeling.
Yeah.
You know, we can all be optimistic or pessimistic, depending on your mindset, as this is driven square of the wicket. There's a chase on. Jadeja will stop the ball before it reaches the deep point boundary, but another 3 runs to the score, and Crawley moves on to 19. Duckett now will face. How many overs will we see from Jasprit Bumrah in this opening spell? He bowled 2 last night? No, 3 last night. 3 last night. They were trying to engineer things so he would bowl a 4th, but England managed to come up with enough reasons for that not to happen. So it meant that Jasprit Bumrah bowled the first over of the day, and so he's a midway point of his 3rd over. And he's coming into Duckett now, who tries to cut. It's an inside edge down onto the ground. And this is what I mean. Duckett, he will be beaten, but he will still try and take the bowler on. We saw a beautiful cut through, covers square of the wicket for 4. I think that's the only boundary that we've seen today. Yeah, I think it's the only boundary we've seen this morning, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
That came in the first over of the day. And both batters have moved on from their overnight scores, with Crawley adding 7 and Duckett 5. Duckett seems to have faced more deliveries from Bumrah And it's Bumrah again. Round the wicket, and this is cut to point where it's fielded at the 3rd attempt. So Bumrah just trying to operate in that channel. He's managed to get a bit of seam movement away from the left-handed Duckett, one which pitched on off stump and straightened, and then did move away. Duckett playing defensively with a straight bat. With Siraj at the other end, you know, already England may be thinking about who's going to be coming on to replace these two. But plenty of cricket to come. This is straighter, and Duckett just clips it down to fine leg. He gets off strike. Final delivery of the over, and England move along. 35 without loss. They were 21 without loss overnight, so 25 minutes negotiated. Jasprit Bumrah's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. Siraj 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. And Siraj, who is set to continue from the Howard stand.
I think I'd take him off. I look at Bumrah. I think I'd try and get the spinner in. I would. It's always hard when there's a partnership going, and it's gone quite nicely this morning. Maybe he's one more over of Bumrah. Take him off, have his 4, save him for the middle. As the sort of session goes, have Jadeja bowl at the football stand end. Get Siraj to come, because we know he's durable and he bowls overs. Get him to come at this end where he feels a bit more comfortable, and then bring Bumrah on after that.
Here is Siraj, and again it's a touch too straight, and Duckett will take a single down to fine leg. Siddharth Monga, who is going to be with us later today and was with us over the last couple of days from ESPN Cricinfo, saying he's quite interested to see how Krishna's going to go from the Kirkstall Lane end if he's given the opportunity, because we did see some variable bounce yesterday. He is a bowler that does bang it in a little bit more rather than kiss the surface, and so to the right-hander especially, I would, he bought a couple of wickets, didn't he, yesterday? Maybe there's enough runs on board, maybe he'll buy a couple today.
Yeah, Krishna from this end, I would give just 4, that's it. England looking all right, they've started quite well. Get Jadeja into the game.
Here is Siraj, and he beats Zach Crawley, who loses his body shape altogether. Kind of comes forward, trying to drive. I think Rishabh Pant may have dropped it. Diving to his left.
Has he nicked it?
And certainly, Pant's put one down already today. There was no edge there. I don't know if I don't think he has, but that has jagged back a lot.
It has. It's nipped back a lot. It's a wobble seam ball. It's an absolute beauty, and it's how on earth has it missed the stumps?
And this is the thing with Siraj that I like. If you look at his bowling figures from the first innings, nothing to write home about off the face of it. What was it? 1 for 122.
1 for 122.
2 for 122. Siraj again, and this time forward, driving with authority is Crawley, but picks out mid-off. But he's capable of bowling magic deliveries. He's not a great bowler, but he is capable of bowling great deliveries. And there was a chance or two that went down. Plenty of plays and misses in first innings. Too many 4 balls, but in and amongst that.
And they've all struggled to bowl from that football stand in. See Moni Morkel on the pitch this morning, and he was saying that the seamers have really had a struggle getting up the hill from that football stand end. They've had a struggle, and that's why if you can get Jadeja to wheel away at that bottom end, England might go at Jadeja knowing that the bowlers are struggling.
Siraj again is just targeting that off stump, and Crawley knows it. He's playing forward and on the drive, but defensively pushing or punching, blocking, rather than just giving a little bit of width, trying to pierce the gap between short cover and mid-off, or extra cover. It's quite close to the bat. Still like one more slip in there though, Harmy. There's a big gap between KL Rahul and Jaiswal. A wideish first slip and a narrow gully. Almost a 4th slip, if you can see that. Again, forward, playing with a very straight bat is Crawley. I mean, from an English perspective, there's always going to be a ball here and there. Duckett's had a couple, and now Crawley's had one. but the ball is still new, just 12 overs old. And these are two experienced bowlers, but they're not going to have it all their own way. But if they can get through this next 10 overs or so, and the ball just starts to get a little softer, the lacquer, the shine starts to disappear, and maybe the intensity or the tenseness surrounding the game. Here is Siraj, and he's inside edging onto his thigh, I think. There's a yell for a leg before, the ball just dies in front of Gully, and that's the end of a pretty exciting over. Was it a maiden? I think it might have been a maiden. Was it a maiden? No, it wasn't a maiden, was it?
No, I don't think so. I think it was... Did Duckett get off strike? I think Duckett got off strike, didn't he? Yeah, Duckett was 15, he's now 16. Yeah, I think Duckett got off strike.
That's right, first ball.
Yeah, first ball.
Yeah, first ball of the over, that's right. No Ryan Sidebottom and friends yet. No Simon Jones today.
No, they both went
no
2 days
Hoggy.
ago. No, Hoggard only came for 1 day. I think I don't think there was be anybody here today, but yeah, that's Ryan and Simon left after day 3, I think.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah continuing from the Kirkstall lane end to Ben Duckett. Tries to shape to cut, but can only pick out quite short cover, or short extra cover. Rain may save India, says Baz.
No Dickie Bird either.
No Dickie Bird
First
today.
time. First time in the test match. Dickie's not been here since 8 o'clock in the morning. Sits in his seat on his own.
It's been 4 excellent days of test cricket, but it's also been quite long days, especially that day 3 where there was a rain delay, which meant play went past 7 o'clock. SS says Brook dropping Rahul yesterday was a turning point. Only draw or India win is possible. There's a couple of people expecting it to go the way of India. Bumrah is in again, defensively played by Ben Duckett, just defending off stump. Plenty of chat on the group, on the chat facility about India's backup bowlers, and certainly if Thakur and Krishna perform as they did in first innings, then it will be India that have a few problems. India have gone quite defensive early on, certainly when Siraj is bowling, as Bumrah just gives Duckett a fraction of width there, but Duckett doesn't launch the bat at it, and it's taken by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on those two when they come out to bowl.
Huge amount of pressure. And I think Thakur's playing for his place in the next test match.
I think Thakur probably needs to take 3 wickets.
Yeah. And
if he's going to play, I think Reddy is.
And even that might not save him. I think Jadeja, he might have to take some wickets, because
I'm not sure about Jadeja. I think he's all right. I don't think you can lose Sharma, Ashwin, Kohli, and then just toss Jadeja aside after 1 average test. Straighter and driven. No great timing there from Duckett. He's played a few shots more down the ground than what we're accustomed to early on in his innings.
Jadeja might have to bat 6.
Well, I tell you what, watching Karun Nair bat yesterday, he seems to have quite a clear technical problem insofar he's playing with the bat way in front of the body. He's pushing at the ball.
Not a good thing in England.
No, exactly, and he's losing his body shape on the drive. He nearly got out a couple of times and did get out like that. So as Duckett just flexes the knees and cuts it down into the turf in front of third slip, who does well to stop that ball from hurtling to the boundary. It was there to be hit. And Duckett tried to do so, but can't beat the slip field. That would have gone for 4 if Siraj was playing or bowling.
Yeah. 6.5 overs now for Jasper. I'd take him off now. He's only bowled 4, yes. I'd take him off. Get the seamers to come at this end. India try and create a bit of pressure. You got to remember as well, you want Bumrah fresh when Root comes in, because that possibly could be the game.
So is this the last ball of the Jasprit Bumrah spell?
Oh,
expansive drive from Ben Duckett, but again no timing, trying to go straight down the track, but it's fielded by the bowler. Floodlights are just starting to come on here. There's a big rolling heavy dark cloud going above us. It's dry as things stand, and there's no rain just as of yet. Somebody's just going off the field just below us, and Siraj is set to continue from the Howard stand. Harmy's off, and Jeremy Coney is about to come in. Huge interest in this game, as you'd imagine. It's always a delight when at the end of, or the start of day 5, you still don't know where a test match is going. We were in New Zealand over the winter, and 3 test matches, which on the face of it looked pretty exciting. 2-1 series win away from home for England, but Jeremy kind of knew at the end of, certainly at the end of day 1 at Wellington, I kind of knew that England were going to win that one. Christchurch, that kept us guessing for a couple of days. And then Hamilton, midway point of day 2, we knew that New Zealand pretty much were going to win that, as Crawley steps forward and drives his first delivery from Siraj up to mid-off where it's fielded. Your thoughts on how the morning has progressed? You certainly have taken this if you're an England fan earlier today.
Yes, I think so. Morning, everybody. Morning, John. Well, I think if there's no rain today, that we're going to see a result. That's probably likely. And you'd have to back statistically the bowling side at this stage, despite the fact that England play quite aggressively and will try to chase this down. I think they're not unhappy with this start at the moment.
Siraj continuing, and Crawley just drops this towards point. The fielder is stationed at cover point, extra cover, and comes through for a single. 37 without loss. Crawley moves to 20, Duckett 16, and the deficit now 330. Well, rather not the deficit, but England required 334 runs to win.
Very much watching this. There's kind of 2 games going on, one from one end and one from the other. The Bumrah end is attack with 3 slips gully and 6-3 field, which is the normal kind of start of the day with a new ball that you would expect. At the other, not a bit more defensive.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who punches this through mid-on and away for 4, but it was in the air, timed to perfection. The bowler flicked his head to the left. Could the fielder at mid-on get across to take the catch? In the end, didn't come close, but just for a second. Looked like that might have been just a quarter chance going the way of India.
Yeah, it didn't reach. He actually, Duckett closed the face a bit, and he's still got it quite straight. It's Prasad Krishna there at mid-on, and he went down and gave it the sort of the harbour bridge, didn't he? The ball sort of passing just beyond him.
2 slips in a gully in place of Duckett, and he comes forward and just pushes to mid-wicket. Floodlights on now. It is quite gloomy. I mean, these are the conditions that you would die for. Headingley, blanket cloud, floodlights on, new ball in hand. But I've seen a couple of balls zip past the outside edge of Ben Duckett's bat, and one that came in quite a lot to Zach Crawley. But are India trying to change the ball already?
I'm not sure what they're doing. What they're also doing is that they're chasing the last shot, aren't they? They've removed a slip, and there's only a wideish first slip there at the moment in a gully, which is quite defensive, you'd have to say, with a new ball and Siraj bowling. With a 5-4 field, which suggests you're going to be bowling a little straighter and at the stumps. And we talked about that stroke from Duckett just before. It's gone, and there's in the air about halfway up the pitch, and now there's a man stationed there from the slips.
Siraj again, and this time Duckett just comes forward and pushes us out into the covers. No run.
I think England will be happy. They haven't lost a wicket at this stage. That is kind of just beyond now the effect of what you might call the heavy roller on the on the pitch as the game, or just before the game starts. It's interesting that Bumrah bowls most of that time, and it tends to calm things down a little bit. So we have noticed that things have happened on this surface as the game has progressed through its course. Bowling from the pavilion end towards the Howard end, the football stand end, some have lifted quite a lot just outside off stump. It brought about the wicket of Gill and of Rahul yesterday.
Last ball of the over, and it's defended again by Ben Duckett. Now, 41 without loss, England, 330 runs to win, and is Jasprit Bumrah going to have another over? If he isn't, I didn't see Krishna going through any noticeable warm-up.
It looks as if Krishna's going to be taking the new ball. I
He
don't
is.
mind him from the pavilion end, actually, with a few little cracks on the surface and some of that variation and variable bounce bowling towards that end. You need a tall bowler, and they start to take advantage of any of these slight imperfections in the pitch as it ages. And so you want him to come in and hit the pitch hard, whack it into the pitch from it, but get the line right. Don't bowl too wide. Keep it towards the batsman and the stumps and make him a little bit uncertain. You might go for some runs, but you also could perhaps pick up a wicket with some variable bounce.
Yep, Sid Mongo was with us yesterday, and he said that maybe in second innings on this track with that little bit of variable bounce, Krishna may be a different proposition from the one that we saw on day one. Jasprit Bumrah's off the field, just sauntered off, and this is the first delivery of Krishna, his first spell, and he fires in a Yorker on off stump.
Not sure about the field again, John. That one slip in a gully. I think you'd like to have two in, wouldn't you? I mean, this is a new ball we're bowling with. How many overs have we had now? 14? It's the lacquer's just coming off, and it'll still bounce a little bit more. If it goes through that between first and gully, you'd be really disappointed.
Krishna again, and he's bowling full again. And it's pushed up to mid-on. Well, unless he is just going to bowl full. I thought he'd be bowling on a good length.
Well, if you think of Cast bowling yesterday, if you think of Stokes bowling yesterday from this pavilion end, they whacked it in, didn't they? Tongue coming towards the end, doing the same. Bowling, of course, once to lower order players, you're going to bowl a little bit fuller and bring the stumps more into play, but top order players, I think you've got to be hitting the pitch hard.
That's what I thought his strength was all about. Crawley's going to take two, just backward of square on the left. No, just the one actually. The fielder runs in smartly, and that means Duckett will face Krishna for the first time today. We've had a few messages in. Jaden Harper, hey Jeremy, listening from Timaru.
Ah yes,
in
Caroline Bay.
And Aiden's back. He never sleeps. John, to your earlier point, with England 71 for 4 in Christchurch on day 2, I think we all thought New Zealand were going to win. What's the old saying? Catches win matches? Well, let's not get Jeremy started on that one again.
Please don't. Don't get me going on that whole day. How many was it? 6 in a day?
Comfortably played from Duckett as Krishna now bowling round the wicket with the 3 fielders in the covers. This is the thing, there were drop catches. India drop catches, didn't they? Throughout in England's first innings, and this game would look very, very different if they'd caught Ollie Pope on 60 odd and they caught Duckett and Brooke. Cut away and up and over. First slip and away to the boundary. It was in the air. Would like to see how close that went if there had been a second slip in place. KL Rahul, I think it is there, and he kind of shaped to jump. I think that might have just cleared both first and second if second existed. He threw the bat at this. A little toe end actually.
Yeah, it's just too wide though, isn't it? It's about sort of 7th stump and inviting the cut. You'd be disappointed if you got out to that.
Here's Krishna again, Fuller again, and driven onto the stumps via a deflection. from the bowler, but Zach Crawley has got his bat behind the line, and that's the end of the over from Krishna. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Yeah, well, it's a big day for Gill, isn't it? I mean, really a huge day for him. And if it goes well, you know, he's starting his first Test career as a captain with a win, perhaps, and 100 in the first innings. That will be remembered. You know, all the players who are missing from this game will gently be forgotten. But if it doesn't go well, what will be recalled, John, is exactly what you've just talked about. Dropped catches and the no ball dismissal and the collapse in the first innings, the number sort of 8, 9, 10, 11 just being wiped every time in both innings. So, you know, it's how he handles the day. And that's going to be very interesting. So far, just slightly cautious, isn't it? He's erring on the cautious side. He's got to back his bowlers today. He's got to show them some belief in them.
Siraj continuing from the Howard stand end, and it's pushed up to mid-on, no run. Crawley 21, Duckett 24. England need 325 to win. They've still got all 10 wickets in hand. The fear, I would say, is if Shubman Gill is being defensive now with a new ball, and Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj with the ball in hand, is premier fast bowlers with a 300+ run, you know, advantage. If he's being defensive now, you know, what's to come? Siraj continuing and resolutely forward and defending. It's not Bazball we're seeing, by the way, from Crawley and Duckett, which sounds like a comedy show, doesn't it, from the 70s and 80s? Was it Hinge and Bracket? Do you remember those? No,
I don't.
Must have been in New Zealand then. Although you do get a lot of the old English team.
You do.
My in-laws
won't have arrived yet.
yeah. Well, when it does, Coronation Street still very much part of the social fabric over there if you're
very
of
much.
an age.
Yep.
They'll probably be lost on a lot of our listeners. As again, Crawley comes forward and plays defensively, pushing out to the covers, no run.
Well, Stan Ogden.
Yeah, and Hilda.
That's right. Dear me.
My nan was called Hilda.
What, after?
Not after, no, they're all
No.
the same age. In fact, they're probably, they're Hilda Ogden, Hilda and Stan. There's a good crowd in today, or a decent crowd for a day 5. I mean, nobody buys tickets for day 5 anymore. Hard push to find people buying tickets for day 4 in this Bazball era. Down the track, there's a big shout for leg before from Mohammad Siraj. He's straight, and Crawley, if he hasn't hit this, then there might be a little bit of a conversation. The umpire's not signalling anything. Siraj is just having a word. I think maybe the reaction of the India fielders is this is going down the leg side, but Siraj is pursuing it, and I think Shubman Gill's going to go upstairs. He is. He usually leaves it quite late, but initial feeling, and the batter does have his back to us up here, is that, you know, that looked like it was travelling down leg.
Well, certainly that was the way that Crawley was looking to play it, wasn't it? Into that leg side. And Siraj's actually delivery, he tends to just lean slightly to the offside, so it's always looking as if it's angling in. And has it nipped at all? Well, it's certainly hit him on the front pad. I don't think there's too much an inside edge or anything like that on it.
Well, he's taken a big step across the stumps. You can see leg stump and a bit of middle, but he's a tall man. He's come really very far down the track. Look how far down he is. Umpires, not out. Right call by the umpire, and the ball shown to be sailing past leg stump. And even if it had been clipping or hitting, it was so far down the track. It was umpire's call on that, where the ball hit the pads, but it wasn't a particularly clever shot from Zach.
No, it wasn't, and it wasn't that far away from leg stump, was it? It's also the height of the stumps, and that was the interesting thing to me, that the length that Siraj is bowling is kind of bringing the stumps into play at the moment, which is important.
So India lose a review, and Siraj is set to continue. The batters did cross, and this is punched powerfully. It's a good bit of fielding actually at extra cover. That was a horrible one. It bounced right in front of the fielder who was committed. Is it Thakur over there? He just had to dive and hope that the ball hit him. He didn't have any real clue about, you know, the angle that the ball was going to come at him. So a little bit of brave fielding there as Duckett, front foot punch, and one more run added to the score. 48 without loss. 50 minutes navigated. Jasprit Bumrah has been seen off for now. And how many more overs has Mohammad Siraj got? Final ball, what is his 7th over, and Crawley drives. Man, no timing at all, he cloths it along the ground. It's fielded at mid-off, and that is the end of the over, which leaves England requiring 323 runs to win, 10 wickets in hand, with both Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett in the 20s and at the crease. And after a word from Jeremy, it'll be Neil Manthorp.
Well, we've seen several little semi-opportunities if you're an Indian player. Some just holding up a little bit more as the batsmen go to drive, and it's not quite coming through at the speed at which they would like. So there's just starting to be a little bit of variation sometimes. If you go hard at the ball, Duckett has done one, and it was in the air, perhaps the length of the pitch, but safely on the onside beyond the bowler. And beat the man at mid-on, go through for a boundary there, but that would give the bowlers a bit of hope, perhaps, with maybe some slightly change of pace when they deliver. We've seen Bumrah go past the outside edge of Duckett a couple of times. Now Prasid Krishna's in.
Running away from us to Duckett beats the outside edge. That's the 4th or 5th time that Duckett has been beaten. First 3 times by Jasprit Bumrah. That was good delivery from Prasid Krishna. It was a little predictable, I suppose, in the first innings. Pretty gun barrel straight. I'm not sure that did move, Jeremy. You may have a look at the replay. Did he just play down? Oh,
it just held its line. Yeah. Just held its line. Yes, hit and just straightened slightly. Duckett very keen to hit the ball, isn't he? But he's let the ball go a bit more today. In fact, it's been a semi-quiet start from an England point of view.
Here is Krishna once again. Duckett leaves that one alone. I don't know why the crowd are cheering. Oh, did Rishabh Pant hasn't gathered that? It's gone for 4 byes. Goodness me, did it keep low? I took my eye off it, and obviously Rishabh Pant did as well. You just assume the keeper's going to get... The batsman's left one alone, and I just assumed I was moving on to the next ball. You assume that Rishabh Pant's going to take it, but did it keep low? That's
yep. See, that's bounced twice before it's got to Rishabh Pant, and it's bouncing again before him.
Well, it brings a 50 up for England. 4 byes. Drive and a miss from Duckett. Cover drive. Nothing wrong with the shot except that it didn't make any contact with the ball. It is dark, Jeremy. I mean, the floodlights are on. It is gloomy, and I can't help thinking that it might just be affecting the batsman. And
it could be. It could be. Do we need a deep point? Perhaps a second slip, maybe, might be also.
Well,
look, we've just seen him play and miss twice. I think
it's a very defensive field given the conditions. Duckett is in once again, and that's pushed straight back to Prasid Krishna. I mean, the man at deep square leg, that's up for debate. He's a very long way away, is what I would say. You know, if Duckett's going to be hooking, he's going to have to hit it pretty well to actually reach that fielder. But the fact that there's just one... well, first slip is slightly wider than he would ordinarily be. That's the compromise. He's trying to cover 1.5 slips, and then there's maybe a 4th slip, a deep gully, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover and mid-off. He goes for the reverse ramp now, does Ben Duckett. He stepped across and he's trying to ramp that. Doesn't make contact, taken behind by Rishabh Pant. I was about to say that there's been no sense at all at any stage of any basballing. They've got to 52 in 16 and a half, or almost 17 overs. And I was making this point to Steve Harmison in the first half an hour, or the first 15 minutes actually, that here comes Krishna, slapped through extra cover for 4 by Ben Duckett. Full extension of the arms there, and a celebratory follow through. Just maybe getting a little bit frustrated as Ben Duckett, but he's given a. It wasn't a half volley, was it? I mean, it was. It wasn't. It was just the width. He's just hit through the line of that through extra cover for 4. Super shot. Duckett 29, Crawley 21. England 56 without loss.
Yeah, I think Prasad should be hitting this pitch more. I just think he's bowling floaty, kind of almost half volleys, and I think as a tall bowler you should be coming in. I mean, not much shorter than that, but hitting it hard as you can and try and get some variation and bounce. And certainly I think backed up with a second slip and a gully as well. So just a little bit, we're seeing two sides just slightly uncertain at the moment, I think. Certainly India,
Well,
England less so, because they haven't lost a wicket.
Yeah,
That's the key bit there.
Definitely. They can afford to have a We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. We've had a technical glitch, and strangely, we've had a technical glitch only one a day at the same time of day. I'm sure that there'll be some technicians out there who will have a theory on why that is. But it's very strange. The LAN line has dropped at the same time every day. I was just saying, it's drinks, by the way, here at Headingley, and England are unscathed with Ben Duckett on 34, Zach Crawley on 23, and 63 without loss, requiring a further 308 for victory. That target is 371, remember. And we were just reading a couple of messages on the bottom of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. John Jays, actually, we'll start at the top because Mark Billington says he's listening in Kerry Kerry. Come on, England. That's the top of the North Island in New Zealand. David Hiddick Smith, listening from poolside Mallorca. Good on you, David. John Jays, sun just going down here in Phuket, Thailand. Enjoying a vodka and tonic, listening to a great game of cricket. That's a great choice of drink, and it is a great game of cricket, and it may well finish in most memorable fashion. How about Tommy Rockcliffe, listening in from Albania? Is that a new one? We've got that. We're up to 32, 33 countries now. Enjoying hugely the presence of Jeremy Coney, who, quite frankly, is an A-list summariser. I've got him in my top one. So I couldn't agree more with you, Tommy Rockcliffe. He's absolutely brilliant. Chris Webb says, what a waste of a review from India. Yes, it was optimistic. Maybe some would say desperate. Rob Payton says, what's happened to the audio? Well, I've just hopefully explained that to you. I apologise, but really, really strange that it happens at the same time every day, 4 days in a row. Listening on my sun lounger in Torremolinos. Pity this glorious sunshine wasn't replicated in Yorkshire. That's from Ian Hay. Good on you, Ian. Torremolinos, good spot. It was a bit faded round the edges a decade ago, but I went on a holiday with my father there last year and thought it was tremendous. Thomas Vare says, listening in from Turnhout in Belgium. That's probably not how Turnhout in Belgium. The coverage has been excellent all test, other than the 10 minutes or so where the audio stopped. Well, we have no explanation for that, only an apology. And Saintly says, England versus India wraps up tonight. West Indies versus Australia starts tomorrow. Greatest sport on earth. Wonderful. We'll have more of your messages in just a moment. Drinks have been taken, and it's very overcast. Really, you would have to say that these are as perfect seam bowling, swing bowling conditions as you could hope for. Harmy will have more details. Steve Harmison's taken over from Jeremy Coney. He'll be able to put more facts on that bare statement during the course of this over, but the floodlights are on. It's very grey overhead. Here's Prasid Krishna, hits Zach Crawley on the pads, bounces out on the onside, and there's no run. But Harmy, what would you choose, a hot, sunny, sultry day, or today to have a bowl?
Yeah, today, very much today. The wind is possibly stronger than you'd want, but I think if you're used to bowling in England, the wind's not a factor. You know how to. You're experienced enough to have bowled in the wind. This will be different for India.
Prasid Krishna in, thick outside half the bat from Crawley into the gully, fielded by Karan Nair.
But on a day like today, there's no, you get your spell, you get your recovery. It's easier to sort of breathe once you're going back to your mark. There's less, I think, on a hot day and a hot sticky day, you get tired a lot quicker, and then your decision making starts to sort of strain a little bit. So I think on a day like this, I'd be quite happy.
Got to make it count, India. And forward comes Zach Crawley, blocking defensively straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. I often in Test match cricket on moving day, day 3, and then certainly day 4, day 5, the result is more likely to favour the proactive team rather than the team which is reactive, and I think India are being extremely reactive. I don't think they're backing themselves. I don't think Shubman Gill is showing any discernible confidence in his bowlers. He's certainly not backing them to get an edge. Here is Prasid Krishna again. Crawley struck on the pads. Bounces out to Karan Nair once again at, I call it gully, but it's more of a fourth slip kind of a position. But I've said it half a dozen times, and I'll probably say it another half dozen times. Shubman Gill is just backing England to make mistakes.
That's the thing. The one, the one that has a plan, the one that looks confident, the one that looks as though they're in control, normally is the fielding team.
Flicked away by Zach Crawley behind square on the leg side, and they trot through for another single. Do you know, when England scored the famous Ben Stokes-Jack Leach test match, isn't it ironic that such a great test match will only be remembered for their partnership at the end? But those runs, 363 of them came came from 81 overs. I was just about to ask you about the new ball, see, whether that would be a factor and when it would be a factor. Would be right at the end of the day. You know, there would be literally sort of 4 or 5 overs to bowl when India would get a new ball if they took short and pulled emphatically by Ben Duckett through mid-wicket. A cracking shot, literally. So I don't think that's really a factor, is it? I mean, England will know that. I mean, if they were, if the new ball was due at tea time, that would be a massive factor to consider. But India might have to bowl all day with the same ball.
All day with the same ball. If they're 8 down, then it could be a little bit of a factor, but not if they're 5 down. That was one of the bizarre things from last night. Yeah, you might, if they'd come out swinging after tea, giving England a nasty hour, an hour and 20 minutes, they would have had a new ball of 20 a bit over. So that last 4 from Ben Duckett was just Prasid Krishna inexperience of bowling against Crawley and Duckett. I know he's bowled a lot at them, but the length he bowled to Zach Crawley the ball before was exactly the same length that he bowled to Ben Duckett. The ball to Crawley, who came forward and hit him through mid-wicket for a single, was the same length the ball to Ben Duckett, who waited on the back foot and pulled him for 4. So that's, these are the things that India need to get right.
Couple of catches close in on the onside now, and Zach Crawley drops it down on the offside, and Ben Duckett calls him through for the single. Really good, really good from Ben Duckett. Tremendous stuff, and Zach Crawley is just acknowledging it. That ball has gone, what, 5 yards?
Yeah, it's just literally gone to the second pitch, hasn't it? If you think there's another pitch to the right, to our right, it's probably just, by the time the ball's been picked up, it's just rolled off the next surface. So it was a good run, and you talk about being proactive. That's England being proactive. Left and right hand combination, short man, tall man, making sure that the bowler is not sitting on the same length. If he does, they get punished.
Shubman Gill's put himself in at short mid-on now as a new over begins from Shardul Thakur, and flicked away off his pads by Duckett behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single. Actually, that's Sai Sudarshan. Shubman Gill was at deep backward square leg. We've just had our 50th country, or a message from our 50th country. Jake Lane, I wish we could send you a prize. A lucky prize for being our 50th country, listening from poolside in Cape Verde.
Tell me how it goes, because I'm going to Cape Verde first week in September.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
What are you doing there? Here's Shardul Thakur again on the back foot. Crawley punches behind square on the offside, and they take another single. It's been really top classical batting from the England openers. Why are you going there?
Hopefully doing exactly what Jake is, but without listening to cricket. Oh, here you go, mental, wouldn't she? So no, I'm Newcastle have just opened a new line. Yeah, Abby, obviously daughter, works in travel. There's a new line going from Newcastle, flying direct to Cape Verde. So we've got a deal going early September, I think. So I'm going to go, and it's supposed to be nice and hot and very, very nice. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Here's Shardul Thakur around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Duckett, and he defends, plays that with a dead bat, and trickles gently out towards extra cover. Go with absolutely no expectations, and you'll be stunned. I know, I really think you'll love it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've heard it's supposed to be really, really nice. So, yeah, well, that'll be a new show that'll be a new following on. Actually, we might have to do 2 following ons from Cape Verde. So that'll be a new one to tick off the list. I'm nearly catching you, Manners.
We've ticked off a few countries doing following on programs. Here is Thakur again, and Duckett flicks it off his pads. He's bowling just a bit too straight, Shardul Thakur, and you'd rather have that than bowling too wide, I think. Here's one for you, Scott. Kiran says, I was talking about the line going down at the same time every day. He said it may be a daily network maintenance by your internet provider. Thanks for that, Kiran, but it's the last day, so we're not too worried about it. Hopefully it won't be the same at Edgbaston in Birmingham. Ryan McLaughlin says, listening from Shanghai in China, have introduced many of the locals to cricket recently. A few dodgy actions. Mind. Good on you for trying to teach bowling to the Chinese, and I've been to Shanghai as well. Eaten some unmentionable things in that city. 72 for none at the end of the over. Crawley 26, Ben Duckett 40.
I'm not sure too many in China will have a release point of what Prasad Krishna's got. Is it 6'8", 6'7", 6'8" is Krishna, over 2 metre. But you know, it's starting to get a little bit worrying from an India point of view. I tell you one thing, Manners, from an observation thing. Do you know when we talk about Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli retiring? This is where they miss them. This is where you miss Virat Kohli. You know, you're missing with a bat. That's self-explanatory. But in this situation, 72 for none, he'd be at slip now, and he'd be picking a fight with the umpires, picking a fight with the batters. He'd be rally crying his team, and I think the obviously inexperienced captain.
Prasad Krishna in and driven through wide, long off for 4 by Ben Duckett. Do you know something, Harmy? It's sometimes very difficult to read body language from, the confines of a commentary box where you're behind, thick glass and you can't see the vibe. We're outside on the balcony. We're very close to the action. We can see the whites of the players' eyes, and tell me I'm wrong, but the India look flat and nervous.
They do. They look flat, but they do look nervous. You mentioned a few times about mistakes. They are desperate for England to make a mistake.
Here is Prasad Krishna in again, and Duckett beaten outside the off-stump. I think his bat has ended up behind his pad. He might well have been playing inside the line of that. Country number 51. Listening from the Red Sea in Sham in Egypt. That's from Rubes. Just had to swim back to the boat when the commentary dropped. Back with the fish again now. What device?
Lovely, isn't it?
What device is Rubes listening on? Something waterproof. Wow. Here's Prasad Krishna, and now Ben Duckett tries something a bit fancy. Second time he's tried to play the reverse ramp. Well, no, not a reverse ramp, it's just an orthodox ramp shot. He stepped across to the offside, tried to flick it over his shoulder, and it's hit him on the arm. So he's tried it twice, he's missed it twice. I know there'll be lots of people saying, why is he doing that? It's going fine. You don't need to do that. But it's an integral and natural now part of his game.
Yeah, I've got no problem with Ben doing this. I really haven't. What India have done is India have basically done what they should have been doing all along. And they've got 2 men in front of square. They've got 3 men in front of Ben Duckett's face. They're saying, we're going to bowl full and we're going to bowl straight, and we want you to hit the ball down the ground. And Ben Duckett's combating that by going, I know you're going to bowl full, I know you're going to bowl straight, so I'm going to try and ramp you down the leg side.
Prasad Krishna in again, low full toss. Duckett drives it, but only as far as mid-arm. Straight to the fielder, and there's no run. I think, people just need to be reminded, listeners need to be reminded, who start maybe getting a bit nervous and wondering whether history is beckoning. It's too early to say that, but you know, England have got all 10 wickets in hand, and they are 76 without loss. And you have to bear in mind that the ramp shot is to Ben Duckett what the square cut is. Here is Prasid Krishna again, short, pulled fabulously through square leg for 4. Now that came off the middle of the bat.
It's a poor ball. It really is. With the field you've got, the plan your captain set you, I'm sorry, that's a poor ball. That's a gimme. It really is a gimme, because when Ben Duckett's gone for the ramp shot, fine leg was another sort of 20 yards to our left, to his right, and he's had to move because of the ramp shot. So keep bowling full. That's your plan. And he's run in, bowled it halfway down the wicket. Ben Duckett, I mean, it was a free hit, that.
2 men at cover now, one stationary catching, the other in orthodox extra cover. This one steered by Duckett down towards wide third man and fielded by Jasprit Bumrah. And they're through for a single. 81 without loss. Crawley 26 playing the junior role. Duckett has assumed the leadership role in this opening partnership in the last half an hour or so. 81 they've added. Just a reminder again, Harmy, that I mean, you said, I think you said, and I agreed, that if England had got 7 wickets in hand, needing 170 in the final session, 2.5 hour session, well, happy days, I think.
Not only happy days for England, Manners, but also then I mean, you look at the body language of India now. Where will that be? Where will they be? They're a little bit of a rabble here. They're not sure where they're going. They've got their slowest and shortest bowler going to run up and bowl what looks, from a fielding position point of view, they're looking to bowl bouncers.
Thakur continuing, and this is just clipped to mid-wicket. Duckett 1 away from 50. Crawley 26 not out. England 81 without loss. They require 290 runs to win. And I would say, Harmy, that is way more likely to happen from what we've seen today so far than India take 10 wickets.
Yeah, at the start, my heart was saying England, because I felt that England could do this. But my head was saying, because of Jasprit Bumrah, it's India's to lose.
Thakur again, and this is clipped. The crowd applause. There's been a lot of milestone moments in this match so far. Ben Duckett has just reached one of his own. 50 up for Duckett. 66 deliveries, 8 fours. And he's got England off to the perfect start in this chase to win the first test. 289 runs needed, 10 wickets still in hand thanks to a partnership of 82 unbroken for the first wicket between he and Zach Crawley. Crowd in good voice here at Headingley. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. The Shardul Thakur comes in again, and Crawley, who's played quite a watchful innings, just eases this into leg side. No run.
It's been a good 50 for Ben Duckett, because if you remember, John, first thing this morning, he faced a lot of Jasprit Bumrah.
Yes, I was saying that earlier. You seem to have faced more of Bumrah this morning as well.
I don't know if you heard me talking to Manners last 5 minutes. We're talking about, yes, self-explanatory, you're going to miss Virat and Rohit Sharma's batting. This is where you've missed Virat. When the game gets flat and India are starting to sort of lose it a little bit with the body language, Shubman Gill is the reason why there's a breaking player. Shubman Gill's asking the umpire about the ball. This is where Kohli comes into his own. He starts picking fights with people. He has to go at the umpire, rallies his team. And looking at this India side, it's an inexperienced side with an inexperienced captain. I just think that them cracks are starting to show.
Well, I'm not sure if you mentioned it on air that I've just been chatting with Jeremy Coney off it. He's about to come in about 10 minutes time or so. Thakur's in again, driving is Crawley, and he threads the ball through extra cover mid-off, and it's going to race away to the boundary just in front of the Western Terrace, and England move to 86 without loss. The problem is starting to mount for India. Mohammad Siraj is down on his back, and he's just leaning on a cricket ball. He's putting it at the base of his back, and he's just essentially rolling up and down on it. But yeah, the point I was making is, who is captaining out there? because it seems to Jeremy and I that these two in front of us, KL Rahul, who's the one slip, and Rishabh Pant, the keeper, of course, and they are the ones that are directing the fielding positions. Just did it with Siraj just then. KL Rahul just telling him to come a little squarer. It's just moved that fielder at deep extra cover out. Thakur again, and it's defended. It reminded me a little bit of, remember when Tim Payne was captaining Australia, but
yeah.
more often than not it was Steve Smith deciding
what was happening. Yeah, I totally agree. And you know, from an angle point of view, KL Rahul, a former wicketkeeper, or a current wicketkeeper when he plays for on different sides when Pant's not playing. The wicketkeepers see the angles. Jasprit Bumrah, conscious effort this morning. I didn't know if you noticed. He was on the boundary when Siraj was bowling, but when Siraj was bowling, Siraj was inside the circle, and I'm not sure if it was an effort from Bumrah to say, right, I'm keeping out of Shubman's way. I'm letting him get on with it. I'm letting him captain the team. So let's say this is.
We're trying to get the ball changed again. He's just put it through the gauge just 2 deliveries ago, and Thakur once again. India desperate to, I mean, they're taking their frustration out on the umpire and the ball, whereas, as you say, Virat Kohli would have been, you know, in Duckett's ear, yeah, Crawley's ear.
100%, he'd have been picking fights everywhere.
There's a few messages here on the, how many countries are we up to? 52? Does that include the 15 countries that Ro Jogan mentions? Clip through mid-wicket, and it's Bumrah who will run across from mid-off to field. One more run off the score, or off the target rather. 87 without loss. Crawley 31, Duckett 50. 284 for England to pull off what will be a remarkable win, especially when you consider what was being said about Ben Stokes' supposed Nasser Hussain moment on day one. What have we got here? PG back, listening from the Netherlands. Lahiru Dilshan. Well, it's pretty obvious where he's listening from. Sri Lanka. Hello from Chile, Canberra, says Hooves. And g'day from Sydney, says Maverus. Can the Poms actually do this? You know what, Maverus, I think they can. I think there's more telling me at this moment in time that England have got a better chance of winning than India. And it sounds stupid when you're on day 5 with 284 to get with 74 overs to go. England look as they're the ones that are in the box seats here. Ben Duckett now just seemingly having a little bit of a moan to Shubman Gill about the time it's taken for India to get through their overs, because now it's KL Rahul who's come up to the square leg umpire to show them the ball. They're seemingly showing the umpire the ball after every delivery. Krishna is in, driving down the ground. It's fielded by Gill at mid-on, who throws down the stumps and the non-striker's end, but Crawley comfortably home, and the score moves on, 88 without loss.
Good single there from Crawley. You know, as soon as he hit it, straight away, set off. Good rotation of strike, because Krishna is really struggling to bowl to these two. Find the length, the right length to Duckett, and then find the right length to Crawley. And while he's bowling a good ball, if you can get him off rotation of strike, always putting the bowler under pressure.
Well, I'm surprised these two are still bowling, to be honest. I think Shubman Gill needs to make a change. I'm okay with Krishna. I think he's bowling some good deliveries. If he can just settle into that good length, not bowl too short, you know, he might cause a few problems. He might stop the runs a little bit, but he's a little bit all over the place as he comes round the wicket, and this is driven on the up, but no timing from the bat of Ben Duckett, and it doesn't beat one of 3 fielders in front of the bat on the offside. Alex Lyon 100 listening from Adelaide, Australia. It's a wet and stormy night over there. We'll keep the windows shut. Keep tuned in to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Alex. Charlie J listening in on breaks from Medina in Italy. Thanks for the wonderful coverage. Thank you. We've got, I don't know how that is, Altesh Garg or something. This is clipped off the hip of Ben Duckett, and certainly 2 here. Chases on for Jasprit Bumrah, who's at deep square leg. And 2 more runs, 90 without loss England. Listening in from Romania while dodging the scorching heat, says Sebastian Grammer. Much appreciated for the quality commentary. And Altesh says listening in from India. Melbourne, Australia, says Scott Clowry, beer in hand. Wonder if it's in one of those stubby holders. listening. They don't have them in New Zealand so much. It's very much Australian thing. Stubby holders. Do you know what a stubby holder is, Scott? Nah.
Doesn't even know what a stubby is. Yeah, he's looking vacant again.
Krishna again. That's the length. There is a bit of bounce there. And this time, flat-footed cut from Duckett. The ball gets a bit big on him. And it zips through to the keeper. No run. Michael PV listening in from Singapore. No gin and tonics, but enjoying the commentary anyway. Well, it is Tuesday night. A work night. Or a school night. Rubes listening from the Red Sea in Sharm in Egypt. Just had to swim back to the boat when the commentary dropped. Back with the fish again now. Okay. It's Krishna, and this is what I'm talking about with Krishna. This is 2-4, it's down the leg side, and Rishabh Pant has to do well to jump across and prevent 4 byes. And is the umpire just having a little word with Krishna as he walks back to his mark? Can't settle into a decent rhythm here. There's a couple of good deliveries per over, but no consistency. He's got good speed.
Yeah.
Pushing 90 miles an hour. He's a slight man, isn't he? Round the wicket, and again 2-4 on the pads, and this is an easy couple of runs for Ben Duckett. Lots of space on the leg side, and Krishna will be disappointed with that. Too many release moments for England to move to 92 without loss. 279 runs needed, 10 wickets in hand, with Duckett 54 and Crawley 32.
Yeah. Got some good deliveries, high release point. He's a tall man. I think it was on day 2 or day 3. I think he was down on the side of the pitch and talking to him with Morney Morkel. And Morney's massive. Morney's 6'8", 6'9". Krishna's a little bit, probably in between. I think I'm 6'5". He's a little bit taller than me, and he utilises his whole range. He doesn't collapse. So at the point of delivery, he'd be well over the 2 meters, like the adjacent holder. Ollie Robinson was a tall man who utilised his whole height, and this is for me this is the decision that should have come about 25 minutes, half an hour ago instead of Shadowell Court.
Thakur's been replaced. 3 overs that really stand up alongside the underwhelming fare that was served up on day 2. It's 17 runs coming from them, and it means that Jadeja is going to have a bowl from the Howard stand. He's going to come around the wicket, and his first delivery is a touch short and allows Crawley just to ease back and punch this through the covers. Square of the wicket for a single, and the score moves on, 93 without loss. Inner circle listening from Paris to the greatest sport on earth. Oh, and also because it's the dulcet tone and most balanced, informed voice of Neil Manthorp. Thankful to have found talkSPORT. Paul, ex-Cape Town. Welcome, Inner Circle, or Paul. Who says let's go India? Jonathan Summers is listening in Abu Dhabi. Have we had Rwanda yet, Scott? We have. Oh, hello from Rwanda, says Jake, as Duckett will take a single to the leg side. Saintly says, I see Ben Allison in great first-class form. Albeit young, England should still consider. He took a lot of wickets against Surrey yesterday.
Yeah, he did. His brother got him out a couple of weeks ago, didn't he? If you remember, we did that on the following on County Cricketer podcast. Do you remember that a few weeks ago? Was it Worcester against Essex?
Yeah. Worcestershire have just been bowled out for 125. And Sid Monger is about to join us as Crawley's forward, playing defensively, and the ball turns, takes the inside portion of the bat. There's a leg slip in place. It's Sai Siddharthan, I think, dives to his left, but wasn't a catching opportunity. But India need anything at the moment because there's been precious little to get excited about. Touch short this time from Jadeja, and Crawley comes forward. Scott Clary says, I don't have a stubby holder. No real need to keep my beer any colder than it is at the moment, of course. It is the winter over there, isn't it? Here is Jadeja, tossed up a bit more, driven to his left. He gets down but can't stop Crawley from taking a single up to long off. Owen Petey says, yes, we do have stubby holders in New Zealand. And for Harmy, Oh no, Harmy knows what a stub he is, don't worry about that. It's our producer Scott who was looking a bit mystified. But for those who don't know, it's a small bottle of beer. Well, I suppose you wouldn't be drinking.
It doesn't last long in my hands.
No. To be honest, most beers look quite small in your hands.
Yeah.
Sid's with us, Sid Monga from ESPN Cricinfo. And Sid, I mean, we've had an hour and a half and there's been very little to get excited about from an India perspective, with England now 95 without loss and Jadeja continuing this time to Duckett, who goes on the reverse and will pick up a single.
That first hour, I think India bowled as well as they have done all Test match, and with the support acts that they have, I don't think India can afford to bowl that well for an hour and not get a wicket.
Interesting. There was a couple of deliveries from Bumrah which were unplayable against Ben Duckett in particular. There was one from Mohammad Siraj which jagged back into Zach Crawley, nearly cut him in half. But, you know, there's such a drop-off after that, isn't there?
It's just the intensity was very good in that first hour, and they kept. There were no free boundaries. There were no easy drives. After that first hour, there have been both drives and pulls. That's not good.
Yeah, I mean, Krishna, if he can just settle on a length, you know, I know he's pushing 90 miles an hour, but that's where he looks more dangerous. And let the pitch, if there's any variable bounce there, do it for you. Also, we have been wondering who's captaining out there. At times it looks like it's Pant and Rahul behind the stumps as Ben Duckett just comes forward and compactly punches this to extra cover. No run. Jeremy's going to also be with us for the next wee while. You're listening to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Live coverage of the first Test match, day 5 from Headingley. England set 371. They're 96 without loss and looking comfortable. I'm not sure it's going to be long before we see another little spell from Bumrah as Duckett takes a single off his hips. Krishna's start of his 6th over. He's gone for 29. Yet to bowl a maiden. Jadeja's been called into the attack for the first time. He's bowled his 2nd over. He bowled one last night. And a no ball has just been signalled by umpire Rifle. And so Krishna's going to have to bowl that again. Jeremy, good day to you.
Hello, John. Well, this is looking too easy, really, for England. India haven't quite found the right prescription, I don't think. Yes, Bumrah, obviously, he's going to be one of the key bowlers today.
Krishna again, and Crawley just defends.
I would have had Krishna up there as well because he's a taller bowler on a day 5 pitch, with some marks showing and some cracks showing and it drying out a little bit more. We saw Gill get one that was a bit high and got it onto the stumps off the bat, trying to guide it down to 3rd man. We saw with the new ball later in the day a bouncer to get Rahul. He played it onto his stump. So there's starting to be some inconsistencies.
Krishna again, and front foot cover drive square of the wicket from the batter Zach Crawley. There's a fielder out at deep backward point, but never going to chase that down. And there's a little embrace from Crawley and Duckett. 100-run partnership is up here. 25 minutes before the lunch break. And Crawley and Duckett have seen off the Indian new ball attack for that tricky 20 minutes last night. And they've eased through the morning just as that ball was pushed through the covers for 4. Crawley 38, Duckett 57. England need 269 as Krishna's in again, and has he been caught? He's on the pole. First slip came running down the track because Pant's taken it to his left, but nobody's joining in with the excitement.
Krishna has all the ingredients, I think. He's got the height, he's got nice pace. He's just not able to hit the right lengths, Jeremy.
Well, he's been asked to bowl a little fuller today. I saw Gill having a chat to him quite a lot and wanting the ball. He wants him to bowl the length that's not his natural length. And I think unless you've been doing that a lot in the nets and working towards that and working out the lengths and practice it so that it becomes, you know, semi-normal to you.
Continues Krishna, short delivery, and Zach Crawley has lofted this up into mid-wicket and he's going to get away with it. fielder at mid-wicket and also at deep square leg running round. It was in the air for a long time, but it has just dropped into the outfield.
So
And that's a little moment that's gone the way of England. 104 without loss.
this is the length that he fancies, and this is the length he's been bowling in the IPL, where you have to be restrictive and bowl into the pitch. And I know that the bowling coach Morne Morkel has been trying to get him into the more test match length of 6 to 8 meters, but he's also a little wary of not floating the ball up. So he wants to get there, but be really quick still.
Krishnan again, Fuller, and edging past Gully, and it's well, I was about to say, because it is a good stop. It's a tumbling take from Jasprit Bumrah down on the boundary at third. For a minute, it looked like he just helped it over the boundary ropes, but a little bit of excitement towards the back end, and it did seem yesterday that variable bounce was more evident to the right-hander than the left, and I think we kind of saw that there.
This length issue, Ishant Sharma famously had this length issue where everybody said he needs to get a meter or two fuller. And he used to struggle. He used to struggle with the same problem, that when I did pitch it full, I kind of floated it up. And then he worked with Jason Gillespie in England during county cricket. And Gillespie told him to forget about the length, forget about the pitch. Just aim for the batter's top of the pad and do it as quickly as you can. And that used to be the drill. So he took that length that was playing on his head out of his mind, and he just bowled. He bowled as quick as he could to hit the top of the pad.
There is a massive size difference between Crawley and Duckett, though, so the top of the pad is quite different, isn't it?
That is one of the issues. Right, left, two different batters. One who has been really good on the defence in the first hour, and Duckett still kept the scoring going.
Here is Jadeja, start of his third over, and it's Duckett who just props forward and plays back to the bowler, no run.
But length has been an issue this morning, hasn't it? I don't feel that they've really all been on the same page together. We've tried to either change a bowler. I think the first thing is it's a very important day for Gill, isn't it? It's a very important day for him and how he handles himself.
This is just clipped to mid-wicket from Duckett, who's got a short leg, forward short leg in place, and a slip. There's also a kind of short fine leg as well. He has tried to scoop and reverse against the fast men, and he does it right now. It was going to take a single to cover point. Bumrah running in, and the score moves on. 107 without loss. The target 265 runs away, is it? 10 wickets in hand.
Absolutely massive day for Gill, because he's cleared his first test. He's got the runs that you need as Jadeja runs in.
Jadeja again, and this just drops short of Sai Siddharthan, who's at short leg for Crawley.
So Gill has got the runs, but now on day 5, his 5 centuries. Bumrah, who's going to play only 3 tests, we've gone through 1 test of Bumrah. We've got a 5-4 from him. If you don't win this test, it's a long way.
Jadeja again, this is darted in a touch quicker from India's number 7. 107 without loss.
Yeah, it's a long way back up if you don't win this test after so many things going for you.
I mean, said one thing you learn when Jadeja's bowling, you don't have any time.
Ask my fingers, mate.
Jadeja again, and Crawley comes forward. Now you can speak.
Yeah, really used to doing text commentary when India are playing, and Jadeja, oh my God, he doesn't let you read one feedback.
No, that's right. Well, but it is a big day for him. There are going to be uncomfortable moments today, I think, because that's just the way England kind of play their chases and the way that they bat and the speed that they bat. England are not merely going to sit in, are they? They're going to be up for the challenge, and they will disrupt some of your fields. So he's going to feel a bit uncomfortable at times, but at the same time, and the crowd might become involved the closer that England get to this whole thing. But Gill's got to remain outwardly calm. Don't become too flustered by the whole thing. Be seen to be in charge. At the moment, I've seen Punt and Rahul kind of semi-running the show from behind the stumps, both former captains themselves. And it's got to be a thing that you're all working together, because otherwise the players don't know where they're getting instructions from. Who's running the show? Who's in charge of this ship? And that's the feeling. Here's Bumrah.
Yep, those cheers you might have heard are because Jasprit Bumrah's been called back into the attack, and he's been cut away first ball by Ben Duckett, who moves to 59. I've got the feeling that Bumrah might have brought himself on there. I think Krishna was thinking he was going to get another over, and I think Bumrah's thought, no, I've had enough of fielding
he's
on
another
the boundary.
captain, isn't he?
Exactly.
Absolutely, but it makes sense. You need a crack from Bumrah before lunch. We've got 20 minutes to go. You need those 3 overs from Bumrah before lunch.
Yeah, and there was always a feeling he would come back for another mini spell before the break. And in fairness to Shub McGill, he actually did this a couple of times with Bumrah throughout the match. So I'm sure it is his call. But look, that scorecard, 108 without loss, 120 for 2. If Bumrah can make a couple of breakthroughs, would look, make that target just seem, put it into perspective a little more. 2 slips and a gully in place for Bumrah, who is coming in now as Hush here at Headingley. As he comes in, and on the drive is Zach Crawley, just studies the bottom of his bat. And once again, there's encouragement. Just the game has just changed. You can just feel it in the air. The crowd are investing. But there's also just that feeling that something has got to happen for India, and it's got to happen now. Here is Bumrah being cheered on by the crowd as he comes in, and Crawley is forward and driving inside portion of the bat.
It's very interesting to see Bumrah now, because Bumrah historically he loves to bowl just good length. He doesn't go searching for wickets. He likes to get wickets through control. He doesn't want to give them any easy runs. But now when it's not happening from the other ends, I want to see whether he gets a little too desperate for a wicket.
The third slip might be the order of the day. Bumrah in and driving again is Crawley. He's really trying to get onto the front foot and is doing so. Can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket. No run. And Mohammad Siraj is playing conductor as well. He's trying to get the crowd. And there is a decent crowd just below us. I'm sure the microphones are picking them up. There's a good portion of the spectators who've taken advantage of those £20 tickets. Have come in to cheer on India. Maybe a couple of wickets. The tension starts to rise. Maybe more will stream through again. Crawley is just blocking on off stump, and he's doing so successfully, quite resolutely. It's not a Bazball innings from Crawley, 42 from 84. So he's going at a strike rate of 50. Duckett a little bit more where we expect. He's past 50, 59. England 108 without loss. Deep in the morning session. And one other thing, if you're an India cricket fan, that you'd be wary of is with the likes of Brook and Stokes and Smith to come, England can score a lot quicker than what we've seen so far. Punch to mid-wicket, end of the over, 1 run coming from it. The Indian fans applaud, but so do the England spectators, because that's another over from Bumrah that's been ticked off successfully.
Just an observation on Crawley. As you rightly said, it's not a Bazball innings, but he's played it very beautifully. He's been very smart against Bumrah and Siraj, who have been the best bowlers. His strike rate is 33 against Bumrah and 40 against Siraj. But when it comes to Krishna and Thakur, he's taken 11 of 14 of Krishna and 9 of 11 of Thakur. So he's got his scoring done. He's not overall going at 25-30, so he's not putting pressure on Duckett, but he has also kept the good bowlers out.
And that's why Jadeja's role is going to be absolutely crucial, isn't it? Because if he can keep a lid on the scoring like he did in the first innings, I think he went at about 2.5. They're trying to get the ball changed again, and maybe they're going to be successful this time. They have asked maybe 15 times. Yep, the little black suitcase is coming out, briefcase.
Looks weird, doesn't it, when the old umpire comes out? Seems as if he's sitting off to work,
It does, yeah.
or waiting for the bus, things like that there. But it's actually full of 12 balls, and he's going to select one that's hopefully around about 27 to 30 overs old. So, yeah, that's going to be the next little proceedings. But look, I think India have just missed a trick this morning. Yes, Bummer opened up. You'd expect that. He's always bowled all his ends from this end, the pavilion end of the ground, and that was expected. And Siraj perhaps from the other end too. But since then, Shardul Thakur, I'm not sure. I've always thought of him as a swing bowler, an outswing bowler to a right-hander. That changes the length of where you are pitching on this surface, and I think it's too full against someone particularly like Crawley, a tall man who's batting out of his crease slightly and looking to play big drives, especially if it's not swinging. This hasn't been a swinging test to me. This has been more of a test where the bounce has been a little bit more variable throughout the matches it's gone on, and where you've had a lot of player traffic, particularly from this end bowling round the wicket. Tongue has bowled there. In fact, all the England bowlers have come round the wicket at some of the left-handers. And so there's player traffic and there are targets, if you like. And those are the sorts of things I think you should be bowling to try and get some variation. I haven't seen that.
Spot on, Jeremy. And you're absolutely right when you say Thakur is an outswing bowler, and I think that's why they tried him, because historically swing in England, the best time to bowl swing is overs 11 to 30, and they didn't do that in the first innings, so they wanted to give him the best chance to succeed. So they probably brought him on before Jadeja. Now we'll see more of Jadeja holding the far end up, and then the fast bowlers rotating from this end.
Well, he's got a big job to do, Jadeja. He went. Actually, he was quite miserly in the first innings. Between 2 and 3, he was their most economical bowler.
23 overs, none for 68 in the first innings. Jadeja in once more, and Duckett plays it away defensively on the onside.
Had a catch dropped. Remember, Brook was dropped, an edge that just jumped slightly, and unfortunately for punt went quite high and couldn't quite get the rebound.
Is Jadeja into Ben Duckett's a little bit too short. He backs away, gives himself some room, and slaps it off the back foot through mid-off, and it's Jadeja who gives chase.
That's a very ambitious field. No mid-off or long-off.
I don't think I've ever seen that. No mid-off. Was someone just not watching? Was someone not just... Surely there's such a gap there. That says I'm going to bowl short. No, surely you're going to bring the batsman forward as a spinner.
Yeah, the spinner's not going to bowl any drive balls. Here's Jadeja in again around the wicket to Crawley. Plays defensively on the offside. I'll never forget when A.B. de Villiers, who had never captained a team, was made captain of South Africa. In his first one-day international, there was an over with no third man. That's pushed away out towards extra cover, and I was sitting in the commentary box saying, well, this is creative, this is very innovative thinking. He's right out the box now, is A.B. de Villiers, and he'd just forgotten. Here's Jadeja into Crawley, pushed out on the onside. And I mean, why would there be no mid-off?
Gill, almost as good as A.B. as a batter. I hope he's not as absent-minded as him.
Well, there's a mid-on and a mid-off now. Jadeja in again. Little sweep shot from Crawley. That may have been a top edge, and it hit the pad and bounced down away harmlessly, wide of the man fielding it backward short leg. There's no run from that delivery. 109 without loss. It's all feeling quite tense. Imagine how we might be feeling in 4 hours' time.
Squeaky Bumrah time.
Yeah, well, it is at the moment. That's the thing. That's certainly the temperature does go up. There's no doubt about that. And I think that's one of the things Gill has to also do. Show belief to all his bowlers. Not just this is not just a one bowling attack here. Not a one-man attack. We've got to show the confidence to other bowlers to bowl as well, because you can't rely on Bumrah to get everybody out. You need probably 3 bowlers to take wickets to dismiss a side, minimum.
Well, the noise and energy is coming from the Indian supporters in the crowd rather than from the players on the field. Here is Bumrah again, bowls. Duckett is forward, pushing defensively out on the offside. This Indian team certainly seem very flat. They seem short of energy, never mind the tactical leadership and the decision making and the field changes, but they just seem tense and inhibited, and they need someone to put a spark up them. I often refer to the pointless noise that can appear pointless, but at the moment there just needs to be some energy. Where's Virat? Get him on as 12th man. Get some fireworks up some backsides and get people fired up. Here's Bumrah again, bowls, Duckett is forward defensively, no run.
London is only a 2.5 hour train ride. But you can actually observe that when the play started today and Bumrah and Siraj were bowling so well, you could hear them even this far away from the stumps. You could hear all the Indian fielders chirping and encouraging their bowlers. As the day has gone on, as they have blunted the attack and Duckett has started scoring runs, is a crowd that has become louder and the players that have become quieter.
Glad I'm not alone in that observation. Sometimes you question yourself, but they just seem very flat. They seem nervous and really tense, perhaps is a better word. Here's Bumrah again, bowls, hits Duckett on the pads, loud appeal, but one born of desperation, I think, rather than anticipation, as that seemed a bit high. Duckett was whipping it through the leg side anyway. There are 3 slips in for Bumrah, as you would hope there would be, 3 slips and a gully.
It looked like going down leg.
Yeah, with that natural angle round the wicket sometimes, you've got to really, if you pitch it normally, you've got to do something. It's got to hold its line and straighten slightly, doesn't it, to bring the stumps into play.
Here's Bumrah once again. A wicket before lunch would completely change the tone of the whole session. 5 minutes to go till the break. Here's Bumrah, low full toss, and it's driven through mid-off by Duckett. There's a chase on, and I think that it will be caught by Shardul Thakur. They go through for 3. There's a low full toss looking for the Yorker, Jasprit Bumrah. Duckett, however, profits by 3, and England move up to 112 without loss. Crawley 42, Duckett 63. What's really interesting is that England have played, I think, batted by their standards in a conservative manner. Apart from a couple of attempted ramp shots from Ben Duckett, it's been orthodox and conservative by their standards, and yet they've scored 91 runs in the session.
That attempted Yorker that went wrong, that was so uncharacteristic of Bumrah, because earlier he let him run in for this ball.
Bumrah once again walking, now trotting, then 6 paces of run, and it's driven down the wicket, and Bumrah fields brilliantly just for a moment. I thought he'd managed to get his fingers underneath that straight drive and pulled off an extraordinary caught and bowled effort. It was a brilliant piece of fielding. Did that carry?
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking. It was hard to see because Bumrah in his follow-through just masked it at the moment. He's rubbing the wrist at the moment, the left wrist that he went with. Here's the drive. It's certainly in the air, and it has. I think it's just carried to him, and it's taken that left wrist as it is in the follow-through.
It got bigger on him than he expected it to.
Are you putting that down as a drop?
Never.
No, good. I'm not making a note of it either. You can't put that down as a drop. I mean, Jeremy might. He's old school. He's unforgiving. Down the leg side, 4 runs, whipped away by Zach Crawley. Was it off the thigh pad? Doesn't matter. Buys. No, it's off nothing. Jasprit Bumrah has just slid that one down the leg side. Maybe trying too hard, and every reason to try too hard. 116 without loss. England will take them in whatever flavour they come. Runs are runs.
That was 4 runs, but it's encouraging for India. The pitch seems to have woken up.
Yes, it's the only thing I would say about the catch was that at least he didn't have to suddenly change and alter direction of his follow through. It was low, definitely. He kind of got lower than the catch itself. It's hit his wrist, so he's gone below that, but it wasn't an easy catch. No one's suggesting that. They're all hard, I think, in your follow through, especially as a fast and opening bowler, but you know, at least it was in the same line of his body. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, if it had been a little lower, that's when you know you're going all the way down. Here the judgment is it's not on the ground, and you just have to know where you have to go. So that's where I think there was a bit of misjudgment, and it got a little big on him and hit his wrist.
Change of bowling now. Jadeja's out of the attack and Mohammad Siraj is back. Shubman Gill going to his 2 strike bowlers. Magnificent floral shirt that you got on, Siddharth Mongia. I'm picturing Fashion Street, Mumbai.
What flowers are they? Do you know that? Or no, they're red ones, I know that.
The wife will know.
Okay.
Not Mumbai, not Fashion Street.
No. If I had bought it, yes. For 200 rupees.
Okay,
for 200
it's the
rupees.
real thing then, it's not a fake. Pushed defensively out on the onside and there's no run. You know where I go shopping when I'm in Mumbai.
Has to be Fashion Street, South Bombay. You don't want to spend more than 200, 300 on a shirt.
Do you know, many years ago I made a joke that you could buy an entire wardrobe at Fashion Street for less than you would pay in laundry at the hotel, and then I proved it.
I'll tell you other places. There's Sarojini in Delhi. That's the OG market.
Round the wicket comes Siraj to duck it, defends, no run.
All the counterfeits starting at 50 rupees a top. You could get like a nice blazer for 500 rupees, and you use it for 6 months a year. And then you discard it.
And people say it'll never last, and you say, well, it doesn't have to for 250 rupees.
You don't want it to last. It's not a marriage.
My suitcase didn't turn up in Ahmedabad for 4 days during the 23 World Cup. I bought a whole wardrobe. Here's Siraj again to duck it, and he's worked it off his pads behind square on the leg side. Fielded by Jadeja out in the deep, a deep backward square leg. Not an entire wardrobe, but 3 shirts and the essentials, and when it came to about 1,700, and including a pair of trainers which fell to pieces in 2 weeks.
Did you go to the Chor Bazaar? Chor Bazaar, traditionally, it's the...
In Ahmedabad, just over the bridge.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's on Sundays, I think.
It was the busiest market I've ever been to in my life. You actually couldn't walk. At times you were moved by the crowd, your feet barely touching the ground.
You need to be shameless there. You need to haggle a lot. You need to bargain a lot.
I think I paid twice as much for everything, and it still came to 1,700 rupees, which is about, what, £5.50 something.
All the shop owners sort of pushing people aside and inviting you in to their stall.
Well, they knew I'd pay over the odds. Here comes Siraj again to Crawley. Forward, blocking it straight back to the bowler. No run, 117 for none.
It literally translates to a market for stolen goods. But now but that was historically the thing, and now it is more like counterfeit, and some of them is like real vintage.
Oh, Crawley's now backed away. Siraj halfway through his run-up, maybe more, 3/4 of the way through his run-up, but there's some movement behind the bowler's arm, and Crawley hasn't just sort of backed away, he's walked away very animatedly and not happy with some movement behind the bowler's arm. There's a difference between fake and replica, I've discovered. Replicas, fake is just unapologetic. A replica is actually an attempt to recreate the original, whatever it may be, a watch or a piece of clothing. We're digressing. Maybe the prospect of lunch. Crawley drives now against Siraj, and it's down into the ground, and it is fielded by Shardul Thakur at mid-on, and there's no run. 117 without loss, 96 runs scored in the session. Crawley 42, Duckett 64, and I think that will be lunch. Crawley thinks it's lunchtime. He's whipping his gloves off and is striding purposefully towards the changing rooms. I think, Sid, do you have to file? You have to file? Okay, well, many thanks for your time. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, and what India won't do a replica Bumrah post-lunch. Is there a Chor Bazaar in Birmingham?
We shall find out.
Sorry, Leeds.
Okay, players making their way off the field. Jeremy Coney's with me. Siddharth Mongia has got to go and file a lunchtime report for Cricinfo, but many thanks for his time. Filling in for David Bumble Lloyd, doing a brilliant job giving us the Indian perspective. Jeremy Coney, you know what? India looked a bit uncertain and a little said nervous. Tense is a better word than nervous. They can get nervous later. They look tense at the start of play, and that session will not have settled any nerves.
No, it won't. England emphatically in charge of that by not losing any wickets. Still the entire 10 wickets remaining, and they've edged 117 without loss. 30 overs have now been bowled, and the ball has got softer, and so it's more difficult for the faster bowlers, which their attack generally is based around. Both these attacks just really having one main spinner, and so it's going to be harder for those medium fast bowlers to operate with a slightly softer ball. They've been good conditions to bowl in. Lights have been on for most of this session. They've been very thick cloud above the ground on a wearing kind of surface. And the Indians haven't quite been able to put the ball in the right place often enough and tried to get some variation of bounce, which is available for them if they do get it right. So 254 to win for England now, and two complete sessions to play, and having all their 10 wickets. They are surging back into favouritism, I would say, very close. You'll have some numbers, I'm sure, Manners, to tell us whether that's changed at all throughout the session. But it just feels that India have to go into the changing room. They have to come out with some plans about how they're going to approach the first half hour to an hour in this session. I think it has to do with Jadeja. He is going to have to be a key in this next session to try and suppress the run rate and keep the bowlers fresh at the other end.
Just a very quick thought. We've mentioned this several times throughout the course of the Test match. Bookmakers don't factor in emotion. They don't factor in possibilities. They're strictly unemotional and just statistics based. And at this stage, there's almost nothing to choose between England and India. We, as people who have watched and played a lot of cricket, think that England are in charge and are possibly better placed, but they're chasing 371. It would be
well, not now. They're not.
Well, I know, but
they're chasing 254 to win at the moment, and they've still got all their wickets. That's changed. So
but the bookmakers still have got almost nothing between the two.
Well, that's okay then. That's more than they started with, wasn't it? So in other words, England have edged up slightly.
Oh yeah. Oh, India were quite strong favourites this morning. So yes, the odds have changed, but there's very little to choose between the two teams. Well, that's it. It's lunchtime here at Headingley. Fortunately, we've had no rain in the morning. Not that has prevented play anyway. A few spots of drizzle here and there. Quick look at the bowling figures. Prasid Krishna, comfortably the most expensive, going for more than 6 and over. 6 overs for 38. Shardul Thakur 3 overs for 17. The others have been under 3 and over. Jasprit Bumrah, as you would expect, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21. Mohammad Siraj 6 overs for 23, and just the 4 overs from Ravi Jadeja at a cost of 9 runs. So Prasid Krishna and Shardul Thakur, the weak links in the morning session. But we'll be back with the afternoon session in round about 34 minutes time. We'll have a spot of lunch, and we very much look forward to your company, as we now know, listening all over the world. We've had messages from 52 different countries. Chat to you in half an hour or so.
We'll be conducting two tennis strike club in the afternoon session for India, Jasprit Bumrah.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Headingley in Leeds. It's the start of the penultimate session of this test match. Grey skies overhead, a few spots of rain during the lunch break, but I'm glad to say that play will start on time with Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett still unseparated. 117 without loss, England. There are still a few spots of rain in the air. It's not ideal for batting. The floodlights are on. Sighting the ball can't be easy, especially when Jasprit Bumrah is the bowler. There are 3 slips and a gully. England require a further 254 for a memorable victory. What a test match it's been. Here's Jasprit Bumrah then, running away from us. Into his running now from the Kirkstall lane end. Bowls to Ben Duckett, who guides it through point for a single. It's exactly what England need to do. That's all they need to do. I make it sound easy. Nothing against Jasprit Bumrah is easy. But nice spot of lunch, Stephen Harmison.
Yes, very nice. Manners, yeah. It's the first one I've had over here this in these 5 days.
You've been eating with the
No, I
suits.
haven't. I've been entertaining with the suits, but unfortunately I've not eaten anything with them, which has been very, very difficult for me. But no, it's yes, it was a nice, pleasant surprise. Lovely lunch. More of the same from England. I think the message in the India dressing room would be, remember you're bowling at 2 players who, one's left-handed, one's right-handed, one's 6'5", one's 5'8". The lengths have got to be spot on, because if you get them wrong to each one of them, you get punished. And I think that's exactly what happened in that first session. India got their lengths wrong to in individual batters.
No cover point at the moment, no or extra cover. Bumrah into Crawley outside the off stump. The big man leaves it alone, and there's no run. So 3 slips a gully. It's I mean, the invitation is there to drive through the offside, which is exactly what I think India wants Zach Crawley to do, because as you said very early on this morning, Zach Crawley edges it more than the average opener, or more than the average top order batsman. That's why there's 3 slips and a gully, and there's a deep cover point on the boundary and a mid-off, so vast acres of space. No third man either. Outside the off stump now from Bumrah. That's too wide, that's harmless, that's a waste of effort, and Crawley happily lets it go. On the leg side, because he enjoys a flick through the onside, there is a mid-wicket and a mid-on and a long leg. But yeah, I mean, if you're Zach Crawley, the temptation, Harmy, must be to just, I don't know, just chase anything wide.
Yeah, it would be, but you know, a little bit horses bolted. This is what it should have been first thing this morning. I know we're starting a new session. This is what Mohammad Siraj should be doing, not Jasprit Bumrah. Jasprit Bumrah should be bowling straight.
Mid-on and mid-off are very straight, so it does. All the indications are that he's going to be bowling full, and tempting the drive. That's too wide though, and Crawley resists the temptation. So mid-on, mid-off straight. If he is middling it, then hopefully they cut those runs off. But those 4 in a row, just the faintest of extra gaps between third slip and gully. No third man, deep point, and a mid-off, no cover. No one at cover apart from that deep cover point. Unusual looking field. The drive is there for the temptation. Bumrah in. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Big appeal. Heading towards leg stump, it looked. Crawley's looking to whip it through the leg side. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was heading down the leg side. He's played that shot on length. And India not excited, but Steve Harmison momentarily had his finger up.
Yeah, I thought that looked close. I know we're not right behind the bowler's arm, but Zach's head looks as though it went, obviously fallen over. see what Jasper Bummer's trying to do. First 4 balls outside the off stump, dragging him. It's just gone down. It really has. It's not far away from what Jasper Bumrah wanted. That's the danger that Bumrah possesses. That one that goes in, that no action change. The ball that comes in off that sort of second finger and back in towards leg stump.
Here's Bumrah to duck it. He just wants to be at the other end. He's just nudged that up to mid-on, and even though it's gone straight to the fielder, he's just set off for a single, but then checked himself. What did you say about fingers?
You watch Bumrah's action, and so someone like Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, bowlers who, when I'm thinking of England, trying to think of Matthew Hoggard, swing bowlers, proper swing bowlers. You can see in their action when the in-swing is coming. So, Jimmy Anderson, you can see right at the very top, action comes round and he's trying to swing the ball from the wrist. He's swinging the ball away. The thing about Bumrah, which is makes him even more difficult to sort of bat against, because his release point is right out in front of himself. You don't know if he's going to bowl the in-swinger or away swinger because he doesn't change his action. And what he does is, off his second finger, he puts a little bit more pressure
Is that the
on
middle
it.
finger?
Yeah,
Or
the middle finger. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but he uses the middle finger wisely. But the middle finger just on the inside of it to take it away, and then pressure on the middle finger, obviously, to bring it back in.
Siraj into Zach Crawley, and that one is nipped back, and it's very close to the inside edge and the off stump. Taken by Rishabh Pant, flinging himself to his left. And, Zach Crawley now suggests that there was some unexpected or unusual movement from the pitch, and he walks down and he prods a bit shorter than I thought than where that pitched. He's gone about 7-8 yards in front of the stumps. It looked more like a 6-yard delivery to me, but it has nipped back, hasn't it?
Wobble seamer, nip back, went over the top and middling off. It was a good delivery, good start from Siraj.
Here he is again. Bowles beats Crawley out past the outside edge now. That's both edges. Inside then outside edge, and Crawley once again says it's nothing to do with me. I was fine. It's the pitch, and he walks down and he prods the same spot from where that one did. Just hold its line, did it?
Yeah,
or
it held its line and nipped back the other way.
Yeah,
it's gone the other way. So similar ball, similar area. One's nipped back and cut Zach Crawley in half, and the next one's nipped away. Just missed the outside edge. Good start from Siraj.
He's still only got one slip and a fourth slip, I suppose. Siraj in again, bowls down the leg side. Crawley glances, plays the leg glance, doesn't make contact. Rishabh Pant has to dive away to his left to do the fielding. I just don't know. Maybe, for all I know, Mohammad Siraj has said to Shubman Gill, I only want 2 behind. I'd rather have the extra field. I would find that surprising, but if it's Gill's decision or the management's decision, the senior players' decision to only give Mohammad Siraj 1 slip and a narrow gully, a fourth slip, I don't think it reflects well on him and his ability. He's in once again. Crawley drives or pushes firmly to cover point, no run.
I actually think it's a valid point, and it's a good one you make, but I do think from the management's point of view or from Shubman Gill's point of view, the way Siraj has bowled in this test match so far, he's bowled better in the second innings. The way he's bowled so far in this test match, he's haven't been able to back up 3, 4, 5, 6 balls in a row in an area where it's creating pressure. He's bowling a few in a good area, then release ball for a boundary ball.
Siraj in again to Crawley, and he's flicked it off his pads. I don't know whether he played that with 100% conviction. He just seemed a bit tentative, and it's maybe hit the inside half of the bat for a single down to long leg. Jasprit Bumrah fields. 120 up now for England. They need another 251 for victory if the weather holds. Is that rain? I can see over on the western side of the ground.
I think I can see rain on the west and on the east. I mean, it's raining over the city, and it's raining over towards Manchester. It's always raining over towards Manchester, but it's raining over that way on the right of us, and it's raining over towards the left of us. But thankfully, it's not raining here
yet. Siraj in to duck it, and the left-hander plays defensively, pushing this one straight back to the bowler. I suppose the thing about the Indian attack and the way it's shaped up, Harmy, is that Crawley and Duckett and the rest who come after them, it's almost facing sort of 3 attacks, isn't it? They've got the great Jasprit Bumrah, who they just need to survive against, really, unless he bowls a terrible ball. They've got Siraj, who's asking a few questions, and the rest.
And the rest have been average. The rest have really been average. I've been disappointed with Jadeja. He hasn't bowled a great deal. Krishna's bowling good balls, a bit like Kars and Tung in the first innings. They're bowling good balls, but 4 balls as well. Bumrah just looks like a class apart. But we've had a good over from Bumrah, a good over from Siraj. Can Bumrah back it up? You expect him to with another good over, put a little bit more pressure on England.
Here is Bumrah to Zach Crawley, and he opens the face of the bat nicely. I spoke in the previous over about how much open space there is on the offside, and all he has to do is manufacture any kind of shot to get him through the offside, and he'll have at least one, and it is one on this occasion. Do you know what? I'm going to make a peculiar statement. Please don't refrain from calling me silly if it is. 250 required from 63 overs. Tick over 4 and over. I'm just thinking, if we lost 40 minutes, even an hour, and lost 10 overs, in a way, it might make that run chase simpler.
For England, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I got what you mean. And it takes India out of the equation.
Down the leg side now from Bumrah. He's not getting it right. Duckett's very cross with himself for missing out on the scoring opportunity.
So, like we said before, when we were on first thing this morning, if England have to get 170 in the last session with only 2 or 3 wickets down, England are in a much better position, because the India bowlers are out of the game then. And then all of a sudden there's only 2 results possible: a draw if it rains again, and then an England win. So a little bit of time out of the game might do England a world of good.
Strange to say, but true. Bumrah in again to Duckett, and this time he doesn't miss out. It's in at the pads. It's flicked off his pads out towards deep backward square leg. Prasid Krishna fields, and they go through for 2 more. It just simplifies it, doesn't it? It clarifies the mind. Scott's just had a quick look at the radar, the rain radar. He says that this misty drizzle is going to be around, and it is actually with us now. But it's not enough to take the players off the field. He said it's going to be around till about 2:30, which is 35 minutes time. Then it begins to clear.
Yeah, but there's not enough for this. I don't think there's enough for it to go off. And India might feel as though you want to come off, but actually, from an Indian point of view, this is you want to stay on. You want to stay on. The ball might be getting a little bit wet, but forget that. There's a little bit of moisture coming up the surface. Skip on and skid on, and that's where Bumrah can exploit.
Bumrah's in again, bowls, Duckett drives, inside half of the bat, doesn't time it. There'll be at least 2. Prasid Krishna has a chase on. I think they might settle for 2. No, they will come back for 3. 2. They settled for 2.
Yeah, settle for 2.
Duckett turned for 3rd. I think
Zach
Crawley
slipped
may
a little bit. He slipped a little bit. But you're right. I think you're 100% right that if the calculate, because if you start losing overs, then India's ability to take 10 wickets becomes virtually impossible. And we know what England are like. They'll quite happily chase 220 overs if they've got all 10 wickets left, because then they can put the comfort blanket of putting the block on it and saying, right, we now can't win the game. So
I thought you said they wouldn't do that. Here is Bumrah again, bowls to Duckett, nudges it out on the onside, no run.
I don't think they would do that, but they would have the option. That's what I'm saying.
So, and my point is that they need just over 4 and over at the moment, the way things stand. I don't think it makes a blind bit of difference to them if they need 4 or 5 and over.
No, not 4 or 5. I think, like I said earlier, if you go the last session even needing 6, 7 and over, as long as there's not any wicket damage, then you'd back England to go and chase it. But the way England play, and the batters that they have, all the way down to something like Bryden Cars at number 9, who was a clean striker of a ball.
Here's Bumrah again, bowls, Duckett pushes, square of the wicket on the offside, pointers on the boundary, so that's an easy single. Crowd are beginning to clap every run, like applaud every single. Maybe it's just because it's off Jasprit Bumrah. Crawley 44, Duckett now 70, England 126 for naught. I don't know about you, Harmy, but Jon Norman was being very blasé about England chasing over 350. He said he didn't find the morning session very tense at all. He said England would be quite simple. And for me, I know they've done it 3 times in the last 5 years, chased over 300 to win, twice over to 350. But I'm not used to it. I'm not blasé about it. I'm not at all used to it.
We're not used to it. But there's 2 sides on this pitch in this game, and one side looks as though they want to go and chase that total down, and the other side don't really know how to defend it. And I think that's the problem for me if I was an Indian fan, is that England look as though they know how to get 370 where India don't have to defend it.
Mohammad Siraj into Ben Duckett, and more evidence of what Harmy suggests, that the wicket might just come to life a little bit with this drizzle, which has now cleared, by the way. It's blown away from Headingley, but it's still visible. We can still see it on the hills around, especially away to the west, which is where the weather is coming from. So we'll be in for another squally shower, and we may well be off. But I don't think it's one of those ones where they drag the covers on for 10 minutes and then drag them off again. And
that might suit India, because if it does, it means if they come off for 10, 15, 20 minutes, that means Bumrah can then keep coming back, so he can bowl for the majority of the session rather than just 4 or 5 over spells.
Slashed away by Duckett, hit very, very hard. Bit of width on offer, and didn't Duckett capitalise, but it's only a single. There's a man at deep backward point, which you said right from the start of play was a good idea for Ben Duckett. Maybe even have 2, so 1 for the half catch, half stop, stopping a single, and 1 at backward point, and then also a deep sweeper, because he does score so many runs there. India are absolutely convinced that Zach Crawley's going to be playing the hook and the pull. Had a man out in the deep for him the whole time.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I'd have him where he's going now. I'd have him a good sort of 10 yards to his left, and put Shubman Gill, who's at mid-wicket, into this vacant slip area. They need to get wickets.
We've only got 1 slip and a gully now. Crawley, he likes the onside, uses a bottom hand, flicks it out to the man you were just saying. Should have been a bit squarer. He did move squarer, and he at deep square leg, and they've gone through for another single. It does look much too easy for the England openers at the moment, but 1 wicket leads to 2 or 3 we've seen, particularly amongst the lower order, to be fair. But India just need that first one. 128 is the opening partnership. Crawley has 45 from 104, so don't be accusing him of bazballing it. Duckett 71 off 99, but Crawley's played well. Here's Siraj again to Duckett. Cross with himself once more, because it's a leg by rather than a run as Siraj strays into the pads. Oddly enough, I get the sense that Crawley's innings is more important than Duckett's here, as in Duckett's going beautifully, he's doing his thing, he's being Ben Duckett, he's scoring runs, and to me Zach Crawley's he I think just needs to carry on doing what he's doing, and he hasn't played this kind of innings for England.
No, he
before.
hasn't played it for a while anyway, and he's under pressure because he's had a few low scores, and we know that Zach's very much a form player, so when he gets into a bit of form, you watch him go, where Duckett, even if he gets a couple of low scores, it's pretty simple.
Siraj in, left alone by Crawley, and do you know what I mean, in the sense that Crawley is, there's a possibility that he might just try and do something different, try and get sort of more into the game, and he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to, no. Everything's coming to him nice and easy. But like I said before, he's a form player. He's a player who will, when he does go in, Rishabh Pant's in trouble here. That ball just ran along the floor, and it's hit him on the inside of the knee when it's missed the pad and missed everything. But if Zach Crawley goes on a run, hopefully he gets to 50, goes on and gets a big score, stands him in good stead for the rest of the series. And then all of a sudden you look around and you think, well, all England's batters are in, hopefully, a decent bit of nick. But he is in trouble here, Rishabh Pant.
We did see that there was a real blow. This isn't one of those Rishabh Pant exercises in breaking the rhythm of the batsman. Which is something he did in the T20 World Cup final. So he's flexing the knee, he does look uncomfortable. They've got Dhruv Jurel, who we were so impressed with as a batsman. We reckon he'd play 50 tests, but he won't do it as a keeper with Richard Pant at 27. Here's Siraj once again outside the off stump. Crawley, I think, leaves alone because he went to play at it too wide. I think he changed his mind, maybe not, maybe he did play at it. Mohammad Siraj is certainly suggesting to him now that he played at it. Crawley has his back to him, completely ignoring whatever words were aimed in his direction. 129 without loss. England going along very nicely. Still a long way to go. They need 242 more. Another word from Steve Harmison, and it'll be Jon Norman.
Yeah, Rishabh Pant, he's just flexing that knee there. They've also got Keir Rowell, who stands at slip. He's also a wicket keeper. Mohammad Siraj has taken his jumper, and he started well in this session. 3 overs he's bowled so far have gone nicely. Jasprit Bumrah's last over went for 6, but he's bowled 11 overs for 28. India have started this session better, as in bowling consistent areas, better areas, and trying to put England under pressure, but so far so good for England as well. Yeah, Duckett's got a couple away. Crawley, I don't think he played at that last one. I think the ball nipped away, and I think Zach took his bat away from it. But Mohammad Siraj was interested, Jon Norman.
We're all interested, Harmy. Jasprit Bumrah continuing, and pitched up and driven. Over-pitched. And Ben Duckett, who has, to my mind, been playing much more down the ground than we are accustomed, has just picked up 4 more runs. 75 not out. He doesn't have a great conversion rate, does he, Duckett? I wonder if Gary Morgan can let us know what his conversion rate is and where it stands with some of the other players within this English setup. There's a lot of good starts and a lot of good 50s and a lot of important innings from Duckett, but doesn't get those cameo moments. Those of course he has scored centuries from England. Scored a century on his return to the England side after quite a period outside of it. And this time he goes square and then gets off strike. Boundary and a single. That's the Australian way of playing. England 134 without loss. They need 237 to complete what Neil Manthorp was describing as what would be an epic victory. But we've been here before with England in the last few years, and while I wouldn't disagree, I think it has been an epic test match. The ease at which they're going about things this morning and into the afternoon, with 2 slips in place in a gully. Bumrah continuing, and Crawley just pushing this up to mid-on, no run.
What I'd say is it wouldn't be very easy to come in and start an innings in. So you think Ollie Pope coming in next, Joe Root after that. It's gloomy, there's a little bit of mizzle in the air.
But it's still a good track.
Yeah, a good track, but
I wouldn't disagree. It's not going to be easy to come in, but it never is. And England need 237, so even if there's a wicket now, how many overs have we got left? Quite a few remaining. 61.3 overs, so that run rate still under 4. But yeah, 1 wicket can often bring another couple, and India with their tails up. But Zach Crawley has just moved within 1 of his own little milestone. He couldn't and didn't survive an over in England's first innings before he was bowled via he was caught in the slips via an outside edge, but he's just leant into this drive and played all along the ground through vacant square leg. He moves to 49. The score 138 without loss, and England need 233 to win this first test match.
A beautiful shot from Zach Crawley. His balance and his head position was perfect there. The one he had a big LBW shout, I think it was not last over, the over before, was when he falls over, and that's when Zach gets himself into trouble. When he stands up tall and he keeps his head in the right position, his balance is good, clips that through mid-wicket beautifully.
Bumrah again, left alone by Crawley's. An expensive over. 9 runs coming from Jasprit Bumrah's 12th, and with Krishna, Thakur and Jadeja to come. I'm scratching my head a little bit, Harmy, to work out how India are going to take 10 wickets here.
And I think to sort of carry on from that, he's into his 37th over of the test match, and England still need 10 wickets. So you'd think that if they do take another 10 wickets, he's going to have to bowl a hell of a lot more.
And maybe India giving up on the option of him playing in that second test match. at Edgbaston. talkSPORT will be there, but I'm not sure Bumrah will be. Pant claims another wide delivery, left alone by Crawley. He's seen off Jasprit Bumrah, and England find themselves in a, well, they absolutely would have taken this. 138 without loss. Jasprit Bumrah with 12 overs into his legs in second innings. I thought the Jadeja experiment might have just continued for another couple of overs, just to give them that option of having Jadeja at one end and rotating Bumrah, Siraj and Krishna at this Kirkstall Lane end. Now, of course, you've got a situation where in a few overs' time, both Bumrah and Siraj are going to have to be taken out of this attack, and things may just ease. Sid Monga, who's with us from ESPN Cricinfo, picking up on the fact that Crawley, his strike rate against Bumrah and Siraj in the first session of play was around 35. The Siraj continuing, clipped away, more runs here, down to square leg where Jacewell fields 1 run. Duckett moves to 77. His strike rate against Bumrah and Siraj was in and around 35, and against Thakur and Krishna it was up around 85.
Yeah, and that's obviously magnifies the point that both Thakur and Krishna really struggled to bowl at not just left and right hand, but tall and short, because there's a couple of instances where Zach Crawley got a beauty to hit down the ground when for 3 balls before he's trying to bowl full at Ben Duckett, and then Ben Duckett got one to pull when you should have been bowling that length to Zach Crawley. They really had a massive struggle, them two, to do that, and I'm with you. I don't know why the Jadeja experiment didn't carry on.
One slip in place for Siraj, and Crawley comes forward. He's going to reach 50 with a comfortable push to mid-on. For all the chat that has surrounded this England side about England's number 3, Zach Crawley, not for the first time, has come out to bat with a point to prove, and he's done it with relative ease. He's 50 not out here at Headingley. 100-run partnership unbroken for the first wicket, and this crowd has just applauded a really important effort from England's Zach Crawley. 50 not out. He's faced 111 deliveries. Hasn't been Bazball, but it has been effective. 231 to win then. I'm going to run through some of the scores. There's a lot of cricket being played in England. It is gloomy here. There's a touch of rain in the air. Floodlights are on. It does look like it's raining over on the horizon, but I mean, we've been fortunate throughout, haven't we? That's incredible on day 3, I think it was. Oh, what a shot this is from Duck. He is going to beat the fielder at mid-off. Despairing dive from Krishna. Can't stop the ball and slowly picks himself up. And one of the support staff positioned over on the boundary edge just throws the ball back. And the chant goes up. 4 more to the England. We just bumped into the trumpeter down in the Vietnamese place. I was picking Manner's lunch up for him, I'm sure, while I was waiting for his banh mi to arrive. He was full of cheer and solidarity for me, you know.
Was
maybe
that Manners or
yeah,
the
Manners,
trumpeter?
yeah. And the trumpeter was. He was very happy to see me, and well, maybe he was happy to see Jeremy Coney. Guess who I saw in the Vietnamese? Would have been the first thing he said as he made his way back to the Western Terrace. Jeremy Coney's here working for talkSPORT. Cut away. Duckett eases another ball through. Backward point. He moves to 82. Crawley 50. 226 needed for England. 145 without loss.
And the thing, just throw, from me and Manners were talking about before. There's a bit of rain around. Even if we lost 10 overs, England are still winning.
I agree.
They're still winning, and arguably it makes it easier, like Manor said before. It makes it easier, even it sounds stupid, it makes it easier if they lose 10 overs, because then that is India out of the game completely, and England can come out a little bit more forcefully. So, if this rain comes, India fans might think, yes, it's going to that's going to do us a favour. As long as it doesn't rain for the rest of the day, England are still in the box seats.
Crawley with bat raised in the gloom as Siraj is in, and he'll just clip this fine. There's a race on for fine leg. Actually, it's not really a race. Goes straight to him, moves to 51. If you are joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and you are unaware, we are actually broadcasting the Major League Cricket. The video stream is coming in and out to the UK and Ireland and Europe So if you're on your sun lounger in Alicante or Lanzarote or Mallorca or Skiathos, I'm just trying to think of any other places that have been mentioned.
We had a Cape Verde one.
Cape Verde, there's some of Paris, Netherlands,
Lithuania, we had one this morning.
Lithuania, Belgium. Actually, I wonder if, was it Pauline? No, Penelope. Penelope was cycling from Belgium to Cornwall. If you so wish, you can watch every match of the Major League Cricket on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Beaten this time, outside edge taken from the bat, and the ball has whistled through widest first slip, and keeper and away for 4. Duckett moves to 86, and India have only themselves to blame, and Mohammad Siraj has just gone up to Ben Duckett and had a word, and he's had to be just tapped on the shoulder and told to walk away. 150 up for the first wicket. Fortunate circumstances, but truth be told, England have dominated day 5, the morning and afternoon session. Crawley 51, Duckett now 86 not out. England 150 without loss, and that target is just starting to appear on the horizon.
Yeah, great partnership by these two. You know, well received round of applause for the 150-run partnership, but I've got no idea what Siraj is having a go at Duckett for. You know, he's nicked it into an area. It's an easy comeback for Duckett. You should have had a second slip in, shouldn't you?
What did the Aussies say? Look at the scoreboard.
Absolutely. It's not looking good for India, I tell you.
Boomer again, fired it in. More runs for England through mid-wicket and away for 4. Zach Crawley moves to 55. Problems mounting for India. 217 needed for England. Still 10 wickets for India. Well, just zip through the county championship scores. Sussex in second innings, 27 for 3. First innings of 361. Durham hit back with 327. So Sussex lead by 61, but they're 3 wickets down. Essex and Hampshire. Essex first innings 296. Hampshire 414 for 8. So Essex will have to bat well in second innings. Bumrah again, and Zach Crawley comes forward and opens the face a touch and just kind of steers this down into the ground and towards backward point. No run. Surrey have won. They've beaten Worcestershire by 9 wickets. That's their first win with a Kookaburra ball. Surrey in 3 years. How's that? 4 years maybe. Somerset 498, Warwickshire 241 for 5, so that looks like it's probably going to be a draw.
How many games, John, has the Kookaburra been used in this year?
Well, this is the first, but they have played with it for 2 rounds per season, so I think this must be the 7th game, and it's Surrey's first win. Nottinghamshire 487, Yorkshire in reply 248 for 4, so you'd think if Yorkshire avoid the follow-on, it'll be difficult to conjure up a result there. Bumrah again, ooh, inside edge onto the pads. Bumrah fields. So there's the Division 1 scores. I'll go through the Division 2. Now, Anthony Jackson's listening in Norway, James Milner in Malta. So you can watch the Major League Cricket if you so wish. As Bumrah returns at the top of his mark, you wonder how many more he's going to be given. With Crawley 55 not out, and he's in and again coming forward and pushing this up to mid-off. Jeremy, how was your lunch?
I enjoyed it. We walked up the road, as you know, to the little Vietnamese place. What's its name again? It was quite...
Don't lose your receipt. Faux 37.
Yep. 15 North Lane. Very pleasant too. Very pleasant.
They weren't
chicken banh mi.
Yeah, I had... well, that's what I got, Manners, as well. I hope that's what he ordered. I forgot the moment he left the building. Forward again, pushing out to cover. Crawley, no run.
I didn't know whether I should leave the shop with a name like Ban Me.
It's an order, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ban me. Why?
know.
What are you going to do?
Especially when it got chicken in front of it.
Well, Manners left his money and asked me to get something, and then he walked out the shop and I promptly forgot what it was that he'd asked for. I messaged him, he didn't look at his phone, or it didn't go through, so I've guessed. I've gone with chicken ban me. So when he's back on, he can tell the listeners whether I ordered correctly or not.
Hope he likes the chili.
There was a couple of chilies in there, yeah. Short delivery, Crawley takes it on, doesn't time it, through mid-wicket, and there'll be 2 runs here. Crawley moves to 57, Duckett 86.
Look how far in front that went, John. That's almost straight mid-wicket. And that's a pull stroke from Bumrah. So that's a bit of a concern, I think, again for India. It's not really coming on very fast. Wonder how many overs he'll have. Maybe not too many more right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's it for Bumrah. Stephen Cook is messaging from Coffs Harbour in Australia. Have you been to Coffs Harbour? I think it's between Brisbane and Byron Bay. No, I think it's between
That's south
Sydney.
Yeah. And
Sydney and maybe Brisbane. It's around there anyway.
no, I haven't been there.
I was out there. I did
I've
a
been to
surf
Byron
tour.
Bay. I've been to Byron Bay. And north, of course, we used to play in Newcastle.
Okay.
And further north, of course, as well, into Brisbane.
I've got a bowling change here. Ravindra Jadeja is yet to pick up a wicket. There was a missed stumping, wasn't there, yesterday or the day before? Would have been a real tough one for Rishabh Pant. And one off a leading edge as well, which just bounced clear. Duckett facing forward and just pushing this back to the slow left armour, who's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Duckett. Something's just coming on the field. Looks like a box for silly point fielder. Oh no, short leg fielder. And we go again. Here is Jadeja, and on the reverse sweep, powerfully hit through deep point and away to the boundary for 4. Duckett moves to 90 with a shot of assurance, and England 211 now needed. 10 wickets in hand.
Jadeja
160 without loss.
Missing his length. And Duckett straight into that. Timed it very nicely. No man covering that area. Of course, once it's outside your legs like that as well, it's going to go much more to mid-wicket, and that's where it went.
Jadeja very close to the stumps, and Duckett this time just comes forward and closes his back face on a delivery, on off stump and past short leg, but there's no run. EJ's listening from Toronto, Canada. I'll read out his message in a second. Again, he's on the reverse, and again he's going to pick up 4. This time in front of deep point. I mean, it looks like square leg, doesn't it, the way he plays at this, but this is going to force a field change, I'm pretty sure, from Shubman Gill. He's been chasing the ball throughout, and hey, look, he's going to do the same thing here. He's taking out short leg, and he's putting that as a leg slip, and there's leg slips going out to cover point. And Jadeja is switching over the wicket now to Duckett. Touch wide. Ooh, a little bit of bounce there. Duckett moves away to thrash this through the offside, and then it's almost rears up off a length. It's too wide for Duckett to be too concerned. He doesn't need to play at that, but oof. Actually, it wasn't wide, it went to his shoulder actually.
Yeah, over Duckett's shoulder.
Wasn't expecting that. Down forward and just places this nicely through vacant mid-on. Fielder on the boundary there just comes in, and that's another single. 165 without loss, and Ben Duckett is now 95 not out. What an innings this has been. What a partnership this has been. And this is soul-destroying for India, who battled so hard yesterday to seemingly make the game safe. They were in danger themselves when Shubman Gill was dismissed. All that hard work, and England are just knocking it around like it's a club game.
Well, that boundary, two emphatic boundaries. Bowling around the left arm round to Duckett and trying to pitch it in an area that the stumps and brings LBW into play. Just a little bit full, and Duckett leapt on both of them, hit them very cleanly to a vacant boundary which was on his offside. And really just more of the same that we've seen. We've seen Bumrah, we've seen Siraj operating, and now we've seen Jadeja, the three main bowlers really.
And Siraj has switched ends, and he gets a delivery on a length to just snake past the outside edge of Ben Duckett's bat, and there might be a couple of words, or maybe even Siraj has started to give up a little. He doesn't say anything to Duckett, who comes down and prods the strip. The run rate, by the way, 4.43 throughout England's innings. Required run rate from here on in, 3.
They haven't really looked uncomfortable either. There's been the odd little play and miss, and we've seen a catch this go through between keeper and sort of a wide-ish first slip, just drifting and tending to second.
Continuing around the wicket, and fired in on the pads. That's a leading edge from Duckett. He gets onto the ball, touched too soon, closes the face and tries to play it through mid-wicket. Actually is fielded by Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off. So once again, Duckett just comes down the track. This is the end that Siraj, I think, should have been bowling for a while. You know, I understand why you'd want Bumrah and Siraj at the start of the day. I do get that, but if you've got Jadeja at one end, and then you can rotate Bumrah, Siraj, and then Krishna at this Kirkstall Lane end, where most of the wickets have fallen. Thrashed through the offside. There's a chase on for the fielder, and he's done well, really well. To make up a lot of ground very quickly from deep backward point all the way along to deep point. There's another couple of runs though, and Duckett moves to 97.
Hitting things very cleanly, just a wee bit short, and again he loves that width. Duckett coming down onto the ball. Good piece of fielding to save the boundary, but a very emphatic stroke again. You know, timing all these well.
Siraj again, and Duckett cuts again, but straight into the ground, and it's taken two-handed in front of his face by the fielder at Gully. We'll feel that with no fielder down at third, there's a big gap between the wideish first slip and that Gully fielder. That could have been the moment for Ben Duckett and England. 3 centurions in first innings for India, 1 for England. Harry Brook falling 1 short. 2 centurions for India in second innings. And yet it's England now seemingly in pole position. Short delivery, it's top edged, and it's been dropped! The fielder running in from the square leg boundary has put down the chance. It was in the air for quite some time. Got 2 hands to the effort. But Ben Duckett has had a life, and it is that man again, Jaiswal, who put down 2 chances at backward point, stroke Gully, and he's now put down a big chance, running in from deep square leg, and he got to it, and he's put it down.
He got to a decent position too, really. Running, he got the right line, he could see it clearly. Siraj can't believe it. He's got an effort ball to higher than Duckett was expected, and when I say effort, it's also come a little more quickly, so that's why it's gone in the air. Didn't control the stroke, should have been caught. One of the things we said, the catches have to be a must today.
Big moment in the game. Duckett survives. Siraj is in, and he strikes Crawley on the pad, but it's a half-hearted appeal at best. And that is the end of the over. Arms are on hips. The double teapot. Siraj takes his sweater and his cap from the umpire and walks back to his position. There's a few claps, but boy, oh boy, Jeremy, that had to be taken and wasn't.
Well, I'm just looking at the language, the body language of some of the Indian players. It's kind of like 11 people just out there on their own at the moment. They're spread far and wide. They've gone past the bat a few times today. They've had sort of semi-chances, but they haven't had a first slip really at any stage of today, other than to Bumrah. And a little catch has gone through there from Siraj the last over when he was bowling from the Howard stand-in. Now he's created another opportunity for a man running in and diving towards the ball. Hit the heel of the hands and went forward.
Jadeja in, Duckett travelled down the leg side. Duckett's not got a bat on this. It's gone between Rishabh Pant and that leg slip fielder and down to the boundary just in front of us for 4 more byes. 172 without loss, England, and the target now this side of 200.
Well, that's another one that's turned, isn't it? Turned off the straight this time from Jadeja. One leapt over Duckett's shoulder last over, so things are starting to happen for him, the left armour.
Jadeja on the reverse is Duckett. There's a fielder there this time. That cover, but doesn't connect. It's taken by Rishabh Pant, and Duckett just maybe a little nervy on 98. Pushed to the right of short leg, who collects the ball and shapes to throw the ball at the stumps, but Duckett's got 1 foot behind the crease. Jadeja, I suggest, should get this on the stumps. On the reverse, Duckett connects beautifully well, and he will reach 3 figures for the 6th time in Test cricket. You can tell what it means to England's opening bat. He looks to the heavens, he takes the helmet off, and joy is etched across his face. Raises the bat to his teammates, turns to the crowd, kisses the badge, and Zach Crawley just comes over and says, well done, mate, now let's carry on. Brilliant, brilliant knock from Ben Duckett. 102 not out, and what a platform that's been set, and possibly still to go.
What an innings from him. 62 in the first innings. Now he follows that up with 102 not out at this stage. Played very nicely.
He's back just playing defensively up the track to Jadeja.
Has had to handle Bumrah with the new ball. Got through that. Got some wider ones, put them away. Lovely driving.
Last ball of the over, reverse again. He's just going to pick up a single here. It's fielded at 3rd, and that's the end of the over. There is no real wind today. There's a little fluttering at the flags, the 4 flags to the left of us, the Yorkshire flag, England, India and ECB flags. They're billowing in the breeze. It just feels like a little bit more rain in the air at the moment.
Yeah, it's been round a bit, hasn't it now?
Yeah,
it's not heavy rain, folks. It's just mizzle, really, but
you don't want to go off, right? Because it's a kind of...
Well, look, the umpires now. They're coming together, Paul Rifle, having a bit of a chat. I guess it's about the weather.
I imagine it is. I imagine it is. I mean, England obviously will want to stay out there, but it's not down to the teams anymore. It's down to the umpires. India would head off if given the opportunity. You imagine, even with 194 runs in the bank and a session and a half to go, this has been a dominant performance from England. 57 to Crawley, 103 to Duckett. Oof, that's a wind. just whips up a touch. It is gloomy, very gloomy here. Floodlights are on, and Siraj is set to continue. with a wideish first slip, a gully, deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Duckett will take a single, powerfully hitting this good length delivery along the ground. There's also some leg side fielders, which I'll just wait and describe once everybody gets into position. It's, singles taken Duckett off strike, 104. What an innings it's been. Played really well in the first innings and even better in the second.
Particularly when you consider, John, he's been a converted middle order player, hasn't he? It's not as if he's, you know, an opener right from the time that he's played the game and got accustomed to it, but he's adapted himself extremely well.
And all formats as well. Pushed by Crawley, and that's a smart bit of running, because for a second it looked like it might have been fielded by the bowler. Crawley realised it wasn't. Mid-off, or rather mid-on, was too far back. So was mid-wicket, as we're visited by a bee here on the talkSPORT balcony end. Oh, he likes you. Watch out, Jeremy, it's actually on you. It's just on your sleeve. There you go. On your collar. And off it goes. What a moment in the last over, bowled by Siraj. Duckett on 97, bouncer, took it on and dropped in the deep. And he's swinging and missing. This is a touch fuller, and Siraj has just come all the way down the track, and Duckett actually is just coming straight up to him. Crawley comes down just to give Duckett a little bit of, not quite protection, but moral backing. Siraj is one of the few Indians who's trying to get in the battle.
Yes, he is.
He's trying to get himself riled up. He's trying to get himself het up. That's what it's about. It's nothing to do with Duckett. It's Siraj knowing that this is when he plays at his best, when he's in the fight. He's just seen Duckett put down on 97 and playing and missing there. This is a more compact shot from Duckett. Comes forward and just opens the face of the back touch, plays the ball into the ground and down to third for a single. 180 without loss, and the two exchange pleasantries at the non-strikers end as Siraj walks past. Duckett 105 not out, his 6th test century. Crawley 58. And England are approaching the halfway stage of their run chase, Jeremy.
Yes, and pretty comfortably too, you'd have to say. Maybe this rain also is just helping the pitch just slide on a little bit more.
Yeah, you can see Siraj is giving the ball he's drying the ball off using the bottom of his shirt. Crawley, though, his upward stance, he comes forward and pushes this into the covers. It's fielded by Siraj, or shapes to, and then just lets it go through to Shubman Gill, I think, and it's another run. 181 without loss, England. And I think the umpires might just be about, yeah, I think they're going to call it. The covers have just been called on. It has just started to fill in, hasn't it, here at Headingley? It's not heavy rain. It's not the kind of rain. It's the kind of rain where if you walk to the shops you'd wear a jacket, but you wouldn't really be too concerned. But I don't think you could play cricket in this, and the light as well. Duckett jogs off, bat aloft, followed by Crawley. The groundsman, well, the ground staff don't seem to be in too big a rush to get those covers on. Umpires jogging off as well. And we shall see. We shall see. I don't know. It's difficult to tell. There's not the wind that we've had over the last couple of days, so you don't feel like it's going to be blown through. The concern for England would be that it just kind of sits here and doesn't go anywhere for the next half an hour, 45 minutes. But we can play. We can play late into the evening. So all of our train times are going to possibly change a little. Jeremy, those of us who were reliant on public transport to get us back to wherever we come from, and there's quite a few different locations, isn't there? I'm heading to London. You're heading back to Northamptonshire.
Yes. Yep.
Scott, the producer, when faced with 4 hours in the car with Stephen, decided he'd play golf up north
Instead.
Stephen's heading back to Corby. Nobody knows where that is.
Not far from Kettering, actually.
Harmy's going to jump in the car and head back to Ashington. Manners is staying tonight, I think, and then heading to somewhere I've never heard. Well, no, I've heard of, but I couldn't point to it on the map. I think it might be near Birmingham. And that's the team. That's the team. Bumble's already home.
Well, it's been comfortable for England, obviously, since lunch. They had such a good first session. And then while there was going to be a little bit of discomfort, perhaps with Bumble bowling again in that first part of this session, that wasn't the case, and they've just continued their merry way, actually, and none of the bowlers have really been able to really put sustained pressure on the batsman, and so it's just been looking quite an easy kind of chase, and England are getting themselves into now, and having not lost any wickets.
We're going to stick with the commentary. I think Manners and Harmy are going to jump in, I think. It seems to have got a little bit lighter, actually, so I don't know how long we're going to be off the field for. But while we wait... Yeah, well, Jeremy wants to stick around. Manners is coming in as well. Manners could tell you whether I bought the right thing from the Vietnamese as well. Don't go anywhere, folks, wherever you're listening in the world, and we know you're listening in at least 54 different countries. We've just got a little break in play. 181 without loss in England, with Crawley 59, Duckett 105. They need 190 to win, and Manners will come in after a word from Jeremy.
Yep. Well, we got Harmy, and he's finally moved into position, and it's just a question of you look at it generally from a bowling perspective, and that's what are your thoughts about the way India have approached this today? Generally, I've found it quite hard to understand. Lack of slips, lack of a fairly defensive kind of approach. Has the pitch changed at all for you?
No, not for me, Jeremy. I think you have to try and sometimes take out the way England play. Find your angles of where you think you're going to stop their boundaries. So if it's the bend ducket, it's deep point. It's that cut, deep point. Have that man, not a problem. Just thinking, right, that's one boundary option sorted. If I was bowling at bend ducket, I'm thinking, right, that boundary option sorted. I'll keep him out. The little clip off the hip down the leg side. Make sure your sort of fine leg field is in the right place, which to normal players would be, for me as a tall bowler, would be a lot finer, but for Ben it would be a lot squarer. If you want somebody out on the fence for a pull shot, great, put him out there. But I wouldn't be rushing to do that straight away, because I'd be wanting them to take me on and see if I can get it in a position of height. Then I've got my fine leg's naturally wider anyway, because I'm protecting the ball off the hip. And then all of a sudden I'm thinking, right, how am I going to get him out? So there's my boundary option stopped. And then how am I going to get him out? Well, for me, it was something unnatural to me, which was bowl really full. Something like Michael Di Veneto, he signed for Durham, but I look at Michael and played for Australia, fantastic player. But if I could get him playing through extra cover with a straight bat, I was quite happy, because I thought, right, slips in the play here, not a problem. So mid on and mid off straight, and leave that gap at extra cover, and say, right, I'm going to bowl full outside off stump, nearly half volley length, and say, right, you're comfortable hitting me down the ground because your little punch shot, not a problem, bang, I've got that covered, so them two are covered. If you want to open up and hit it with a sort of 45-degree angle bat, I think that's where I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you fidgeting outside off stump, and you're going to flick it, bring slip into play, or you might chop on because I'm quite tall. And that's where something like Krishna would be perfect to bowl at something like to bowl at a ducket. It just seems as though India And what I feel as though India have done in this fourth innings has gone, right, we'll put our boundary riders out because we know they want to hit boundaries, and we'll wait on them to make a mistake. And unfortunately, they haven't bowled consistently in the right areas, in enough balls in a row, and then every now and again they've had a release ball and it's gone for 4. So because of that, England, I'm not going to say they haven't had to work hard for their runs, because it's Test cricket, they have. But they haven't looked in any sort of danger on a 50th pitch, chasing 371. I mean, England could win this. England could win this by 10 wickets. And that tells you how bang average the India bowlers have bowled. And even Bumrah hasn't been as effective, and he's now bowled 37 overs in this match. For India to win, he's probably going to have to bowl another 10, 12. You know, that's when you're running the risk of getting Jasprit to bowl 45, 50 overs in a match. And that's far too many. So I just think England have played very nicely. They've took what's on offer and said thank you very much. How many times have we seen Crawley and Duckett just straight down the other end? Right, you have a go, because he's got no consistency bowling at me and at you together.
Now that's fair. Left hand, and then also height comes into it as well. Short player and a tall player. Yeah, I think that frankly I was disappointed with Krishna, because I thought that he was going to be the bowler to support Bumrah. Bumrah, I thought, has bowled fuller than I would have expected today, because he feels he needs to go for wickets, and he needs to bring the stumps and the pads into play rather than go for the edge, because no one else is looking like getting a wicket, and that's been one of the problems I think that they've had. They haven't had anybody to bowl from the Howard stand end.
That's where Jadeja comes into play,
and he hasn't been able to hold them off either.
But I think if he came on a lot earlier and got into the game in the first 25 minutes, it's different. I think Ben Duckett was in his 50s or 60s when the left-hander comes in. When Jadeja come on, we've seen a ball bounce and go over his head at the footmarks. You know, if ever Jadeja was going to bowl, he was going to bowl at Ben Duckett and Ben Stokes, because there's huge footmarks outside the off stump from over the wicket to the left-hander, and that solves a lot of problems, because he sticks him down that end. And if you want to take the reverse sweep, just put your 2 men back in there and say, right, let him keep playing the reverse sweep. If the ball's spitting from there, we have that catcher there, we have the slip for one that goes a little bit straighter on, and we look to try and create pressure by having them 2 fielders or them 3 fielders in play, because that's how we're going to get a wicket. Like I said before, India look as though they're trying to contain and hold in the game, and they're not looking to try and take wickets. 50th pitch, fourth innings, and I think they've let England just go about their job quite nice and easy. And until Mohammad Siraj got in the face of Ben Duckett, I mean, I'm not saying England have been, have rolled over and India have tickled the belly, but not far off, manners.
Rishabh Pant was reprimanded overnight by the ICC. Did you see that? For his petulant throwing the ball away when the umpire refused to change it. But I hope Mohammad Siraj isn't reprimanded. I don't think that was an ugly look for the game. That's a fast bowler trying his backside off, and he's bowled a lot of overs, and he's allowed to be a little bit frustrated. And I think it's a non-contact sport. You can only make contact with each other via a cricket ball, and he didn't touch him. He was up close and personal. That's okay. I'm perfectly happy with that. I was wondering, gents, whether maybe an unfair comparison, but the World Test Championship final featured 2 magnificent bowling attacks. Really, really good, fast bowling attacks. Quite inexperienced for South Africa, apart from Kagiso Rabada, but a great, one of the all-time great Australian pace attacks. And so I say maybe an unfair comparison, but I'm just looking at these 2 attacks without Anderson and Broad, and the Indian attack. Obviously, it's Jasprit Bumrah and the rest. And I'm just wondering whether there's ever been a better time or a better series to be a batsman. And someone could score 1,000. in this series. Do you think it we'll see more of the same? Batsmen filling their boots, lots of hundreds, and bowlers struggling to take wickets in the rest of the series?
Quite possibly. I'd like to think England will bowl better as the series goes on because they'll get some overs under their belt. I think we've seen a little bit like the World Test Championship. It was brilliant in the first innings. I agree with you. I didn't think it was very high quality in the second innings because I think bowlers were tired, having been bowling 4 overs and playing 3-hour matches. And I think we've seen a little bit earlier Mohammad Siraj struggling because I think the volume he's bowled in this Test match is not something he's used to. So I'd hope that both bowling attacks will get better because they'll bowl more and they'll recover, and they'll bowl more and recover, and they'll get, they'll get their skill sets better over a longer period rather than within 3-hour matches and just bowling 4 overs. So it was always a concern for me, the England attack, because what it looks like, no Broad, no Anderson, no Archer, no Wood, it wasn't sort of, and that's not being disrespectful to these lads, it's not England's first choice attack. Take Mohammad Siraj, without thinking about Mohammad Shami, this is the best India have got. And for me, I thought India were coming here with a decent attack, and that what would concern me if I was an Indian fan.
Yeah, I agree. I've been disappointed with. I mean, as far as England are concerned, it's kind of Ben Stokes and the understudies, isn't it? Really. I mean, I've called them Ben Stokes and the Attributes before, but it's another pop band, probably of the 70s this time. But I do also feel that India's attack that we were told was going to be pretty cutting edge, I've been pretty disappointed with them actually. I haven't seen the accuracy required at this level if you want to be successful, especially on the surfaces I think are going to be prepared for these 5 tests. I mean, England like pitches that are motorways. They play so much better on those, and when the ball is, if you play against New Zealand, it nibbles just a little bit, and it just holds up a little bit, and that you can't quite drive when you want to, and the ball hasn't arrived when you really would like to play your big shots. That's not the sort of surfaces I don't think we're going to be playing on those. This has been a good pitch. Look at all the hundreds that have been scored, and so I think we're going to get similar at Edgbaston, I would say. And I think probably the Oval will be the same. You'll know more about Manchester than I will.
Manchester will be slow. Manchester's been slow. In 4-day cricket, they've struggled to get results. So that was Lancashire's problem. But they had like 80-mile-an-hour bowlers. I expect Manchester to be a lot similar to what this is.
So yeah, what we're seeing, and Lords can sometimes do something. It changes so quickly at Lords, doesn't it? With cloud cover, and of course you always have the slope to work with as well. Those 2 factors come into play a little bit more than you do at some of these grounds. But I can see lots of runs, Manners, being scored, unless the bowlers are able to do as Harmy says. Get some overs under their belt, get some accuracy and some concerted kind of accuracy at the bowlers, at the batsmen. I can't. I think India have got a few problems actually with their selections.
The reason we're not bringing you ball-by-ball commentary is that there's no ball-by-ball taking place, although the covers are now being wheeled off the ground. That squally shower seems to have passed. We've actually got some watery sunshine at the moment at Headingley, so I suspect that we'll be underway pretty shortly. How much of the change, and I like to think, Harmy, that you played an era ago, and I'd like to think you, Jeremy, played sort of 2 eras ago. So how much has changed? And I probably started commentating 2 eras ago as well. I mean, for many years, decades, the 4th innings, by and large, a 4th innings run chase of over 200, and you were sort of like, I'll do well to get there. So how much of the change over the course of the last 30 years has been physical, changes in pitches, and how much of it's been mental and a change of not being dictated to by history, and believing that records are there to be broken, and we can chase 250, we can chase 300, and now we can chase over 350 and feel confident about it. I mean, England, if England keep doing it, in a couple of years' time, they'll be cocky about chasing 350 rather than just confident. So what are the changes that have seen Test cricket changed so profoundly?
I think there's quite a few. I think the obvious change is the franchise white ball phenomenon that came around is the T20 when it started here in 2002, IPL in 2008. Nearly every country having a franchise tournament by probably about 2015. So the white ball and players hitting and our bats getting bigger and everything like that. But I would say there would be a detriment to technique. And I think the techniques have gone a bit different to what they were before. You're not as confident in defence. For me in England, it's the facilities. A lot of it is the facilities. So in the example is if it rains during my era, if it rained for best part of 2 hours, you wouldn't play for the rest of the day and you wouldn't play into tomorrow. Now, because you are on the field within 20 minutes, no matter what. I mean, can you remember at Lloyd's a couple of years ago that you couldn't see a blade of grass for water? It was flooded underwater. As soon as it stopped raining, it started 40 minutes later. And I think because of that, the water gets sucked out the ground. So all the moisture gets sucked out the ground. So a lot of these pitches we see are green for 2 days beforehand because they're trying to keep moisture in them. But for 5 days, there's no moisture in the surfaces. They're held together quite nicely, and they are very, very good surfaces to not just to bat on, but I think to play cricket on. We've had some good wickets over here. So because the bounce of the ball's a lot truer, for longer, and put that with a technique and put that with a mindset of forward think of scoring, then I think we've got a game which I think is quite positive now and quite proactive. And I think because of that, I think is it better? No, I don't think it is better. Is it worse? No, I don't think it is worse. Are cricketers better than they were in my generation? I don't think so. Are they better than what they were in Jeremy's generation? The legends will still be the legends and we'll be able to play in each one. I just think physically they're obviously they move with the times. But for me, with all that coming into the mix, I think we've got a decent product here, and players like Ben Stokes and mentalities like Ben Stokes as a leader will feel as though we might be sitting here in 5 years' time thinking, because they will eventually go and chase over 419, and we will potentially get a 450 chase and potentially get more if they keep moving the goalposts that little bit higher.
I think the bowlers, that's one of the issues for me, is that bowlers aren't accustomed to bowling 40 overs a match. Whereas I think when I was playing, you would expect your opening bowlers to be able to bowl 20 to 22 overs a day, that they could come back for 4 spells if they had to. Chatfield, for us, who was a sort of a number 3 bowler, would bowl a 5th spell if we had to, if one of the others wasn't on song for the day. So I'm not sure whether today's cricketers can quite do that much unless they've had that preparatory kind of work that you've been describing.
And our spinners not turning the ball now because they're playing so much less for longer format of the game. I would imagine they did in my time, and I'm sure they did in your time. The spinner was there to spin it. Now he's not so much there to spin it, is he?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. If I was a spinner, I wouldn't mind bowling on this. Actually, to bowl quickly and into an area like that, I wouldn't have to tempt them too much. I think you'd just come in and you'd bowl relatively hard at those. Look at how substantial those areas that the three of us can see. They are big targets. Okay, some of them are a bit full, but there's a couple there on the second stride that you'd say to yourself, if I hit that, that's going to provide some difficulty for the batsman, and I'll have a couple of men in close, and I'll have perhaps men at maybe even sort of 50% of the way to the boundary to take the catch, because it's bounced a little bit more and taken a top edge. Those kinds of things. So I'm interested in the bowling component. I can see the batting. I can understand the batting being much stronger than it was and the style that you play now. Openers are a bit different. They normally come from the middle order now, and then they move them up and they attack. You don't see so many openers being just openers nowadays. Aren't too many Tom Lathams, who plays for New Zealand, for example, only red ball cricket, although Eden plays ODI cricket as well.
Playing for Warwickshire at the moment, isn't
Warwickshire,
he?
yeah, you got
Scoring some runs.
got a few runs yesterday. I think 70 odd yesterday. Batting at number 3 for Warwickshire.
So apparently gone down very, very well with the Bears establishment, and I'm completely unsurprised. He's absolute gentleman. They're back on the field, ladies and gentlemen, listening around the world, and we're underway. We're resuming. It's the last ball of the 48th over. Mohammad Siraj bowls to Ben Duckett, who plays defensively. We did tell you that it wouldn't be a long rain break, and the good news is that the rain radar doesn't have anything on it imminently. In fact, we can see some blue sky for the first time today. A few white clouds around. It's mostly overcast still. The floodlights are still on, but it's bright, and we've got sunshine. And England are smiling at 181 without loss. They are not yet halfway. They need another 190 to win. And you and I talked about losing overs, Harmy. That of course we have an hour's grace before we actually do start to lose some overs. So the asking rate is still at a can't believe I'm saying this, a modest 4.3 or 4.4. I mean, you know, that used to be seen as a mountain to climb. Here's Jadeja continuing with his left arm spin. Zach Crawley helps himself to a single to deep backward square leg, just flicking that off his pads. But that's the mentality. You made a very good point there. Of course, I tend to forget that, how much white ball play. It's because when I first started watching Test cricket, the idea, apart from Ian Botham, the idea was to stop the ball, to prevent the ball from hitting your stumps.
Yeah, hitting your stumps, yeah.
Rather than hitting the ball, really, primarily, for top order players. Jadeja in again, and Duckett pushes defensively. And now it's just, you know, hit the ball. That's your first job.
First, it is to hit the ball. And the majority of the time you stop the ball from hitting your stumps and it hit you on the pads. Because it was a side-on game, it was going down leg side because you were side-on to the game.
Jadeja in, Duckett, there's another reverse sweep. It was an improvised reverse sweep. He got into position to play the reverse sweep, but then it was the wrong length. It was a bit too short, wasn't he? So it ended up playing the stand-up reverse.
Stand-up reverse sweep, which from a Ben's point of view, it's not much different to the little bit further down, and he adjusted very, very well. Jadeja probably seen him going, so he's dragged his length back a touch and just turned right-handed for a second and guided it around the corner.
Here's Jadeja once more up to the crease, and Jack Crawley pads that one away, lets it hit him on the pad, pitching outside leg stump. Do you think you have to have played the game at some level to understand what the point you were making earlier about the complications of having two different batsmen, not only right hand, left hand, but how the difference in their physicality, one being pushed away by Crawley into a gap on the offside, clever stuff. One being, what was he, 6'6", and the other one being 5'8". Do you think you have to have played, do you think you have to have bowled to understand what difference that is required, given that, you know, Crawley can lunge forward, he's got this big reach, Duckett has, I think that people will grasp that. I think they would don't have to have bowled to understand the difference. I think Jadeja in again, Duckett defends, no run, 184 without loss.
Yeah, I think it would help if you've got some bowling background behind you. I think you'd understand it quicker if that's the case. But I think from even a non-cricketer who enjoys the game of cricket and watching, I think common sense shows that when somebody gets a big stride in, there's a difference of how big that stride is, respect of the size of the stature of the person. And someone like Ben Duckett's not going to get too much of a big stride in, or even some players. You've got someone like Marcus Trescothick who's sitting down there. He's looking up before. He's sitting on the balcony. Marcus Trescothick didn't move his feet. Marcus stands at 6 foot, just over, and Marcus Trescothick would probably move his feet less than Ben Duckett. He's a bigger guy, but so it was a lot different bowling to Tres as well.
Prasid Krishna in short, pulled away with disdain for 4 by Crawley. Through mid-on, not the finest effort from Jasprit Bumrah, and I'll leave it at that because I can't bring myself to criticise Jasprit Bumrah for anything. And he's a great and he's a hero. Not his best dive.
No, I actually thought he got in. I thought he got close to it. He got there. It just bounced. If we watch it again, it just bounces over his arm.
Oh, okay. I'll take any excuse on behalf of him. Krishna in, edge, gone! Kyle Rahul takes the catch at first slip, Crawley's gone! And finally, India have a breakthrough. Finally, they'll hope that it's the golden key that opens the door to some more wickets. Crawley edges it, said Steve Harmison before a ball was bowled when India only had 1 slip to him. Crawley edges it, and finally he edges it.
He'll be upset with that, Zach Crawley. He really will. He's been hitting them into the ground all day, has Zach Crawley. All innings, I should say. When that length's been bowled, he's been defending it into the ground. He had a huge gap, but this time, having just hit a 4 off a back foot, he's thinking there's a great big gap there in front of extra cover. I can hit this for 4. And unfortunately, he's just leaning back a touch. His right shoulder come in. There was just a little twist in the bat, and because of that, he's nicked it to slip. And I tell you what, Manners, that's a fantastic catch from KL Rahul. It really is. That's hit KL Rahul very, very hard. About 1.5 slips, and he's gone. He's had to still. His hands are down. He's not gone fingers up, Australian style. He's gone hands with it. He's kept going. And do you know why? I think it's made that look a lot easier. Because he's took it like a wicket keeper. When we see this again, Manners, you'll see it. And he's gone up with it, and he's gone with that wicket keeper style. And I think his wicket keeper background has made him take that catch a little bit easier. If that's Jaiswal or that's Karen there, I'm not sure they're catching that.
Yeah, pushing it over the bar.
Yeah, pushing it over the bar.
And he's taken it almost behind him.
Shoulder length behind him. Yeah. I think that's going up with the hands and kept going. He took that like he would as though he had gloves on. So excellent catch from KL Rahul. And a good innings from Zach Crawley. A really good innings. Positive partnership. Put England into a fantastic position in this game.
I couldn't agree more. I think he played within himself, and that was exactly what England needed. Outside the off stump now, Prasid Krishna. The new batsman is Ollie Pope. That is the second highest opening partnership of all time in the 4th innings for England. They just snuck ahead of Boycott and Brearley, Geoffrey Boycott and Mike Brearley in Hyderabad in 1978 against Pakistan. The highest 4th innings opening partnership for England of all time. 203, Gooch and Atherton in Adelaide in 1991. Here's Prasid Krishna into Ollie Pope, who's off the mark in emphatic style with a little clip off his toes, which runs all the way across the practice wickets, barely losing pace, and eventually trickles into the ropes. Mohammad Siraj was the man chasing it, and I think he thought that it would slow up and he would be able to catch up with it, but he just never did.
In that situation, man, as a fielder, you either want it to slow up or hurry up. Yeah, if he hurries up, then you can sort of give the game up a lot quicker, especially after you've been bowling for quite a while.
Prasid Krishna in once again outside the off stump. Ollie Pope shoulders arms, lets that one fly through to the keeper. Glad to say that Rishabh Pant seems to have recovered from the knock on the knee that he took a wee bit earlier. I thought Zach Crawley's 65 came from 128 balls, and so many fans and proponents of the new positive style of play have said about Bazball, it's all well and good when the conditions suit that, but when the match situation or physical conditions require something different, then be prepared to adapt. And I think hats off to Zach Crawley there. You know, I think he's, sometimes you don't deliberately drop anchor, you just sort of get left behind by your opening partner or your partner in a batting partnership, and if that happens, then go with it. You know, play the the support role outside the off stump here, long way outside the off stump by Prasad Krishna. Did you see Paul Rifle just going out with the arms there? He started, didn't he?
He was about to, then he reached for the jumper and thought, I'm not having one more of this, right, there you go, and then off you go. But you talk about partner, that's the art of a good partnership, and having a good relationship with your partner, and you know, having a batting partner is great. I mean, I can only experience from a bowling partnership, and we've mentioned Simon Jones a few times there. Hoggy was here the other day, but you know, Flintoff was the fourth seamer along with Giles in that partnership, and you know, if you knew the ball was swinging and it was going well, you know, I would be bringing my length back and trying to put the batter on the back foot, bounces every now and again, because you know that your partner's in a good space and he's got the ball moving.
Ravi Jadeja into Ben Duckett, another reverse sweep, hit it really hard, hit it very, very well indeed. And a despairing dive from Prasad Krishna down on the deep, we go deep point or deep backward square leg, because it was a reverse sweep.
Deep backward square leg, but the way Ben Duckett's batting, because he's batting right-handed at the minute, the some balls to Jadeja. It was a clean hit, it wasn't the greatest effort. I don't think Krishna was ready there. I think he was taking a drink and had his jumper on it. He's thrown his jumper on, he had to throw his jumper on the ground and then chase the ball. I think that's why Jadeja's given him such a filthy look.
Fortunately, he's a long way away, but it's another 4 for Ben Duckett, who comes forward now and punches this one, well, blocks it really out towards mid-wicket. Shardul Thakur does the fielding. It's no wonder that Ben Duckett's playing that shot. I mean, you know, if he does top edge, there's nobody there to deter him from reverse sweeping. The field is crying out for that shot, unless he absolutely smashes one in the middle and actually hits it right-handed to deep backward square leg, longest boundary on the ground. Now that just tucks it off his pads for another single down to Jasprit Bumrah on the long leg boundary. It's 197 for 1. Duckett's up to 111. Ollie Pope has 4. Zach Crawley gone for 65. I rather hope that I don't get used to these mammoth run chases, or I don't take them for granted. I mean, I don't mind seeing. I wouldn't mind seeing a few more. I've enjoyed. I was at Edgbaston when England chased the massive 373 against India a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. As now Ollie Pope guides Jadeja to backward point, fielded by Bumrah once more, and there's no run. But I still find it a bit epic, to be honest.
Yeah, I like it when there's a little bit of spice in the wicket, there's a bit of spit and bounce.
Driven out towards extra cover by Ollie Pope, and there's no run. A friend of mine messaged me and said, why do you keep saying it's a good pitch when, you know, it hasn't deteriorated? We want pitches to deteriorate. That's the natural course of the game. It's not a good pitch, it's too flat. Short cut for 4 by Pope. Quick hands, so quick to seize on the length. And it's cut away for 4, and it brings up the 200 for England. 201 for 1. My reply to my mate was, how many wickets have fallen?
Yeah, it is a good pitch. It is. I think it is a good pitch. I think, you know, my reply is, how well have the bowlers bowled? And I don't think they've bowled as well as what the batters have batted on it.
Still had 31 wickets.
31 wickets so far. Bumrah looked, you know, unbelievable on it. You know, Stokes is a menace and a threat. The bowlers just I don't think the bowlers have bowled that well, but I like it when there's sometimes a little bit of uneven bounce, and you know, in the golfing terms, you know, you got a PGA Tour event, the 24 under wins the tournament. They just pick out a spot, hit the driver in the middle of the fairway, hit a wedge on the green putt, and there was something nice about the US Open when it goes in the rough, or you know, 1 over par, or the only player in a major event is under par to win the tournament. I quite like that as well.
Here comes Prasad Krishna once again, and it's punched out towards mid-on, and there's no run. My absolutely favourite thing about that is when a highly paid professional has a real whinge, has a proper moan, calls it unfair.
You call it unfair and have a real struggle, but what you do is you see a huge amount of skill level and a heart determination to, you know, get the job done. That for me is a great trait for somebody.
Short pulled by Ben Duckett. He's playing a wonderful innings here. 4 more. it's just the speed of his eyes. I mean, his hands, we take his speed of his hands for granted, but it's the speed of the cognitive acceptance of length, and length particularly. Just so quick, isn't he? Just to say, I can pull that. And it helps that he's short.
It helps the sort of stature he is. That does help, but I mean, there's nothing on this ball. I mean, it really isn't. He's Prashad Krishna. When he gets it right, he gets it to about 85 to 88 mile an hour. You know, that there, I bet he was about 81, 82, and it was dragged down.
Krishna in again, and this time Ben Duckett struck on the pad as he tries to work it through the leg side. And it's a leg by. He's missed out on a scoring opportunity. He's been really hard on himself in this innings, Ben Duckett. The slightest mistake and he's berating himself. He just punched himself in the helmet there. And England are 206 for 1. I bet you a pint Prashad Krishna doesn't play at Edgbaston.
I'm not gonna top trumpet and say I bet you 2 pints, because I'm not gonna get 1 pint, am I? So, yeah, I don't think Krishna plays there. I think they've got real trouble, India. If we're led to be right, Bumrah is not going to play, because that's what a lot of the Indian journalists are saying, press are saying. India.
Bowled him! Prashad Krishna right on cue. Who did you say is not going to play at Edgbaston?
I might be getting that pint now, Manners. I might be getting that pint.
Hit leg stump. Ollie Pope doesn't want to leave. He seems to be waiting and hoping that it might be a no ball, but did he get an edge? Did he inside edge that?
Inside edge onto his inner thigh pad, onto the stumps, and Prashad Krishna, he's had a struggle. He really has had a struggle. He's bowled 8 overs for 50. He's now got 2 wickets. And Ollie Pope, he'll be disappointed with that, because he actually looked as though he's less frantic than he normally is. He had a lovely clip through mid-wicket. Beautiful square cut off Jadeja. India are now in a huddle. It looks like Bumrah is having a real go. He's see from behind, his hands going, he's pointing fingers. Bumrah's getting into India. Have they opened the door for England? Well, 13,000 test runs is walking to the crease in front of his home crowd, and Joe Root, seen it all before, just punches gloves with Ben Duckett, but India are still in that huddle, Manners.
Good, isn't it? Very good. I wonder whether Shubman Gill would have asked the great Jasprit Bumrah to have a word, or whether he took it upon himself to do so. Bumrah has thrown his support emphatically behind.
The answer to your question is
Shubman Gill wasn't on the field.
Well, Shubman Gill wasn't on the field.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know whether we're going to read much into that, but how interesting. Shubman Gill was off the field for some reason. He just ran off, just call of nature, something like that. And it was Jasprit Bumrah. I wonder whether Jasprit Bumrah called the huddle. Is he vice captain officially?
No, Rishabh Pant's vice captain. Yeah. Well, the huddle came and Jasprit was pointing, and Shubman Gill was on a comfort break.
Wow. Prashad Krishna then to Joe Root. First delivery right up in the block hole, and not only dug out, but dug out it towards mid-wicket, and they go through for an easy single, and Joe Root is underway, off the mark, first ball. 207 for 2 now, England, needing another 164 to win, so well over halfway, and no shortage of batting to come. Harry Brook next. Captain Ben Stokes. I don't know whether Ben Stokes is ever out of form. People say, well, look at his scores, but you know, in Test cricket. Here's Prashad Krishna again, and cut away by Ben Duckett for 4 more. Tiniest bit of width. The problem Prashad Krishna has, see, he does bowl the occasional good ball, but he's bowling a 4 ball and over, if not 2.
If not 2, and that's it's not short and wide, it's wide. I mean, he's not short there. It's full of length, but because of the way Ben Duckett plays, he's nearly hit that from behind the stumps. Give himself some sort of depth of the crease. Waited till it got to the top of the bounce, and then put it away for 4. I was thinking this morning. Talking to Moni Moka, Moni said that the bowlers had a real struggle. Seamers bowling from that bottom end, and I was like, well, why didn't Jasper bowl there? Because it's all about run-up and about momentum and about getting to the crease. And Siraj needs some momentum, Krishna needs some momentum. This fellow walks about 3.5, 4 steps and then jumps and then hops.
Bumrah into Joe Root outside the off stump and left alone. The reason that Bumrah's come back is because he's dismissed Joe Root 11 times in Test. Or is it 10?
Is it 10? I thought it might be 12, Might be 10. It's double figures anyway.
I thought it was 10 before the Test, and then he got him in the first innings, so 11, I thought. But
I seen a graphic on this morning and downstairs, and it was Root, then Cummins, then Khawaja, then Head. That's who he's dismissed the most.
Here is Bumrah once again, bowls to Joe Root, hurries him. The nip backer, the one that's just, I don't know whether it was a wobble seam, but it nipped back into Joe Root and almost caused him to lose balance as he flicked it off his pads for a single down to long leg where Prasid Krishna does the fielding. Anyway, Root was interviewed on TV about facing Bumrah because, I think Ian Ward on Sky said something like, we wouldn't go so far as to say that you're his rabbit, but you have been dismissed by him, whatever it was, 11 or 12 times. And Joe being Joe was very honest, well, he's a very good bowler.
Very good, yeah, he is. He is a very good bowler.
Here's Bumrah once again, and that's pushed away out in the offside by Ben Duckett. I know it's interesting that the Indian journalists are talking about Bumrah not playing at Edgbaston, but our secret inside mole in the Indian camp told me that because there's a week between Test matches, our friend in the Indian camp told us that actually the plan was he thought the plan was to him play in the first 2 because there's a week.
Yeah, that makes more sense. But I'd want Jasper for Lords with the slope and everything that goes with the slope. I'd do anything to make sure he's fit and available for Lords. So if he has this week off, plays at Edgbaston, can he back it up with going to Lords as well? 3 or 4 days in between.
212 for 2. Here's Jasprit Bumrah and to Ben Duckett, who's seeing the ball very nicely indeed now, despite the grey skies overhead, and steers that one away behind square on the offside. Excuse my ignorance or my failing memory. I can't remember you ever being wrapped in cotton wool.
No. I think did I not play something like 40
tests in a row?
I think 45 test matches in a row. Excuse me. I think me and Hoggard bowled 45 test matches in a row.
Yeah, I mean, just even in a long Ashes campaign, I can't remember people saying, well, we're not sure if Harmison, if he can play here because, they're back-to-back tests. Here's Bumrah again outside the off stump, and Joe Root leaves that alone outside the off stump. I actually can't remember it of any bowlers in your sort of era.
No, I remember trying to think and going through it. Played Bangladesh, played the first one, missed the second test match. Bangladesh missed Sri Lanka. Then played all 4 against the West Indies. Played all 7 at home. Went to South Africa. Even though I got injured at the Wanderers, still had to play Pretoria. Fletcher thought it would be a risk by playing him, but played in Pretoria.
Bumrah in once more, and Root pushes out towards cover. No run. So you weren't fully fit in Pretoria?
No, I wasn't. I came off. I remember I missed the whole of one of the days because I did something with my calf, and they thought they'd be able to strap it up. We strapped it up, got through the last test match, and then we played the Bangladesh 2, Ashes 5. Went to India, played there. Sorry, went to Pakistan, played there. Went to India, played there. So yeah, I think every single test match throughout that 2.5, 3 year period where what England had, I think me, Hoggard and Flintoff played in every one of them, and the only one that was different in that series, in that time was Anderson for Jones. So yeah, some bowlers do like getting wrapped up in cotton wool, but some of the older bowlers from the last generation of Manners wants to talk about, they didn't. They enjoyed playing Jon Norman.
Prashid continuing, and Ben Duckett eases this through the covers, or into the covers where it's fielded. Another run, 121, Joe Root 2 not out, 214 for 2, England, needing 157 more runs to win, and they've got a lot of time to get those runs as well. Still one delivery shy of 50 overs remaining in this match if the weather allows, and as things stand, the weather looks as good right now as it has done all day. There's actually some blue sky overhead, just a few little patches, one big dark cloud just travelling overhead. It's not going to hit us though. The floodlights are on. And there's still a good crowd in here. Word will no doubt be reaching those in Leeds and Headingley that the chase is on. A couple more wickets for India, and maybe things are going to get a little more tense, but as things stand, despite Joe Root new to the crease, and he's forward and clipping this through mid-wicket, where it's fielded. England may have lost a couple of wickets, but there's been no reduction in the run scoring. Ben Duckett actually seems to have taken it as his cue to score quicker.
Yeah, India have got no answer to bowl at Duckett. They really haven't. They don't know whether to bowl full at him, to bowl short at him. You know, the back of a length ball is where he's most destructive when it comes to a run scoring point of view. India, or even Bumrah, even the great Bumrah, they've all had a real struggle of being able to bowl 2, 3, 4 dot balls to Ben Duckett.
Oh, that's a good delivery from Krishna though. Joe Root beaten past the inside edge, I think. Rishabh Pant diving to his left to take the ball, and Root just coming down and having a little prod at the track. And this is what we saw yesterday against the right-hander, and we were wondering about Krishna. That's a good ball, that. It's really nipped into the right-handed Joe Root, and that's where the problems lie. Duckett has played wonderfully well, but being a left-hander at that end does seem to make things just a fraction easier. Not getting that bounce, and that's a good nut from Krishna, who now goes short, and he has Joe Root looking uncomfortable on the pull. And is there going to be overthrows? Duckett's got to get back quick. There's a chance to run out, and if the throw had been better, possibly Duckett could have been found wanting. Now that isn't what England need, a run out right now. Duckett, who's dived to make up his ground, is just going to have to readjust his left pad. He's taken his gloves off, and Rishabh Pant's just going over just to have a little word.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a calamity there. It was actually very well backed up, because there was some venom in that throw. A little flick of the stumps, and that was 5 runs to England. So it was well backed up, but because he had to dive to back it up and then throw off balance, Ben Duckett was easy to get back. But you're right, Krishna's bowled nicely. He's bowled some good balls. But in this, I would say the whole test match, it's been like that. You get one that nips back or nips away, goes past the batter, and then he follows it up by two sort of 4 balls, a full one or a short and wide one, and then all of a sudden you go, well, you just release the pressure.
Yeah, and that will come with experience. You know, he is bowling at just shy of 90 miles an hour. There's a lot of effort, there's a lot of pressure, expectation. He's playing for his place. There's a lot going on. This is in again, and Duckett just defends into the covers. No run. Lots of people getting in touch still. Spencer Lancaster listening from Belek in Turkey on holiday. Our old producer James Savundra, who was part of the talkSPORT cricket team on our very first overseas tour back in 2018. He's on holiday at the moment, listening in. Where did he say he was again? Let's have to check. Alicante. Hello, James. Pitched up, and that is an absolute rasper of a delivery on a length has Duckett playing forward, and then it leaps up, does the ball, zips past the outside edge, taken by Rishabh Pant, and Ben Duckett actually just stands there and he kind of thinks, well, I'll give that one to the bowler, and I've got 120.
Yeah, well bowled. Bumrah bowled 3 or 4 to him earlier, and he just went, well bowled.
He did. He looked at the pitch and actually had a face of, well, I've got 100 and I don't need to pretend. That was a very good ball. It beat me. And
Bowl me another.
just try again. It's the end of the over though, so I'm still here. 2 slips and a gully in place. Backward point is cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket for Joe Root, who's hurried up a touch by Jasprit Bumrah, bowling from the Howard stand. Can't beat mid-wicket. It is a curious game when you feel there's more tension with Joe Root at the crease than whoever he's batting with. It doesn't happen very often, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But England are on such a good position. Yeah, having Joe at the crease, they'll start easing that tension, hopefully, for England.
You know, I said that the best weather conditions of the day. I knew I shouldn't have said that. Trademark Joe Root shot here. He'll pick up 4 through third man. You won't need me to tell you how he's done it. Using the pace of the ball, getting on top of the bounce, opening the face and guiding it through backward point and down to the boundary. 4 more to England. 152 needed. 219 for 2. And T has been pushed back. Here is Bumrah again, and this time clipped. That's in front of mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding. Shy at the stumps from Jadeja. But Root is through for a single. He moves to 7. That gets Duckett on strike, and the field has to change around again.
Seems to be a few more people in now, John, I think, than there was in that first session. So they're sensing that England are potentially going to do something famous. There's a lot of people in the stand, the Howard stand in the top tier above on the opposite side. They'll have a great view of Jasprit Bumrah from up there.
Here is Duckett with a wideish first slip in place, and he plays defensively back down the track. No run. Most consecutive tests for England. What were you guys talking about? That's Gary Morgan.
Bowlers in cotton wool. Bowlers getting wrapped up in cotton wool and getting miss here and miss a test match there and getting looked after. And
so you'd imagine it would be pretty much batters at the top of the consecutive.
It would always be batters
yeah,
at the top of the
it does make sense. It
there
is.
Wouldn't be a great deal of bowlers.
So Alistair Cook at the top of it. 159 matches in a row.
Joe's 155, is he?
No. This is consecutive tests. He's missed a couple, isn't he? Ben Duckett on the hook. What a shot that was! He steered this ball on the hook. Usually a hook is a shot that has an element of danger to it, but he's almost paddle hooked. There's a fielder at deep square leg and there's one at fine leg, and he's managed to rifle the ball between the 2 and away for 4. Brilliant shot.
Yeah, great. He guided it, used the pace and guided it round the corner. Ben gets into trouble when he tries to hit the short ball. When he tries to pull the short ball, by hitting it forcefully.
So like in front of square.
So when he's going hard at it, that one there, he used the pace and guided it round the corner.
Joe Root is second on the list with 77. Alan Knott third with 65 consecutive matches as Bumrah again comes in and Duckett pushes this into the covers. There's an all-rounder at 4 in the list. That rain's coming in, and I think the play, it may... Let's have a look. No, the umpires are walking back to their square leg umpires, walking to the stumps. And there they are, just having a little look.
All round it.
And that rain has just got a little bit heavier. The clouds is coming from behind us, so it is impossible to know what's coming, essentially.
It looked as though, looking at the trees to our left, it looked as though it was raining a lot heavier than when they went off before. But I think give it a couple of minutes and it's now just stopped. Beefy?
Yep. Actually, he's in third place, joint third with Alan Knott, 65 matches in a row. And then a couple of old England openers, not that old actually. They are both of your era, but they made their debuts, one of them late 80s, one of them early 90s. And
Not Stewart.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you play as many Test matches as them, you're gonna play a lot of consecutive. Stewie broke his finger a couple of times, didn't he? A couple of bad injuries. He actually missed one. They thought he had chickenpox in Sydney in 2003. He missed a Test match there.
He was dropped, Stewart, for a while. He came back as a keeper. This is clipped away by Joe Root. Down to backward square leg for a single. And then it is
Where's
Root.
the higher bowl? Where's the bowlers?
Well, that's what I'm going to get to. Well, who is the... Blimey. Ah! Well, I will have to check one, but there is one. Played 47 tests in a row. And he's only just retired.
It's obviously Jimmy
Yeah,
Stewart.
the other one.
Yeah, Broad.
Yeah, he's the highest in the list. Genuine bowler. A couple of all-rounders in there. Duckett one opens the face a touch and just sun out now at Headingley as he takes another single, moves to 126. Joe Root is 8 not out, 226 for 2. England will require 145 more runs to win. Never has, when they needed 220, 230, 200, well, maybe not 250 so much, but certainly by the time they got to about 220, 230, never has that amount of test runs seemed, I don't know, easy is not the right word, but comfortable for a chasing team on day 5 at Headingley. Root has just dropped this down to the offside along the ground at point, and he's set off immediately, wanting to come back for a second, and he's done so. Bumble running in from the boundary at third. 228 for 2. Partnership of 22.
Yeah, you're right. We're talking to Paul and Charlie Baker at Paul Hawksby and Charlie Baker on H&J, 1:15. England needed 265, and at not one point did I feel as though India had any chance.
Yeah.
Madness, isn't it?
It is. Clipped through mid-wicket, and that's a good bit of fielding actually, not quite timed from the bat of Joe Root, but it's fielded, pick up one hand, and Ben Duckett was watching it all the way and he wasn't going to go anywhere, and he was right not to. Good bit of fielding from Siraj, keeps Joe Root on strike. 2 balls left of Krishna's 10th over, and he has picked up both wickets to fall. Zach Crawley edging to first slip, where Cowra Hall took a good catch, and inside edge onto the stumps via the pad. Ollie Pope going for 8. Yorker, and it's dug out and played back to Krishna. I mean, the post-mortem for India is going to be painful, isn't it? If you're in a position where you hit you're 430 for 3 on day 2 of a Test match, you then set what is would be the second highest run chase ever successfully completed by your opposition. 5 centuries in the match. Short, and Joe Root is too soon onto the pawl, and he scuffs it to mid-wicket. You know, first Test as skipper for Shubman Gill as well.
Can get venomous, very venomous when India lose with their former players, their media. The thing for me is not so much the post-mortem by the outside, it's where their mentality is going to be in the inside. India have had this game won about 3 or 4 times, and it looks like they're going to lose it, or they've got a long way to losing it. It's how they pick themselves up off the floor with that young captain and young coach, that their young team that they've got.
Yeah, and also if you can't win from those positions, where can you win? And that's going to be their
100%.
problem, because they've got Jasprit Bumrah in this side, and they won't always have that. And no matter what position they find themselves in at Edgbaston or at Lords, they're going to know that England can come back at them. Bumrah continuing, and gets an inside edge from the bat of Ben Duckett that actually travels back towards the batter and nutmegs him, and goes down to leg slip. If there had been one, it comes through for a single. Bumrah's yet to pick up a wicket in second innings. Duckett 126 not out, his 6th Test century that we brought you here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Mooney and the Ox says hello from Pittsburgh, enjoying the commentary. And the Druid listening from Copacabana in Rio, where I once listened or followed a cricket game 11 years ago. 2 slips in the gully in place for Jasprit Bumrah, and Joe Root just steps forward and lets this one go through to the keeper, Rishabh Pant. Jeremy Coney is, well, it's not quite a hot seat because it's not that warm today. It's not wet, it's not a wet seat either. Thankfully, the rain that swept in just after the lunch break. It didn't stick around for too long, but there is a chance of another shower or two. I just feel a little mizzle in the air. And Bumrah comes in again, too wide, left alone by Joe Root. Thomas Davies, a nervous listener from Lima in Peru. Have you travelled around South America
Yes,
much?
I have. Machu Picchu and the train.
Bless you.
Yes, thank you. It's great place to go to. I've had the cocoa tea.
Cocoa tea?
Yes,
Ooh.
the Coke tea, a little leaf in it.
Nice.
It stops the headache as you go higher and higher.
Oh, really? At
Yeah.
altitude?
Yeah.
Bumrah again. Ooh, a little bit more bounce, but again, Root not tempted to play. Sean McAlpine, an Australian Kiwi listening from a family wedding in Italy, Ischia. I'm sure that's very, very pleasant. And Michael Carson's loving the coverage of this enthralling match in Osaka in Japan. I tell you what, the wicket of Joe Root here, just... And Bumrah still with a couple of overs of this spell to go. That would be interesting. Touch straighter this time, and Joe Root comes forward. Tries to play this through mid-wicket, but picks out the fielder. Do you think Bumrah plays at Edgbaston? Whatever happens here, Jeremy?
No, I wouldn't play him at Edgbaston. I'd give him a rest. Edgbaston is typically, you know, the pitches there, they're pretty flat. If anything, they help spin bowling the more the game goes on rather than seamers. I think I'd hold him back.
Maybe Kuldeep Yadav. Oof, on the drive again, but this is miscued up to mid-off from the bat of Joe Root, who was targeting extra cover, maybe mid-off. Either way, end of the over. Another one which has seen Jasprit Bumrah unsuccessful in his hunt for wickets, and England find themselves 229 for 2. I asked a question of Ben Jones, who's working for CricViz in the room that we're sharing. Said, who do you expect to take more wickets in this series? Ravindra Jadeja or Shoaib Bashir? Now that is a question that if it had been asked 5 days ago, I don't think it would have been asked actually. I mean, what would be your answer to that question, Jeremy?
Well, the way that they're being used...
Krishna to continue, looking to add to his 2 wickets, and this is defended by Duckett, no run.
Shoaib being brought in and, you know, attacking with the spinner. I think probably I would say Bashir at the moment. I don't think Jadeja's getting into the game enough. He's an important player for India, and this side as it's in its transition. I think he should be used much more earlier with the ball. He should be given fields that he wants.
Full delivery, and Duckett launches into a cover drive, which is fielded at mid-off by Siraj, no run.
And if the pitches are going to be like this, then that's an in-out field. Perhaps, you know, you want people to attack the defence. We saw him today go over the shoulder. Now that's quite unusual of Duckett, who's in on around about 90 and, you know, seeing the ball well.
Duckett asked if that was the one for the over. Full again, driven, and 4 from the bat of Ben Duckett. Extra cover. He was a touch square, went down the stages. I think it was Sai Siddharthan, almost as though he didn't want to get his fingers to that. It was really hit hard. And Duckett moves to 131.
He's driven well, hasn't he?
Really hit that, though, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he really gave that one.
That was a bit like Rishabh Pant. Yeah, he really muscles the ball, doesn't he? Really, it's all shoulders and power, rather than kind of high elbows and classic stroke play.
Shardul's bowled a bit better here. Sorry, not Shardul. Krishna's bowled a wee bit better in this spell, I think.
Yeah, he has. Round the wicket, short delivery and pulled to mid-on, no run. But, you know, I just think the question in itself is, you know, Bashir only made his debut at the start of last year.
Oh, yeah.
And for India, who possess so much spin threat, and of course have just seen Ravichandran Ashwin walk away from the game. You know, you watch them play white ball cricket, and they've probably got 10 different spinners, whereas England's white ball spin attack, short and edged over vacant leg slip and down to the boundary for 4 more. Duckett moves to 135. England 237 for 2. They need 134 more runs to win with 8 wickets in hand.
Wrong line, Krishna. You've got that going from round the wicket at the left-hander down the leg side, and he's really just helped it on its way. He only had to get something on that, Duckett, really, and it was just on the leg side. He could just made sure he hit it, and it went very fine, really, for a hook shot. It wasn't really a hook shot, was it? It was just guided down there.
No, similar to the hook shots from the over before. Another single, this time to deep backward square leg from the bat of Ben Duckett. He moves to 137. Joel Kingsley listening from Denver, Colorado. Thanks for the great commentary. Blissero rooting for Root from Chicago. Hello world says hello from Ireland, and Jumalinio says hello from Fiji. Have we had Fiji?
Now we're getting into the South Pacific.
Wow.
One of the islands, or just the main island of Fiji, from Suva, perhaps the old capital, or Nandi.
Oh, we'll find out. Add that to the list, Scott. Fiji. Jake Thorold stopped driving Rwanda. 2 wickets fell. Classic. Back on the road now, though. Jake, Ellie and Charlie. And Jadeja's going to be replacing Bumrah at the Howard stand. I wonder if they're going to switch Bumrah around to the Kirkstall Lane end. We'll find out at the end of this over, which will probably be in about 40 seconds. Hello from Mexico, says Peter Williams. Suva, says Jumalinio. That's in Fiji. Sorry, Scott, the producer, was just asking where that is. Jadeja is in, and this is just placed nicely to square leg, who's 5-6 metres in front of the square leg umpire. There's a deep square leg who, if he takes one more step to the left, that would be a no ball. And Ben Duckett clips it into the leg side as well, and that just feels like the tension has just been removed from the game a touch after those 2 quick wickets. England have just continued on. Played back to the bowler by Duckett, who's 136. Joe Root is 10. And Akar Zazini is listening in Johannesburg. Sui says, where's Jared? Jared was glamping at the weekend. He'll be back in Edgbaston. On the reverse is Ben Duckett, and he'll pick up a single down to third. 239 for 2. I mean, is there anything India can do here,
Well,
Jeremy?
It is an interesting field, isn't it, for a start? You've got 6 on the onside to a left-hander, bowling outside there off stump a little, hoping it'll turn and get him to play it into the leg side. But it leaves, there's no mid-off. There's nothing, there's really only a man way back to stop the reverse sweep. There's a slip, and then there's a sort of a deepish cover, and that's it. So really, I'm not sure about that field. They're discussing it now. You see, they're taking a bit of time. Just there's uncertainty around all these things.
There's singles all over the field, and Joe Root gets down on the reverse and will take a single down to third. He moves to 11. Jadeja's just being milked. 240 for 2.
And that's what you don't want from him. He's the one who's got to make runs really quite difficult to score. And we've gone back to this 3-6 field, 3 on the off, 6 on the on.
On the reverse again, and Duckett doesn't even try and keep this down, and he's just swept the ball, reverse swept the ball for 6 over deep point.
It's a magnificent stroke, really, to get the power like that. And even Punt goes past him and gives him a pat sort of on the back as he goes. It really was a fantastic stroke. Changing his feet around, keeps the hands the same, and then just smashes it over the longest boundary square on the ground.
And it's a smart shot as well, because he's only got one fielder really, unless he properly toe edges it, leading edges it, it spoons right up in the air, and maybe third can come in, because he does hit it hard. But he knows all he has to do is beat that one fielder, and it might not be 6, but it's going to be a boundary, and it's relatively safe. We are going to see Lord Thakur. It won't be Bumrah from the Kirsten lane end. It's going to be Shardul Thakur.
Well, I think there are a few positions that there's going to have to be some quite deep discussions before the next test matches if you're part of the Indian side. I really do. I think number 3, Sai Sudarshan, probably will play again, I would think. He's actually fallen over twice. Looks like. Is it a drinks?
Yep, drinks have been called.
Sai Sudarshan, we're just having a chat about the number 3 position. He fell over twice with a heavy head and was caught on the leg side. I think they'll probably retain him for the next match. But then you get down to 4 and 5, obviously are set with Punt and with Gill. But then it's number 6. I'm not sure Karen Nair will... Well, it would be a discussion anyway, wouldn't it? And
I'd say there would be a discussion about whether to move Jadeja to 6.
That's right. I think that's a possibility.
But
then who comes in at 7 and 8?
I can't see Thakur playing.
Nor can I at the moment, not from what we've seen.
And let's say Bumrah doesn't play, which I think is likely. Now, if we're expecting the Edgbaston track to offer a little bit more assistance to spin, then maybe, Kuldeep Yadav, the left-arm wrist spinner, is someone that has been mentioned quite a few times. So maybe there is an option there. Then you've got the slow left arm, and then you've got a bit of mystery spin. I think India could definitely do with something different in their arsenal, especially if Jasprit Bumrah doesn't play. But, would they be concerned about the tail? I think that Reddy, who came in and hit a century in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, but was used sparingly with the ball, will be potentially, especially if Jadeja moves up to 6, maybe Reddy at 7 in place of Thakur. He's not going to bowl a lot though.
He'll bowl probably 8 to 10 overs.
8 to 10 in innings. He bowled 44 overs across the Border Gavaskar Trophy, so that tells you a lot. Different pitches though. So you could imagine that, but then who takes the new ball? It'll be Siraj.
Well, those are the questions, aren't they? I think Arshdeep Singh is a possibility there. I think they need a left armer. I think they need some different angle. I think they need someone to swing the ball a bit more.
Hasn't played a test though, has he?
No, he hasn't played it, but I think
that would be, so it would be Akash. It will be Arshdeep Singh
or Akashdeep.
Or there's the one I wonder. They seem to be a more naturally conservative bunch. It's a push for me to see them picking Kuldeep Yadav and Arshdeep Singh. I think they'd want the security in there, and I think Akashdeep may offer them just a touch more security. He is a new ball bowler. He's Siddharth Munga's about to join us, so he'll be able to maybe give us more insight into the potential thinking within the India setup ahead of that Edgbaston test in terms of where they go from here, because it's seemingly more and more likely that they will be heading to Birmingham tomorrow, or possibly after the weekend, 1-0 down in this series. They've picked up 2 wickets today, but England have gone at rollicking pace, 246 for 2. They've hit 225 today. And they don't really seem to have been as aggressive as we have seen in the Bazball era. Ben Duckett, what an innings from him, 143. And Joe Root 11 not out, partnership of 40. Ollie Pope inside edging onto his stumps for 8, and Zach Crawley being caught that first slip for 62. I'll just check that. Is it 62? 65. Both wickets going the way of Krishna, who is, I suppose, bowled himself into the second Test match. I think there's enough there. There's good pace, and there's been some good deliveries in there. But we shall see. 125 needed then here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and Shardul Thakur about to bowl his 4th over, and down the track immediately comes Joe Root, and a ball slapping onto his thigh and through for a leg bye. Good day to you, Sid.
Good day. I wouldn't be that hasty to say that Krishna should definitely be in the second test, because he's had one good spell in the whole match, and he ought to know that this is the length he needs to keep hitting again and again and again. Thakur, he's bowled 9 overs in the whole game, played 2 really responsible shots, when his role in the side is to make sure that when it's 450 for 5, you don't fold up for 470, and which is exactly what he helped do. So bowlers 3 and 4 are a big problem.
Well, we had thrown in, defended by Ben Duckett, we had just thrown in there that we are assuming that Bumrah doesn't play at Edgbaston. What do you feel? How do you feel about that?
Actually, I'm assuming that he plays Edgbaston because there's a week's gap between Test 1 and 2. So that way he gets to play 1, 2 and 4. And then if the series is on the line, probably he pushes himself to play the 5th. But at least he gives himself that opportunity. If he plays 1, 3 and 5, and India have already lost the series by the time the oval arrives, then there's no point playing him for another Test.
So Bumrah may actually play at Edgbaston. It's very flat there. Thakur bowling round the wicket to Ben Duckett, who is 143 not out, and Duckett just defends.
John, I'd like to appoint Sid the 3rd selector of India for the next match, and if we could, see, I have a bit of an issue about Jadeja being at 7 and 6 being Karan Nair at the moment, and I just feel they're not getting enough from Jadeja, either with the ball or the bat. In the 2 innings we've seen him so far, he's been batting with the tail. He had to slog in the first innings and got bowled.
Thakur again. Duckett just places this ball through to deep point for a single, 248 for 2.
And in the second innings he was left with the tail, and they were looking for a single. You know, it was one of those, how many balls can I leave him to face, and so on, and there was all that sort of indecision about that. Now, I don't think that, and they're not getting the best from him with the bat. That's the first point. Could he bat 6? And then that's a question. And then if you bat him at 6, would you bring Nitesh Reddy in to bowl his 8 to 10 overs a day, perhaps, but being a batting all-rounder, more of a batsman?
Over the wicket, and Joe Root just places this to a point where it's fielded, no run.
Give you more runs perhaps than Shardul would, and then we've got to move from there, and then Kuldeep would have to come in the team that I would consider if you're not playing Bumrah.
Yeah, that would make sense depending on the conditions. If the conditions completely eliminate the spinner, then you would go 4 quicks. Arshdeep, maybe the left arm quick.
Yes, Singh, yes, he hasn't played a Test yet. That put John off immediately.
As Joe Root just playing on his toes and knocking the ball back to the bowler.
I was keen
I would
to
love
play
to see him. No, I'd love to see him.
I would think a left arm. I don't think there are too many left armers round in England, and I think he does swing the ball.
And he's tall, and taller bowlers get more seam movement because they're banging it in, and it grips the surface a little more because from that angle. So he's likelier to get more seam movement than Akashdeep. But Akashdeep has got a lovely release. He doesn't have the height, but his release is almost as good as Mohammad Shami.
I'd love to see Arshdeep Singh play Test cricket in this series, but my feeling was, because we were assuming incorrectly, possibly, that Jasprit Bumrah wouldn't play, and to bring in Kuldeep Yadav and also Arshdeep Singh is a push in my mind anyway.
Yeah, I would, even if Bumrah plays, I would still bring Kuldeep Yadav in, and maybe they've got, this is not the right surface for Prasidh Krishna. This is not a bang the ball surface.
Jadeja continuing from the Howard stand, and Ben Duckett shapes to play and gets into a little bit of a tangle, but no real dramas. Just watch this on the big screen. The batter does have his back to us, so it's not always that easy to see. Inside edge just into his stomach, and the ball just falling down onto the ground. On the sweep, and it wasn't the length to sweep. Bounces up over the bat and taken by Rishabh Pant. Seen plenty of reverse sweeps from Ben Duckett, but I can't think of too many sweep shots, conventional sweep shots from Duckett in this innings. 144 as he comes back and just pushes this to the left of first slip. He fields, no run.
That reverse sweep in front of square in the last over, that was incredible. That's a very deflating shot for a spinner, because he already has one fielder out for the reverse sweep, which means he has sacrificed one catching man. Now he has had to put two.
Jadeja again just floats this one up a touch more. Duckett comes forward and defends. 248 for 2. So at the end of all that, Sid, how do you name us now what you expect to be the India 11 for Edgbaston? On the reverse, over pitched, and 4 more. Duckett moves within 2 of 150. And the 250 is up for England. 252 for 2, 119 needed. And we're already talking about changes to the India side for the second Test match.
This is just incredible batting. He's got 2 fielders on the reverse sweep, and Duckett has still managed to hit a 4.
Jadeja again, and it is popped up through mid-on for another run, and Duckett moves to 149. 253 for 2 then, England. What an innings from England's opener, Ben Duckett. 118 runs to win. They won't do it before the tea break. That's been pushed to 20 past 4. But at the rate they're going, they're eyeing victory well within the allotted time. And India may have thought that they would have a crack at England with a second new ball, but that's looking almost certainly unlikely.
So the one change that I would make is Kuldeep Yadav for Shardul Thakur. I would give Krishna another test, just assuming that this was not the right surface for him.
Thakur, now with a target on his back, gets one to go past the outside edge, and wide his first slip. Thinks he heard something, runs forward, but nobody else joins in. No run. 253 for 2. The man with the target on his back has still got a chance to maybe claim a spot in that starting 11. The problem is, though, Sid, doesn't that lengthen the tail rather than strengthen it? We've just seen India lose 7 for 41 and 6 for 33. Thakur again, and this time Duckett's forward and pushes into the offside, no run.
They compromised a specialist bowler for half a bowler just for that, and it didn't. What did they get? May as well play 4 good bowlers if you are going to get bowled out for. And you know, Kuldeep Yadav who is less of a batter than Shardul Thakur, is likelier to apply himself more than him.
Yeah, we saw that actually, didn't we, when England were in India? I think that he combined with Jarrell for a match-saving partnership. The fourth test, driven and caught at cover! Thakur has struck. Duckett goes one shy of 150. Good diving grab. And maybe, just maybe, India are still in this. The crowd here believe. But Duckett's got to go. What an innings. What a brilliant knock by Ben Duckett. Driving on the up, didn't keep the ball down. And the catch has been taken. Duckett raises the bat to a decent crowd in at Headingley. One of the best innings he's ever played in an England shirt. But he won't be there at the end. His innings has finished. It's been caught by the substitute fielder, the bowler Thakur with the breakthrough. England 2-5-3 for 3 now, 118 runs away. India 7 wickets.
Well, what an accomplished innings that was, really, both defensively when he handled the new ball early this morning and last night briefly, and then was able to widen and broaden his game with all the shots that we know that he possesses, not just to the faster bowlers, with his drives, with his square drives, the cut we know that he loves. When you drag it short because of the drives that he was playing, then he got the hook into action as well. He can play a variety of hooks as well. He got dropped, don't forget, once there by Jaiswal coming in and on the dive, couldn't quite hang on. But then against the slower bowlers as well, he is able to play a variety of sweep shots, and that made it very awkward for Jadeja to keep bowling that line that he wished to bowl. And so in the end, he's just timed the ball so nicely here, and he's found gaps as well. So a memorable innings, I think, from Ben Duckett.
Yeah, brilliant innings from Ben Duckett. But it has just come to an end, 149, and that brings Harry Brook, who, let's not forget, was caught from a no ball on naught in the final over of day 2. What would this game look like if that hadn't occurred? Because of course he went on to score 99 in quick time, and here he is now out on his home ground, about to face his first delivery. Bowled by Shardul Thakur, who's in, and he's got Harry Brook caught down the leg side, trying to flick a pitched up delivery, and Rishabh Pant has claimed the ball behind the stumps, and Brook's got first ball, and India do believe they're back in the game. 253 for 4, and incredibly Shardul Thakur is on a hat-trick.
These are 2 wickets that do not get more Shardul Thakur than any 2 wickets. There was one long half volley wide outside off stump, hit straight to short cover, and this is also a half volley down the leg side, and he has nicked it to the keeper. And if I'm the captain, I'm going to be ruthless. I'm going to say thank you, Thakur. You have got me these lucky wickets. Off you go. I want Bumrah back. I want the new batters to face the music.
Yeah, well,
and you're dropped for the second test.
Thank you very much.
And Brook goes. He's showing his weakness on the first delivery again.
That's it. That's the plan. A filthy leg side half volley on the first ball every time.
Absolutely. Oh, this game, eh? This crazy game. It's why we love it so much, and we'll continue to do so until the very end. And who thought Ben Stokes would be walking out to bat on a hat-trick on the stroke of tea?
All bow down to Lord Beefy.
Lord Thakur on a hat-trick.
It's caught on with the team also. Yesterday I heard Pant say, "Well done, Lord," when he made a stop in the field.
Really?
Oh my lord!
We were on commentary in first innings when he seemingly got that horrendous leg before decision from a knee-high full toss.
Exactly. Imagine that also would have been a typical Shardul Thakur. I hope he doesn't go to good length now.
He'll use the full toss.
That will complete the set.
Shardul Thakur has just dismissed Ben Duckett for 149, followed it up.
He's got a shot mid-on, part of the plan.
2 slips in place. There's a short cover, and Thakur on a hat-trick comes into bowl to Ben Stokes and has clipped through the leg side, and Stokes will get off the mark first ball. There's a chase on. In fact, he'll come back for a third. Of course he's not getting a hat-trick, is he?
The line was about right. It was just a good length. It should have been a half volley.
Yeah, it's true. Full toss or half volley, come on.
Here we are mocking, ridiculing 2 test wickets in 2 balls. It's just the effect of having watched this whole test where he's been frustratingly inaccurate.
I mean, can I just say, by the way, if Lord Thakur was to strike one more time in this over, and he's in now, ooh, spat up off the pitch. That's Joe Root batting, by the way.
That's Jeremy.
There's the praying mantis doing a spitting cobra.
Yeah.
On the
It's the
talkSPORT,
Mamba.
on the talkSPORT balcony end.
Rattlesnake.
Wow. Who'd have thought it? We'd be looking up at the scoreboard after Shardul Thakur's introduction. 2 wickets in the over, and England have their skipper, Ben Stokes, at the crease. Where are we? When is the tea break? Is it 15 minutes away?
24 minutes away. Can Jadeja now hold one end up and allow Gill to keep bowling his fast bowlers from the other end and just 3 over spells, 4 over spells, give it your all in this one final session and a half and the extra 24 minutes that we have now?
I mean, Stokes hasn't scored a lot of runs in the last year or two. He didn't look, I mean, he didn't look particularly troubled, but certainly nowhere near his best in first innings. I mean, a wicket here would be more than interesting as the ball just pops up. Oh, Ben Stokes. Get a fielder in there. Shubman Gill in front of the batter. Let's have a look. The batter does have his back to us. We're just going to watch this now. It just does pop up, doesn't it? I don't think it hit the bat, actually. It hit his thigh. Even so. Jadeja again. This is it. Reverse sweep. It's gone to short leg. They are imploring the umpire to give it. Stokes isn't going anywhere. The umpire's finger hasn't gone up. India have got 2 reviews. Short leg wanted it. Jadeja doesn't look quite as interested now, but it's Stokes. Could be big. What are they going to do? Are they going to gamble? Jadeja still continuing the conversation. They've gone upstairs.
Stokes doesn't fancy left arm spin that much, does he?
It's spit and bounced out. I think Stokes his right hand. He's shaking his right hand, but I actually think it's in his wrist.
That's not.
I think it's in his wrist.
You wouldn't want to do that.
He's shaking he was.
That's a brilliant double bluff.
He is. So the whole thing, he's shaking his right hand, but I actually think it's hit his wrist.
Let's have a look. It's on the big screen here. The crowd will tell you. It's pitch outside or stop. No. Missed it by miles. It's hit his shoulder.
Maybe just kiss the bat on the way?
Ooh. It'll be the side on. Stokes doesn't look that bothered. Shubman Gill's looking up at the screen. They have lost 1 review.
But my word, it spat out of the rough.
Really did. This game has just changed again, hasn't it? It's got a little gloomier. The wind's picking up a touch. We've about 15 minutes until the tea break. And we're going to have to get Ultra Edge involved to show us whether there was a thin nick on the bat before it travelled up to hit Stokes on the shoulder. It's taken a while. The slow clapping is Just beginning, it's all adding to the drama. Rishabh Pant's got a smile on his face. Here we go. Is there a little touch? No.
The funny thing is they'll have to check the LBW as well.
Right. Not out was the on-field call. Not out is the decision by the third umpire. So India lose another review. One left. 256 for 4. England with Ben Stokes at the crease, and Jadeja just starting to cause a few problems. Stokes is down and a fraction wide from Jadeja, spinning away from the left-hander, and it's just cut along the ground. This is the batter that England want at the crease right now, Joe Root.
Memories of Headingley 2019, reviews going out, Stokes in the final session.
It came to mind, actually. That did come to mind, Sid. That was such an extraordinary game. I've never seen anything like that last day for drama and the heroics. I mean, Nathan Lyon dropping the ball as well. That was up there. That was up there. Could we see anything like that today? Well, if we are, we're going to need another wicket or two before the tea break. If England go in 6 down, well, Jadeja's in, and Root reverse sweeps down to third for a single. That brings Stokes back on strike. I don't think India are going to mind that too much. 2 balls possibly from Jadeja to Ben Stokes, who's looked a touch uncomfortable at the start of his innings. There's a hush around the ground, a few yelps as flatter, and that's put down behind the wicket. Stokes attempting his own reverse, and it's bounced more than he expected. I don't think there was an edge there. Punt was unsighted, and not for the first time. He's worn one. He's taken his luminous orange right glove off, and actually he's got a bit of a problem here, has he?
Yeah, it's him flush in the chest.
Oh, it's the chest, yeah.
Absolute flush in the chest. Right on the bony bit, right in the sternum bit, and the chest. It just bounced up. Where's this pace been? Where's this pace been? I mean, he bowled slowly to Ben Duckett. You know, he's bowled left-arm seamers here to Ben Stokes.
It suddenly feels like he's trying to take a wicket.
Absolutely.
I would bring that deep third up and encourage the reverse.
And there is the reverse, and another run to the score. Stokes moves to 5, end of the over. Now, what does Shubman Gill do here? Shardul Thakur has just taken 2 wickets in an over. Is he going to bowl again, or do we get Bumrah?
Looks
Just
like
before the tea break, it does look like Shardul Thakur is going to get another one.
Yeah, you keep Thakur going. He's bowled. He's got 2 wickets. You possibly think send Bumrah off, get himself ready. Make sure that he's ready to go straight after the tea break. You've got 20 minutes or 18 minutes before the tea break. Get him to the point where you go, right, he can have 4 overs straight after tea. Take him off. England get a couple of wickets down, and then potentially come on and blow a tail away. That would be a winning plan for me for India.
At times it hasn't looked like they've had a plan.
No, agreed.
But it's not too late. It's never too late. 2 slips in place for Stokes as Thakur is in, and this wraps Ben Stokes on the body, but it is called dead ball. No shot played by Stokes, so the ball has travelled to the boundary, but those runs won't exist.
Thakur did get those 2 wickets, but they didn't seem part of any plan. And you don't want him to bowl a loose over and let Stokes get off, and by the time you go to tea, the target is under 100 runs.
Yeah, I agree. I get that, and that's the art of captaincy and knowing your bowlers, knowing your team.
It's Thakur. It's written in the stars. He's got Stokes' badge in. Stokes is driving edgily past second slip along the ground. 4 runs. 263 for 4 and Stokes moves to 9. Target 108 runs away.
Well, that was good bowling, surprisingly so, but this seems to be his best spell, those wickets notwithstanding. I'm just not looking at the results, but the lengths that he has bowled, this seems to be his best rhythm in the match so far.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it largely down to the fact that he's coming down from the end that we're sitting at now. The football stand end is flummoxed a lot of the bowlers trying to run up that hill.
Round the wicket to Ben Stokes with a slip and a gully in place, and Stokes this time defends. Pushes out to cover, no run. 108 needed. Harry Brook caught down the leg side, first ball from the bowling of Shardul Thakur, who just picked up the man who was 1 away from 150. Caught brilliantly by the substitute fielder Reddy. Had extra cover. The game changed in 2 deliveries, but still you still think England in front as Stokes leaves on length as much as the width offered.
5 years ago, 108, 6 wickets in hand, we would have all said it's a lot of runs. The way Test cricket has changed, the pitches have changed. I think, yeah, I agree that England still have their noses in front. But my word, in 5 years, how much has it changed?
Massively. Yeah, I still think England are in front, especially with the tail they've got and Carse at 9.
Pitched up and driven, but with no great timing nor direction. Fielded in the covers by Jaiswal, who put down that chance again. 2 drops at gully, and putting down Ben Duckett on 97. You know, they've all been quite tough chances, but you got to take 2 of the 3. One of those goes down okay, but all 3 running in from the boundary, saw it.
The ones that slipped, you should have caught.
Here's Thakur, and Stokes lets this one go through, and that is the end of the over. 4 runs coming from it. England 263 for 4 as we push towards tea on day 5 with all 4 results still possible. It's very rare that you say that in life these days, isn't it? Not sure why you'd say it in any other part of life outside of a test match, but there you go. After a word from Sid, it'll be Neil Manthorp.
Hami, those catches in the slip. Now, the slip fielders, the gully fielders, they're about a couple of feet below the leg. Yep. Does that make a big difference? Does the ball get a little big on you?
I think there's a couple of things in that, Sid. The ball comes a little bit quicker. You know, you feel as though the sort of ground goes from beneath you. But if you're feeling at that end, all your weight transfers back. So your weight transfers back and getting yourself set. And I'll go back to like when Manners describes his first ball.
Jadeja turned away by Root to short fine leg, no run.
When me and Manners were on, when Keir took that catch, that excellent catch. He took that catch because he's a wicket keeper, if you know what I mean. He's took the catch up there and his hands have gone up with it, and it was as if he's catching it like a wicket keeper.
Jadeja to Root, drives, deepish mid-off will field, Bumrah. They'll go through for a single.
Where if you watched Jaiswal's catch, when Jaiswal's catch was up high, he didn't know whether to go hands up, fingers down, or his sort of left foot over his left hand over his right hand to try and get in a position to catch it. Where the ball that Keir caught, when he took it, it was as the wicketkeeper was taking it, and he was taking it in.
Here's Jadeja again, quicker one, fired in, and Stokes plays it away to short leg, no run.
Yes, bringing it in, giving it time to...
Absolutely, like a wicketkeeper would. And I think that's the difference between the Jaiswal and the drop and the Keir catch.
Jadeja now reverse sweep once again from Ben Stokes, hits him on the pad. There's some animation, but no real appeal as such. There's a technique to catching. A lot of people don't know that. It's all well and good, just catch 100. Just make the ball land in your hands, but there's a technique. There's lots of different catching techniques, and it varies from country to country. And here's Jadeja again. Stokes allows that one to hit him on the pads. And Jaiswal's obviously a good natural catcher. I mean, he's caught quite a lot. He's dropped 3 in this match, never dropped more than 1 before. You know, I'm sure that he'll recover and he'll be a very good catcher and fielder. That's another reverse sweep which is struck powerfully by Ben Stokes out towards deep backward square leg. It's like Prasad Krishna in the deep out there. Good piece fielding from him, the tall man. They have gone through for 2 though. Looks like the target will be around about 100, maybe just under in the final session.
A couple of things I've noticed about the slip catching practice. Here, whenever they have practiced slip catches, they have practiced on the level part near the outfield. So they have not actually experienced that being 2 feet below from where the catch is coming. And the other is they rarely do the catching practice with a brand new ball, which tends to wobble on you when you are actually in the slips.
I never had a problem catching them. I just had a problem getting to them. You know, that was always my problem. And when I went to me straight, I could catch it, but I was a bit Bambi on ice with these legs of mine, and they didn't tend to work that well getting to them. So yeah, it was always catching, you've got to practice.
Shardul Thakur continues outside the off stump, left alone by the right-handed Joe Root. He's on 13. Ben Stokes has 11. England are 266 for 4. They lost 2 wickets in 2 balls to Shardul Thakur. He has a habit of how do we say, making things happen.
And it's got gloomy all over again. There's a bit of a mizzle in the air. Things are happening everywhere.
You can see the floodlights are on, and you can see 4 shadows being cast from the players. The artificial light's taken over from the natural light. Root back and across, and works it out towards deep mid-wicket. It's the captain out on the boundary. Shubman Gill. You don't often see that, particularly. I mean, I thought it was quite noticeable how animated Shubman Gill was in making it obvious that he was the captain and he was the leader, and he quite demonstratively showing that this was his team and he was the new leader. But he's now loitering by himself on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's come in now for the left-handed Stokes. He punches this off his pads out behind square on the leg side again, and they trot through for a couple more. Stokes moves to 13, Root 14. England do 269 for 4. 102 more to win. Definitely spitting with light rain now, and right on. Oh no, it's 5 minutes early. 7 minutes early. The umpires have decided to actually get them off. An outbreak of common sense. That doesn't happen too often. They've decided to bring the tea break forward a little bit.
Outbreak makes it sound like a disease, doesn't it? It's common sense. I rather like that.
There is often a shortage of it in this wonderful game.
And you make it sound like a pandemic. Not just the odd sprinkling of common sense, but
Let's hope it is a pandemic. Let's hope that it stays and everyone becomes infected with it. Sid, you need to go and file, do you?
No, I'm all right for now.
Okay. So, can I just ask you, Harmy just told me that you have Dhruv Jurel in your team for Edgbaston, batting it at 6 or 7. He's obviously not going to keep. He's a quality cricketer. I mean, that 94 that he made in the final test in India was truly. I mean, like Harmy and I were commentating on it, and we said, "Cheapest, this guy looks like he could play 50 tests."
So that's instead of Kieran Nair.
Exactly. He showed himself. He came in under pressure in that series against England, and he had to. He scored that 90 in a very pressure situation. He showed his game is complete. He's rated highly by the selectors, and he has an all-round game. He can hit, he can defend, he can do everything. So I would have gone for him before Karun Nair, but I think they went for the experience, and I can see why, because experience also matters a lot, and his experience showed in the slips here. He was very good in the slips in the first innings when everybody was shelling catches.
Presumably Dhruv Jurel can catch it without gloves as well, so he wouldn't be a weakness in the slip cordon.
We can always get Nair on as the substitute.
Another outbreak.
Yes, well, yeah, absolutely. You see, it is infectious.
You know, there are two fast bowlers bowling. Every time there's one fast bowler off. Take one fast bowler off for 1 over because you're allowed to go off for 1 over, not more than one. So you bowl your over, you go off. The other bloke bowls his over, he goes off, but Nair stays on the field throughout the day.
And just before you go, I also heard that the plan was always for Bumrah to play the first 2 test matches because there's a week in between.
I'm assuming that is the plan. You never know with Bumrah because he needs to take care of his body really well, and he will let them know how his body feels, how he turns up tomorrow, day after tomorrow. But ideally, that should be the plan, that you play 1, 2, and 4 because of the 1 week's gap, so that you at least give yourself an opportunity to play the 5th if the series is on the line.
It means he misses out at
Lords. Lords where you want the slope, Lords where you want the changes of overheads. That's of all the games, I think that's where the seamers can dominate.
Wasn't it quite flat in the second
In the
innings?
third, when it gets flat, yes, it does get flat, and it did get straw-coloured on day 3. 28 wickets had fallen.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. But I don't think they will roll out that much grass for a baseball test.
Well, anyway, okay, so that's the only thing I would think against that plan.
We shall see. All shall be revealed. It's going to be a long summer.
That's
a
been
long
a heavy
series.
session for Sid, hasn't it?
It's.
I mean, he's dragging himself away from it. I mean, really.
He's bowled 15 overs into the wind uphill. Thank you.
We
appreciate
worked him
the effort.
over.
Very much appreciate the effort. Siddharth Mongia from Cricket Info, and has now become a very valuable and insightful member of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel commentary team. It's 269 for 4. They have taken tea. Confirmation that tea has been taken, and that's the sensible thing to do. There's a bit of rain in the air, but nothing terminal, and hopefully we'll be back on time in around about 17 or 18 minutes time. England will require 102 to win this test match when play for the final session begins. How wonderful to see a test match going into the final session on the 5th day. Joe Root will be 14, Ben Stokes 13, the men dismissed. Ben Duckett, an absolutely wonderful 149. The last time somebody scored 149 on this wonderful ground, I was 14 years old, and that's when I decided that somehow I would make cricket a part of my life, and that was Ian Botham in 1981. Jack Crawley made 65, Ollie Pope 8, and Harry Brook caught down the leg side. First ball of Shardul Thakur for a duck, obviously. It was 253 for 4. It's now 269 for 4. England require 102 in the final session for a 1-0 lead in this 5-match series. Time for a cup of tea and a slice of cake. We'll talk to you in around 15 minutes time right here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Umpire thanks to the fields, Paul Rifle and Chris Gaspy. India led by Shivan Gill. There's 3 balls remaining in the 59th over, and that will be completed for India by Shardul Thakur.
Shardul Thakur into left-handed Ben Stokes, driven down the ground. Welcome back to Headingley. Delighted to say that the rain has cleared away and the sunshine is out, and there is some blue sky above and some white fluffy clouds and lots of grey ones. But play is underway. I've just had an intriguing, or a look at an intriguing picture on the weather radar of a long strip of blue which indicates rain, which is passing by Leeds right on the edge, so we could get lucky, we could get unlucky in the next 2 hours. Shardul Thakur in again outside the off stump. Stokes leaves alone, no run. 269 for 4. England 102 away from a famous victory. It would be their second highest ever run chase in the 4th innings to win a test match, and they are as well placed as they might have hoped, although 2 wickets and 2 balls rather dented confidence. Were 253 for 2 and suddenly 253 for 4. Ben Duckett's magnificent innings of 149 ended with a drive against this man, Shardul Thakur, to cover, who had Harry Brook caught. Driven now, bottom edge. I suspect Stokes playing the cover drive, gets a bottom edge, and it flies away past the man at 4th slip. There's nobody at 2nd and 3rd slip, down to the unguarded 3rd man boundary for 4, and that stroke brings the requirement down to double figures. 98 needed to win. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, bottom edge, through 2nd slip, just what the doctor ordered for England. I was thinking when Shardul Thakur was, and everybody come out and he's getting warmed up, and I'm thinking, what are you getting warmed up for? I know you got 2 wickets, but you bowled a filthy half volley, and you got another scruffy one down leg side. But he had to finish the over. Has to be Jasprit Bumrah, doesn't it? It has to be Jasprit Bumrah from this Kirkstall end. Jadeja is going to bowl from the football stand end, but it has to be Jasprit Bumrah. It's Jasprit Bumrah or bust now for India for me.
Yeah, 98 to win. It's Ravi Jadeja now to Joe Root, kicks it away, pitching outside leg stump. I still find this a very negative, strange, peculiar looking field which India have here. Long mid-off is far enough back to concede a single. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Man on the 3rd boundary. Singles everywhere, and that's all England need. Jadeja in. Root says, I'll have one then, seeing as you're handing them out. Tucks it away behind square on the offside. gets down the other end. 274 for 4. And I'm not exaggerating things, am I, Harmy? I mean, singles will do it.
100% singles will do it. And it's very bizarre that you haven't had another catcher in for Joe Root. So yeah, I mean, you're right, 100% right when it comes to, India have to force this issue, I think, now. I think they're still a wicket, if not 2 wickets behind in the game where this game situated is.
Jadeja in, and that's swept, reverse swept, I should say, by Ben Stokes. He plays the shot so well and carries with it no more of a risk than a conventional sweep shot or any other sweep shot, and a single is the result. We have lost some time, but the scoreboard indicates that we still have 36.5 overs remaining to be bowled in the day. We also had a message that 6:31 was the scheduled close of play. Well, we're not going to fit 36 overs in an hour and a half, so I think that will be extended. Jadeja in again to Root, pushes to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yes, was it 6:31? So it'll be 7:01, wouldn't it?
Or is it final hour
extra,
to begin?
half an hour.
Yeah, okay, all right. Forced away by Root up towards mid-off. Jadeja does his own fielding, but I'm just curious as to why India. I mean, they need to roll the dice a bit here. They need to make something happen. They can't just let England take 3 or 4 or 5 singles and over, and they'll get there untroubled. 275 for 4. There's no new ball equation either. 60 overs bowled. We're still 20 away from the second new ball.
England will need 10 to win by then, probably, if the way the game's going. If you think there's 20 overs left, if England go at what they're going now, 4.58, England, well, that'll be it. They'll need 5 to win, 10 to win. So they're going to have to make a good fist with this old ball, and they're going to have to risk a little bit to bring a big shot of risk out of England, and that might be, from Ben Stokes, from the bowler Jadeja to Ben Stokes' point of view, put men on the reverse sweep and say to Ben, right, we'll give you the sweep shot with men on the boundary and nobody in the in ring, just to do that. But Bumrah's got his jumper off, he's ready to go. He's got probably an attack and field that you'd want, but from Ben Stokes' point of view, why have you got an extra cover? Why is he not at third slip?
Why are there 2 slips? 2 slips in a narrow gully. Here is Bumrah around the wicket to Stokes, plays defensively, chops down on it late, trickles up towards mid-on, fielded by Sai Sudarshan. I don't understand. I mean, India, they push for victory, lads.
Yeah, obviously they're trying to drag it out as much as they possibly can and hope there's a demon and the ball goes along the floor as a nick. But for me, Shubman Gill can get to where extra cover is, and Sudarshan can get into that third slip region and really look as though they're putting pressure on.
Here is Bumrah once again. Stokes drives, full length delivery outside the off stump, and there's no run. So,
like you just seen there, he's driven it. There's 2 men more or less standing. I mean, they're side by side here. There's no point in both being in this vicinity. You could easily have, and the message it sends to the batter that when you've got 3 slips in a gully is huge. Psychologically, it's huge. Doesn't mean anything.
not necessarily, but it could do. We have seen some thick edges flying in that region. It's not like ball's falling short. Bumrah in again. Stokes defends on the leg side out towards square leg, and it's Shardul Thakur comes trotting in to do the fielding. 275 for 4. 96 runs required for victory. Root has 15. Ben Stokes has 18. Still Jamie Smith the keeper, and Chris Wokes to come, but without passing any sort of judgment on those two players, I think they would prefer at least 50 or 60 from these two. A little bit of a safety net. Here is Bumrah again, bowls, Stokes forward. Bumrah's gone down. The end of his follow through. It doesn't look too bad. Oh, he's up again. That's all right. That was a Mark Wood tumble. I think he's just tripped over his feet, actually. They do sometimes repair the creases in the tea break. and sometimes they're just a little bit firmer than they were.
Yeah, he just didn't quite get over his front leg. His brace front leg, then his second stride, and his third stride was a lot shorter. And because it was a lot shorter, there was no stability as the momentum was going over. So he took a little bit of a tumble, grazed the knee.
Ironic that the 4 wickets have been taken 2 apiece by Prasid Krishna and Shardul Thakur, who are very much the weaker of the bowlers in the first innings. Stokes now defends the next one from Bumrah. Pushed up towards mid-on, fielded by that man I'm talking about, one of them anyway, Prasid Krishna. Crowd have come to life. They're in very good voice. That band of rain that I was talking about that is passing by Leeds, we can see it.
We can wave at it.
Bye.
Bye.
Stay over there.
You've got an epic test match. Stay where you are.
Don't even think of coming and having a look. You've had your moment, and now off you go. Here comes Bumrah once more, and Stokes again defends and fields himself. Tosses it to Rishabh Pant at the end of the over. Another Bumrah over survived as far as England are concerned. What an innings we've had from Ben Duckett today. 149. She's 800, and just off the top of my head, depends on the result, as these things often do, but he's played some crackers, and he's had 5 scores in the 80s and 90s as well. But that'll be right up there.
Yeah, it will be right up there, I would imagine. Only if England win. I think if England win, it'll be the best that he's had. Still go rank as one of the very, very best, but it always means more when you win. And I would say it's probably the best of the Test match because of, it's on a 5th day. It's even more so if they win. So yeah, it was a real class innings from Ben Duckett. Both front foot, back foot, leg side, offside. It was a masterclass.
Here's Jadeja, a little reverse sweep, beautifully played by Joe Root. 4 runs. Cheers of Root echo round Headingley. Plays the shot so well, and it's so hard to set a field to. So difficult. That, of course, is the reason that the reverse sweep came about in the first place. You have spinners bowling one side of the wicket, bowling to their field, packing one side, the offside, and normally. And so batsmen had to find a way to hit the ball into the gaps. And there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Massive, confident appeal. They've only got 1 review left, India. Huge appeal. Jadeja was absolutely convinced. And actually, my reaction was with Harmy, who put his finger up. And this is make or break. This is out or bust, because India will be out of reviews if it's not out. But I have to say, Root didn't take a big stride forward. Jadeja's quicker one traps so many, particularly right-handers, and I think this could be a nervy moment.
It could be. If he hasn't inside edged it, this is close. Oh, do you know what? It might be just sliding down. It's hit him on the knee roll. Could it be sliding down?
As it straightened.
As it straightened. Is it a 2019 moment when the Aussies used all theirs at Headingley? There's no bat.
On the knee roll?
On the knee roll.
Not too high?
No, I don't think it's too high. I don't think this is going over, so it's either going down or it's hitting. Oh.
Missing. Just missing. By the barest of margins. It's missing the top left-hand corner.
Oh, that was close. That was close. You can see why Jadeja was so adamant, but it just didn't turn back. It just didn't turn back, and we're talking about a game of cricket, 5th day on a 5th day pitch, left arm spinner not turning it back.
Jadeja in once again, and Root getting a long way forward this time. He got the front foot well forward, and there's another animated noise, really. Let's not call it an appeal.
That was not missed. How is this missed? Sorry, not missed.
Gee whiz, that's close. That's close to everything. Oh, outside edge, off stump, incredibly close. It was a groan. Here's Jadeja again, and Root clips it up towards mid-on, and there's a misfield by Shardul Thakur, who slips as he came in to field that. It's going to cost 2 runs. He needed to get up. It's cost 2 extra runs. They've gone through for 3. It was always a single. Shardul Thakur slipped and then just stayed down in protest, and he actually needed to get up and field the ball because he stayed down, and they ran 2 more, so 3 in the end.
Brilliant running from, not only brilliant running from Joe Root, but I mean, Manners, the one before. I mean, the LBW that they've reviewed didn't spin, and then the next one spins too much. Wow.
2 in 2 balls there. Could have been,
exactly.
Easily could have been out to either of them on another day.
A happy medium and spinning less, or you're just doing enough, yeah.
Jadeja into Stokes, and he's playing the reverse sweep again. And he doesn't make contact, or decent contact. I'm distracted by the absurdity of this field. I'm absolutely bewildered. There's no mid-off. There's no long-off.
Yeah, that's fine, because he's bowling into the rough, and Ben Stokes is looking reverse. But the man at mid-wicket here, if he moves him onto that side and asks Ben to sweep.
Jadeja in again. Stokes likes a reverse sweep. He's hit that one very hard as well, down to Prasidh Krishna, to Jasprit Bumrah, and they go through for a single. But not just was there no mid-off, there's no cover. There's a point. There's nobody at cover. There's nobody apart from the bowler, from point to mid-on. But okay, it's too complex for me. 283 for 4. Root 22, Ben Stokes 19. England require 88 for victory.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm a little bit on the sort of on the leg side. It's got 5 fielders, and there's one at mid-wicket, which for me is not in the game. Right, Ben Stokes is not going to lean it, play it against the spin of the front foot. More often, he's going to reverse. He's going to reverse sweep it. So because he's going to reverse sweep it, he's got 2 men behind. Well, he's got 3 men behind square. One's at slip. If he brings that man across and invites Ben Stokes to play off the front foot with a closed face, or tries to slog sweep it, that would be a better option.
Jasprit Bumrah, we're back to the A game now, and Stokes drives down into the ground, and a couple of people in the crowd are distracted into thinking that was a catch. 2 extra cover. Sai Sudarsan. He was hit down firmly into the ground. Just before that over started, Bumrah was into his walk, just about to break into the trot before the run, and Stokes was still pulling his gloves on, and he saw Bumrah approaching, backed away and held his arms out going, "What are you doing? You can see I'm not ready." Bumrah grinned at him. Here is Bumrah once again, and Stokes back defending out towards mid-wicket. No run again. 283 for 4. Many thanks for all your messages throughout the test match. I think did we get up to 57, 58 countries? I think Scotty's been keeping a list of them, but this is a most magnificent medium, this format, global broadcast. Never before in my career I've had to think I've had so many people listening in so many different countries. Stokes now forward again, well, playing from the crease really to Bumrah. It's just indication of how difficult it is to make a decision. Oh, the crowd really getting into it now. It's a little early to it's not like England are close enough to the finish line for a celebration to begin, but they're enjoying themselves, G'd up. They know that they sense that this spell from Bumrah might be the last, that it needs to be survived. Stokes chips it up to mid-on, sets off for a quick single. Clever cricket from the England captain, I fancy, because the man at mid-on, Prasidh Krishna, was on his heels, and Stokes didn't think it was a run immediately, just chipped it up there and thought, didn't think he was going to run, saw that the fielder was flat-footed and then sprinted. Root responded. That's kind of like stealing a base.
Yes, it was stealing a base. It was a slower ball as well. It was a well-disguised slower ball that Ben Stokes got his bat down late in the end. And I think because there was less pace on it, it probably didn't go as far as Ben Stokes thought, or going as fast, and he's managed to get a sneaky single.
Just the 2 slips now as Bumrah's in to Joe Root. Again defending, guiding that one up to mid-off. There's no run, 284 for 4. 2 slips, and you're saying all along the gully is more of a 5th slip really than an orthodox gully. He's very straight, deep backward point, man at cover, mid-off. Was it Shubman Gill who was on his heels?
Gill,
it was Shubman Gill, wasn't it, earlier
No,
on?
yes, it was
Yeah.
Shubman Gill, yes, it was.
It was to Shubman Gill that Ben Stokes stole that single. And he's still quite deep there, even for Joe Root. This time defends out towards mid-wicket. No run, fielded by Sudarsan. Root 22, Ben Stokes 20. 2 wickets and 2 balls, remember. Ben Duckett flaying a long half volley from Shardul Thakur to cover. Nitish Reddy, the substitute, took an excellent catch, and then Harry Brook strangled down the leg side. It was, do you think, was it another half volley length type delivery? But it was down the leg side.
It was down the leg side, and he just managed to get something on him. But it was, I mean, it was a ball that if Harry stood still would probably have just clipped away to the boundary for 4. And I think because he came sort of outside the ball to try and hit it through leg side, all his weight was going in the wrong direction.
It's Ravi Jadeja beginning a new over of left arm spin. Same field, it's a left-hander on strike. Ben Stokes is on strike. There's a man at deep cover, conceding a single, not on the boundary, 3/4 of the way back, and then mid-on, nobody between them. As Jadeja is in once again. Another reverse sweep from Stokes. This time it's fielded by the captain, Shubman Gill, who's at backward point. There's a deep backward point as well. Jadeja in, another reverse sweep from Stokes. He's persisting with it, isn't he? He's determined that that's the shot that he wants to play against Jadeja. There are 6 on the leg side, including 2 close catches. Stokes reverse sweeps, hits it hard out towards what becomes deep backward square leg, was deep backward point, and it's another single. 285 for 4. 6-3 leg side field. Fascinating. Messages continue to come in. Mark Hext says every run is a mixture of relief and agony. Nothing better than Test cricket.
Absolutely, Mark.
We're both right with you there, Mark. It's quite brilliant, and a record run chase in the offing as Jadeja's in again. That's defended by Root. Ben Hopkins says, is Russia on your list? Forward comes Root again, pushing out towards extra cover, fielded by KL Rahul. Is Russia on your list? I'm tuning in from Petrozavodsk. No, it's no good. Petrozavodsk. Petrovadvodsk. It's good.
I'm not even attempting it. It's Russia.
Can you send us an audio note, Ben?
He's in Russia.
Petrovodsk. There we go. Petrovodsk. From it's not far from the border with Finland. Good on you, Ben Hopkins. Russia wasn't on the list, no. So that's 59. 59 countries. It gives me a warm feeling inside.
Yeah, it just shows how much this is a global game. There might only be 12 test playing nations, but gee, there's a lot of people that love cricket all over the world.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah to Ben Stokes on the back foot, pushes it out towards extra cover. It's, you know what's so delicious about the tension is that England know that it's quite a simple task. They need to survive this spell from Jasprit Bumrah, and then really they just need to bat normally. They don't. If the pressure was on from a scoring perspective, if they needed to score 7 and over, then there's an added tension, an added dimension.
Even 5 or 6 and over.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah again around the wicket to Stokes. Oh, drives, misses outside the off stump. You can't blame him for that. It was full and it had width on it, and it was there for the cover drive. and if he'd nicked it, then that's part of life and part of cricket. You can't blame him. Not a half volley by any means, but it was the width that persuaded.
Yeah, it was width. The width that was on offer was definitely made Ben Stokes' eyes light up. But because he's staying in the crease and he's protecting his off stump, his feet didn't move into the ball, body didn't move into the ball.
Here's Bumrah once again. Stokes defending. It's another straight one from Bumrah. Kiran says, hang on a sec. No, Sandy Kay says, how badly are India missing an in-form and fit Mohammad Shami? I would say as much as Harmy misses a cold lager at the end of a hot summer's day commentating.
Yeah, that's about right.
A lot.
A lot. A hell of a lot. But we've got Mark Wood and Jofra Archer missing, so yeah, the bowling attacks are short.
Here's Bumrah again, bangs it in short, rises steeply, Stokes up onto his toes, guides it to Shubman Gill, the captain, at backward point, and there's no run. 285 for 4. Just to put things in perspective, we've got 31 overs left after this. England need to score 86 to win, so I mean they're ahead of the asking rate as it was at the beginning of the day. They've brought it down.
Yeah, comfortably. If England are still on the field and back 30, well, from a 31 overs point of view, they've won the game. It's India. India need these 6 wickets, big time.
Here's Bumrah once more. Stokes on the back foot, playing defensively again. There's no run. Route 22, Stokes 21.
That's why you don't see England really having to force the issue. You know, you're quite happy with just taking what's on offer, seeing off Jasprit Bumrah. It's his 3rd over of this spell. Probably say one more. Don't want to be too many more. You bowl 25 overs, one ball short, 25 overs in the first innings. He's up to about 44 overs now.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah around the wicket. Stokes flicks it nicely off his pads, down to long leg in the deep. It's Jadeja who fields down there. Do you know, I missed the most important message from Mark Hext, who said that nothing better than Test cricket. We're both absolutely with him. He's in Eastern Hungary. Was Hungary on the list? 60. This is absolutely fabulous. How about John Anderson, who is listening in Fortaleza, Brazil? We've had Brazil, haven't we?
Had Brazil, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, we
we're
had Brazil.
up to 60 countries. John says it's Fortaleza. I was over Portuguesing it, was I? Fortaleza. Fortaleza. John's been there. Wow.
2014 Football
World Cup. Of course he has. Here's Jadeja again, and that one is a reverse sweep from Stokes, which hits the pad and pops up into the air. KL Rahul tries to make sufficient ground from slip to get his hands underneath it, and Stokes is reassuring him that don't worry about it, there was no bat or glove involved.
I think there was glove involved. You see this again. Yeah, glove involved. Yeah, it's whacked straight off the glove and gone up in the air.
Oof. I know that I keep saying that he plays the shot and it's part of his repertoire and whatever, but he's been very persistent with it, and it's premeditated, and you just would have thought that, you know, okay, well, there you go. He's played that one very nicely. Again, reverse sweep. He's reverse sweeping everything. He's hit it down to deep backward square leg. Jasprit Bumrah fields, and they go through for another single. Stokes moves to 23.
I'm just thinking, if you're going to be positive at playing against Jadeja and it's spitting and it's turning, coming forward, going on the front foot and coming forward in a conventional way, there's more chance of you getting nicked at slip or getting a caught at short leg.
Jadeja into Joe Root on the back foot now, steers it away to backward point, and it's fielded by Karen Nair, no run.
But because that you're going for the reverse sweep, you know, your body weight's going into the ball and you've got more chance of making contact with the ball.
Jadeja to Root, pushes out to extra cover. KL Rahul fields, no run.
Playing with the spin, less, in Ben Stokes' eyes, it's less risk because you're playing with the spin. If you're trying to hit on the leg side, playing against the spin with a closed face, you've got more chance of nicking at the slip.
Opens face of the bat now, Roots. Oh, and it's misfielded by Karen Nair. It's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4. That's gone straight to him on the 45. Short third man, straight to him. Took his eyes off it. Horrible moment for the veteran. Horrible, horrible moment. Straight to him. And that's the kind of moment that deflates everybody in the field. It's rolling, it bobbled, it did. It's taken a really nasty bobble, big one, and it's just bounced over his hands. So not really his fault, but there will be those who say, understandably, get something behind it. Quicker one now from Jadeja, maybe some frustration in that one. Drizzle's back, just a brief shower, hopefully, and the ground staff are getting ready below us, but only a couple of them, so there's no sign that they obviously think that it's going to pass. It's the end of the over. In England are 291 for 4. They need 80. 2 questions from somebody called Neil at Headingley. The first one is, did you ever play the reverse sweep, and who were the big reverse sweepers in 2005?
Yeah, I played a reverse sweep. I always felt as though it was easier to sweep and reverse sweep for me to play spin than it was than stand there and try and block it. The big reverse sweepers, quite a few. Triscothick played the sweep shot a lot. He was always playing sweeps in against spin. Practiced a lot in the nets. Try to think. Strauss was a big sweeper, so we all played it.
Krishna in, the 2-wicket man, and Ben Stokes is driving. There's a little bit of rain just landing here on Headingley. Looking down at the ground staff, they don't seem to be that concerned, but that is just another element in all this, isn't it?
No, there's still rain in the air, but it seems to be the wind, because the winds are strong. It's blowing it through, and I think that's why the umpires are keep looking up to the sky, but not wanting to come off unless it rains really heavy.
Down the track comes Stokes, and he's carved this full delivery through the covers and to the boundary, putting pressure back on the bowler at the start of his spell in a manner that we've seen from Rishabh Pant. Been very, very watchful against Bumrah, respectful even. But with the new bowler in, and possibly with an eye on the weather, England still 76 runs away. This feels like maybe the moment England are going to try and up the tempo. And he's edged between keeper and first slip. Krishna coming so close to picking up his 3rd wicket. KL Rahul, or rather Shubman Gill's gambling really. That was a genuine edge. Might actually have dropped short of first slip. Karun Nair is at wide first slip. Ben Stokes pulls a very similar face to the one he pulled when, was it Rahul had edged through vacant first ball after a lunch or tea break yesterday. Seems like quite some time ago.
Well, neither of the keeper or the first slip really went for that. That says they're too wide for these conditions.
Krishna again, and this is too straight. Stokes takes a single down to fine leg. And in 3 deliveries, the pressure's lifted. 9 runs coming from 3 balls, 71 to win. The 300 is up for England. And the India fans here at Headingley, who've been so vocal since those 2 quick wickets, are being drowned out at the moment by the sound of the English, who get back to their seats. And this is great, isn't it? To live in a country where you can have both sides, fans for both teams, root forward defending. He's 26 on that. Stokes has actually gone past him. He hasn't looked as assured, but when the runs have come, they've come from boundary shots. Lots of people getting in contact. Kaleem Shahzad says, "Hi guys, listening from Qatar, but I'm Pakistani." Game has changed a lot. Certainly has. Prashid Krishna again, and Joe Root playing the ball late. Eyes over the ball and just pushed down the track.
Yeah, 8 or 9 runs off the over, and India just can't afford that sort of mistakes that they've been making kind of all game. You know, dropping catches in the first innings, getting wickets off no balls, and in the second innings they've dropped a catch of Duckett just on the cusp of 100, and now they've dropped really a chance where someone at least should have got a hand to it. Their depth is not quite right, and their width is not quite right as well, so they've got a lot of work to do in that area.
India need to do pretty much everything perfectly from here, and it's not been perfect in the field as Stokes gets down on the reverse sweep, and he'll take another single down to that fielder, that deep backward point. He moves to 33, Route 26, 301 for 4. There was a couple of big moments a few overs back with Jadeja going up for a leg before decision. Umpire unmoved, and India gambled, went upstairs, a ball shown to be missing leg stump, so they have no reviews left. There's Root playing deep in his crease and down the ground, 2 and 3 points for another run. And every time that target comes down, you just feel the tension in and around the ground just starting to ease. 69 needed. That seems manageable. 6 wickets in hand. 28 overs remaining. 2 set batters at the crease, including England's greatest, Joe Root. But it's Stokes sweeping his top edge, and he's been caught! He's been caught, finally perishing on the reverse sweep. He gloved one over Rishabh Pant, and it just dropped short of first. Rahul couldn't make the ground. He's continued with the shot, fraught with peril, and he's finally succumbed. He's been caught. And a short third, the ball has just ballooned up and over, and the fielder's just come round, settled under the chance. Is it Shubman Gill?
I think it's Shubman Gill, yes.
And wow, does he celebrate. Captain dismisses captain, and Stokes has got to go. The game twists again. 33 runs he scored, and in decent time as well. But wow, now India are down to the more inexperienced members of this England team. Yes, Chris Wokes is yet to come, but aside from him, Jamie Smith playing test number 11, Bryden Carse with just a handful of test matches, Josh Tongue less than that, and then of course Shoaib Bashir. So whilst Root is there, England will of course believe, and yes, they're still favourites, but Jadeja has just picked out his first wicket of the test. The captain's going to have to watch now from the dressing room, and India have struck just as the tension was starting to ease. 302 for 5.
Well, it was an excellent piece of cricket actually from India. A good position for deep first slip, or short third man, if you want to call it that. The first thing is it's to a left-hander, and the right-hander is coming back in. So 2 right-handers at the crease with Root and Smith now. That's not so easy for Jadeja, because the rough is not in the right place for him to bowl into, and that was the rough that brought about that wicket. It's bounced unpredictably out of it and got a top edge of Stokes, and that's why it carried to that deep first slip. So good positioning, and he couldn't control the stroke as well. So it was always a dangerous stroke if you didn't hit it nicely. So Jadeja, they've got to get in the game, but unfortunately for India, 2 right-handers in now. He's hitting the better part of the pitch.
How does Jamie Smith go about things? First ball, he comes forward and defends back to the bowler. a naturally aggressive wicketkeeper batter. Very, very strong in the V. But is he going to be brave enough to try and take Jadeja downtown? Or is he going to trust his technique and manoeuvre the ball around and get England's premier bat back on strike? There's a forward silly point, and his forward is Smith, playing with hard hands. The ball going down the track, fielded at a shortish mid-off.
Just shows you when you get two bowlers in together how the game can sort of close up a little bit.
Here's Jadeja again, fires it in, defended again from Smith. He wants to see the over off, and he has done. A wicket from it. Stokes has gone.
It's what India have needed all innings. Two bowlers on together who are causing problems. It looks dangerous when Bumrah and Jadeja are on. They've got to somehow, India, get Jadeja into the game more as a batsman and as a bowler. Bring him in earlier, start to use him a lot more than they are. They've picked him up eventually today, but especially with left-handers, Duckett and co, he was bowling too close and straight. In other words, coming from the better part of the pitch. As soon as he got out wide amongst the footwork, then you saw trouble for all of the left-handers as well.
It will be Krishna to continue the Kirkstall Lane end. He's got a slip which is a touch closer to the keeper, Rishabh Pant, and it's Joe Root placing this ball through the offside. Certainly 2 runs here as the fielder comes round, and England's target drops to 67, and Joe Root's going to continue facing. 29 not out. England 304 for 5.
I'd like to know how many overs Bumrah has actually bowled today, because they need to go back to him, I think, for a couple of overs, even if it's a 2-over spell, just to try and give him a go while the new batsman Smith has come in. See if they can try and break another partnership if Krishna can't get a wicket here.
Krishna again, and he's going to get Jamie Smith on strike. That's what India want. Single ran by Joe Root. Jasprit Bumrah's bowled 19 overs today, so he bowled 3 last night. Sorry, he's bowled 19 overs in the innings, 3 of which came last night. So he's bowled 16 overs today across three spells. But yeah, there's still 66 needed. So I suppose Shubman Gill's factoring that in. He's thinking, I've still got enough time just in the match to bring Jasprit Bumrah back in for that 2-3 over spell to see what will happen. And let's not forget, Krishna, who picked up the first 2 wickets to fall, continuing, and Jamie Smith is forward, yet to get off the mark, and just pushes us out to cover. No run. India believe again here.
Yep, that's draw the batsman forward. That means you're not into the drive yet, and a new batsman at the crease. That's not a bad idea. Remember how he got Pope out today? He just got the length a little fuller and to nip back as well. A little bit of movement, and it was played from the inside edge onto the stumps. That's the sort of length he needs to find.
2 slips in place now, and a gully, and he's forward, and Smith is driving. The meat of the bat. No great timing, but it's drawing the batter forward. 305 for 5. The weather, if you're wondering, seems okay. It's still cloudy, but it's travelling across us quite high. It's not as dark, the cloud, as it has been at times. We've had a few showers. Been very fortunate across the course of the 5 days, actually. The floodlights are on, though. The hush around Headingley as Krishna comes in, and this time Jamie Smith trying to come forward again, does do, but with back foot firmly behind the crease. The ball just bounces a touch more, seems a touch more hurried. Thoughts going through his mind right now. Very new to his international career. He's played last summer, but there weren't any 5-day test matches going past 6 o'clock in the evening on day 5 last year when West Indies and Sri Lanka were in town, that's for sure. 2 men out on the hook if he was to take it on. He will get off the mark. This is nicely placed through mid-wicket. Possibly 2 there, but Joe Root stops Smith from coming back. And now Smith will be facing Jadeja. And this is the key point, I suppose, Jeremy. This is the first part of the game, and it is late on day 5. You would expect some footmarks to take advantage of, and pressure, and all the magic that goes on when a spinner's operating at one end. But this is the first time in the match that India have been able to apply real pressure from the Howard stand. And in doing that, that of course makes things so much easier at the Kirkstall Lane end.
Yeah, well, he's hoping to get just a little bit of drift back in, or perhaps a bit of grip on this, you know, surface that is starting to supply a little bit of spin for him.
There's fielders around the bat. There's Jamie Smith calmly playing back and across, and clips this to mid-on for a single. Jadeja will be disappointed with that. He has come close to the wicket of Joe Root though. Close LBW shout, and then there was one that went oh so close past the outside edge of the bat. Rishabh Pant dropping the ball, and the bowler wondering how on earth he didn't remove Root, who plays back and takes a single again to the offside. Brings Smith back on strike. 308 for 5. The clock here at Headingley reaches 5:36.
You can see the difference between bowling to a left-hander and a right-hander with those last 2 shots. He's landing on the better part, and the batsman's able to just get back and play it comfortably.
A silly point back in place for Smith, who defends down the track.
That's better. But I'll bring him forward. That's the first thing to do as a spinner. Get the batsman going forward.
Can Jadeja get some turn away from the right hand? And that's what he does! That's the drive from Smith, a genuine outside edge. The fielder at short third does well, actually, to stop that ball from spinning, actually, to the boundary. There's a slip there. He's quite deep and quite straight. And Smith is beaten past the outside edge this time. Well, we know with Jadeja, he loves to mix it up. It's very difficult to know whether the ball is going to turn or go straight on. You feel like you've got to play, and then suddenly you can hear the crowd. Last ball of the over. Can Jadeja strike? Whoa, left alone this time from Smith. Touch wider, goes through past off stump, and that's the end of the over. 308 for 5 England. They need 63 runs to win. India need 5 wickets.
Yep, two deliveries, 2 early deliveries, 2 short, got on the back foot, both of the right-handers, and were able to take singles. As soon as he brought them forward, as soon as he slowed down just a little and got it fuller, then he was in the game. The other way he could go to try an entirely different attack. I'm not saying it's perhaps as dangerous as round the wicket, to go over the wicket and to the right-handers bowl into the rough, and to see if they want to sweep and take the risk and set a field for the top edge and those sorts of things. That's the other type of attack Jadeja could possibly, you know, have a little look at. You don't want to leave things on the shelf. You've got to put them out there and try them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially after you've just seen your skipper get caught in such a fashion. Left-hander, of course, this time Krishna comes in, it's over-pitched, and Joe Root leans into a cover drive, splits the field, which is heavily stacked in the covers, and away to the boundary for 4. It's not the start to the over you want if you're an India cricketer or an Indian cricket fan listening on, as the blue sky starts to appear over Headingley. The sun now bathing this famous old ground in sunshine, and shadows, you see them lengthening as this game goes deep into late afternoon and early evening on day 5. It's Krishna again, he goes again, does Root on the drive, but it's not timed or directed on this occasion. No run.
Just too full. He's a tall man, and he's just got to bring his length back a little bit to Root particularly. He's now in. He's been out there, for 50 odd balls, and he's got himself into some sort of rhythm of batting now. He's got 35 from those, and so he's a more difficult man to bowl to than Smith at the moment.
Here comes Krishna. Root is forward, driving straighter this time, fielded at mid-on, no run. 59 needed, 5 wickets in hand. and a lot of time left in the match. 25 overs remaining, so that isn't a problem for England. India need to take 5 wickets unless something happens with the weather, and that is always a possibility in England, and it is still cloudy, and those clouds are coming across fast as well. It does change in a blink of an eye. Shadows now as Joe Root just drops his ball down towards gully, and Jamie Smith sends the former England Test skipper back. No run there. 312 for 5 England.
Now 2 balls remaining in this over. It's pretty important, I think, if Krishna can try and keep Joe Root on strike if he can. 2 balls, 2 dot balls is what he would really like, to have Smith on strike to Jadeja next over.
4 first ball, 3 dot balls since then. This hurries Root a touch, but compact and plays with a straight bat back down the track. Another dot ball.
Now, who's going to save the single on the leg side? He's got to get this line right as well. At the moment, there's no one in from mid-on. The whole or the rest of the leg side is a single for him, at least.
That indicates it's going to be hung out there, outside off stump, and it is. And once again, Root tries to drop the ball down and guide it to third, but picks out gully, and that means that Jamie Smith will face the first ball of Ravindra Jadeja's 19th over. He's taken 1 for 74, but he's caused more problems than his figures suggest.
He was left out too long. He was, you know, all the other bowlers had a bowl before they brought him on, and I do feel, not just with the bat, but also with the ball, they've got to bring him into the game more, India.
Yeah, there's a slight change to the field here for Smith. In the last over, there was a thick outside edge, which Gully would have struggled to catch, to be honest, but there is a gully in now rather than silly point, and it's defended. Gill
is chasing the ball a wee bit at the moment. He's taken the man in front, looking for something off the face of the bat. The bat's now he's brought into that shortish gully for the drive.
Jadeja continuing, and a fraction of width given, and Jamie Smith eases back and cuts this towards deep point for a single, and that brings Joe Root back on strike. Smith moves to 3. 58 needed here at Headingley. As we wait, no change in the field, close to the bat as Root plays deep and back, pushes this out to point, no run.
That's where Root is looking for singles all the time. Square, he goes back, because that's the pace of Jadeja, not wanting to give Root too much to drive, and just looking to give himself room and punch it square where the umpire is standing square.
Yeah, point is pushed back on the boundary, so there is a single there. This is pushed to cover Rahul, who's been at slip when the fast men have been bowling for much of the day. Fields and Jadeja close to the stumps, comes forward, and that bounces a bit more, but Root is forward. No real drama there. Here comes Jadeja with hands raised, but Joe Root resolute in defence. 1 run coming from the over. 313 for 5. England require 58 runs to win. They've lost Ben Stokes, the skipper, caught at short third or deep first slip. Kind of a nowhere zone for 33. 51 deliveries. That's brought Jamie Smith, the wicketkeeper, back, who was caught on the boundary. Doubt he's going to be caught on the boundary at square leg today, but you never know. I mean, first off, there's got to be those fielders out there. There is one at deep square leg, but I'm not sure Jamie Smith's going to be playing any cross-batted shots at the moment with Krishna. 2 for 86 from his 14 overs, continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end. This plays a forcing shot, or attempts to, up on his toes through the covers, but doesn't get on top of it. It's not quite there to hit, and it's fielded at extra cover. Just feel, I mean, India were obviously well behind the game when Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley put on their monster opening partnership in the innings of 188, 206 for 2 when Ollie Pope inside edged onto his stumps, but still didn't seem to be that much drama. Right up until the point Ben Duckett and Harry Brook went in successive deliveries from two innocuous looking balls from Shardul Thakur. Since then, India have been bang on their game. As Smith is playing, trying to get on the front foot, caught between the two, continues through with a shot and rolls the ball gracefully enough down to the deep backward point boundary for another single. Yeah, those 2 wickets and 2 balls certainly set Headingley alive, and then we had rain, early tea, lots of pressure on at both ends, with Jadeja firing it into the footmarks, getting turned, causing problems. There were shouts and appeals and reviews, unsuccessful. Root inside edge this time, comes forward, and we have seen Krishna manage to get those balls at times to seam into the right-hander. That's how he dismissed Ollie Pope. And again, touch tentative from Joe Root, moves to 36. The wicket here, I think blows everything apart. If it's Root, then all bets are off. Smith readies himself. That's a fine shot. He's tried this on 2 occasions against Krishna. Just cuts this square of the wicket on the up. The moment that ball left the bat, it was travelling to the boundary. Beautiful shot from Jamie Smith. England 319 for 5, 52 runs away from victory.
Yeah, it's half a drive and half a cut, isn't it? A drut, and it's very effective.
Holds the pose as well. Slightly crouched in his stance is Smith, and defends this ball. And it may well be Bumrah time. The next over, Jeremy, after Jadeja has another 12 at the Howard stand. It's getting to that point. Have you got another couple of overs in you, Jasprit?
It is.
Come on, we need you. There's no point bringing him on with 20 or 30.
It's a case of insert the key in the back and twist a couple of times. Wind him up again.
Driving again is Smith. Can't beat extra cover though. And that's the end of the over. And this is again another point to be made for those 2 breakthroughs. Should be applauded. You know, Krishna has gone at 6.5 in both innings, and he's not bowled 3 or 4 overs in both innings. He's bowled a full quota. That's way too many for a frontline bowler to be bowling in a test match.
Yeah, I agree. It is difficult to bowl people who are going for that many runs, and it's really to do with his length. He just hasn't quite got the consistency required for a number 3 seamer. He's really a number 3 seamer here after Siraj and Bumrah and Siraj, isn't it? And so that's where you want to have your absolute consistency as a test attack, your number 3.
Siraj has only bowled 13 overs, by the way, in the second innings, which is less than Krishna, who's bowled 15. Jadeja set to continue then, and it's Roots who plays back and wristily just flicks this towards mid-on and gets off strike and moves to 38 in doing so.
Yeah, he's a bit disappointed he didn't get that square. He was looking to sort of flick it almost well to the right of mid-on, and there's a big gap in there, isn't there? Just the 3 men on the onside.
Jadai's in, and he beats JB Smith past the outside edge. Pant doesn't take cleanly though. I don't think there was anything in there, but again, just showing what's on offer for the slow left armour if he can land the ball. Oof.
It's bounced, hasn't it?
That is the bounce. It's the bounce that's done. It's not real turn. Fired in this time and drops short of first. Well, not first slip, more gully. There's a slip in place as well. India need wickets now. And they need them very, very quickly. They'd love to get rid of Root, but if they could get rid of Smith, who comes forward and pushes this into the covers, no run, at least they all feel like they can bowl at an end. Chris Woakes set to come in. I wonder how he's feeling right now. He steered England to a win here alongside Mark Wood against Australia in 2023. Is that leg gully going to come forward back to Silly Point? No, it's going to stay where it is. Smith ready and driving. Fielded by KL Rahul at extra cover, no run. One ball left of the over. Can India strike? Can they increase the tension here at Headingley? The crowd haven't gone anywhere. Smith drives and gets it past Rahul, diving at extra cover, and mid-off can't chase it down. Another glorious shot from Jamie Smith. Pressure? What pressure? He's just used to playing in test matches for England where they emerge victorious. If he is nervous, he's certainly not showing it. He's a softly spoken chap, a family man, became a father in December. Do my eyes deceive me, Jeremy Coney? There is a bowling change at the Kirkstall Lane
yes,
end.
They don't deceive you. So Thakur coming back to the bowling crease. They're using him as the man to try and take a wicket here now. So he hasn't really looked like wickets, but he took two in 2 balls, and that's what obviously has induced his captain to say, look, have another go. And it says something about maybe Bumrah is not going to bowl, because I think he's the man that if he could bowl, it should be now.
Well, penny for Mohammad Siraj's thoughts as well. Shardul Thakur is in, and Joe Root defends. And the field is spread. There's a fielder at deep square leg, there's one at long leg, there is a slip in place. There's a gully. Third, about 10 yards in from the boundary. Deep point, extra cover, mid on, mid off. I mean, I don't know. Here is Thakur past the umpire and defended again with a straight bat. Joe Root, 37 not out.
Well, I hope the slips have come up just half a pace for the less pace of Thakur than Krishna. It's a square field, isn't it, with the man backward a point and the third man a little bit wide. Fine leg a bit wide, and then also the mid wicket. So nothing straight, so that you can expect the length not to be too much up for the drive.
Here's Thakur, down the track is Joe Root, and he's pushing this through mid-wicket. Jasprit Bumrah might not feel like running into bowl, but he's going to have to run and try and field. Just the 2 runs though. Wild throw in from the deep, and the target down to 45. I actually can't believe he's brought on Thakur.
Well, it does say that he doesn't want to bowl Siraj, or Bumrah can't bowl at this stage. He's done his limit.
Well, maybe it's a case of Thakur is in, and this is wristily played by Joe Root. Tries to target mid-wicket again, but can only hit it straight to Bumrah. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're guessing, but
yeah, of course we're speculating. We
speculating.
But we we've seen Takua bowl, as everybody else has, and it is a slight surprise at such a critical phase, because this is the last little effort now. They're getting so close, England, to this target. They can't afford to have 2 or 3 bad overs.
Takua is in, and Root runs the first single very quickly as the ball speeds along the turf via an inside edge through square leg, but just the one. So 44 needed. Joe Root's 40, Jamie Smith 12. He's already hit 2 delicious shots through the covers, is Smith. Well, one squarer than the other. The squarer of the 2 shots. The what did you call it?
Drut, the drive and the cut.
That's it.
And it's the joining
the
of the
drut.
2.
The drut.
The drut.
I would say.
Or the kive.
Or the kive. The drut. Driving now, but loses his body shape, and it's the thick inside edge which travels down halfway between batter and the fine leg boundary where it's fielded, and that's the end of the over. 328 for 5 at England. They need 43. 21 overs remaining, 5 wickets in hand. India, of course, need 5 wickets, and after a word from Jeremy, it will be Neil Manthorp. This may be the last time we're on comms duty, so a big thanks to Jeremy for all his work in the Test match. It's been an absolute delight, and an even bigger delight at spending a bit of time in the evening at various restaurants around Leeds. Jeremy will be back.
Yeah.
I'm not saying goodbye forever.
Thanks, John. Yep. Look, not a lot to see in that over that would suggest that there was a lot of inherent threat about Shardul Thakur and coming on at that time. Yes, a little suggestion of an inside edge to Smith in the last ball of the over, but no more than that. They're trying to cut off this stroke square by Root, who likes to get back, give himself a bit of room and punch it square. So they've taken out the little sweep shot man.
Oh, and he plays and misses Jamie Smith outside the off stump, trying to chop that one behind square on the offside. 328 for 5, 43 to win. Coming up for 6 p.m. local time on the 5th day. Nicely punched off his pads by Jamie Smith now, as that was angled in towards him. Fielded by Jasprit Bumrah. Time for one last roll of the dice from the great man, perhaps. Jasprit Bumrah. We've had 75.2 overs, so there is a new ball available in 4 overs time. Will that be the last roll of the dice for India? Can Jasprit Bumrah take 2 or 3 wickets and put the pressure on? Joe Root now tries to chop one away behind square on the offside. It's fielded by Karen Nair. Best weather of the day so far. Lots of blue sky above, harmless white fluffy clouds, floodlights still on, good light naturally as Root stretches forward and pushes that one defensively to KL Rahul, whose footwork for once lets him down. He tries to do a couple of keepy uppies as he flicks it up. Interesting that India have long on and long off, not quite on the boundary but deep, conceding a single. Edged! Pass slip, runs down to the boundary for 4. Soft hands from Joe Root, but it was a genuine edge. There's no question of that being a deliberate rundown. Fortuitous runs, but Root and England and all England's fans will take them however they come. 44 to Root now, 333 for 5, and the target comes down to 38.
Yeah, carried. It carried. Sanderson's got a helmet on. He's in very, very close. It sort of slip gully type for the just that one that runs down, and
Jadeja in again, the quicker one, but Root is up to it on the back foot, defends it towards mid-on. Jadeja does his own fielding, and there's no run. Dan Harkham says hello from 2,500 meters up in the Colombian Andes, listening as I try to cycle the length of South America. Dan, that is multitasking.
very good, yeah. South America. Jeez, that's a long way.
The Colombian Andes. Wow, is there internet signal in the Colombian Andes? It's an epic test match. It's just an absolutely epic test match, the first of the series, and now perhaps for all those doubters there will be some understanding as to why Ben Stokes decided to bowl first after winning the toss. Jamie Smith on strike. Shardul Thakur continues, and Smith drives gloriously through the offside. It should be cut off by the cover sweeper. It is cut off by the cover sweeper. Sai Sudarsan's out there in the deep. They've gone through for 2. He's got ice in his veins, Jamie Smith, and if he doesn't, it's just as important to look like you have.
Yeah, as long as you give off the persona and from the outside that you're looking cool, no matter what's going on in the inside. And he has. He's come in. He's played beautifully. Here's Jamie Smith. 16 not out of 28. Came in a very, very difficult situation.
Shardul Thakur in once again, short and wide, and smashed out to the cover boundary. Sudarsan is in the action once again. This time it'll just be a single. See, well, we might only have 12 or 15,000 in, but it sounds like a full house.
Yeah, it sounds like a full house. Sweet Caroline's been belted out from the Western Terrace. I mean, there has been a good crowd in here for a fifth day on a Tuesday up in the north, and it's been cold and there's been a lot of rain around, so fair play to the Yorkshire public. They have come out in force in this week, and boy have they been repaired with one hell of a test match.
Here's Thakur once again, and Joe Root opens the face of the bat, runs it nicely down towards Jadeja, who's fielding on the wide backward point boundary. I just can't believe that he's 100% in his body. You know, there must be some sort of niggle. I mean, he's bowled a lot, but I just think there must be an issue, because he's spent far too long out of the thick of the action, and that's just not the Ravi Jadeja we know. A wide first slip and a third slip, or a fourth slip, as Jamie Smith now plays defensively, punching it up towards Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off. Is he going to have a last dart with a new ball, Harmy? Is that how you're seeing it? 3 overs to go with the old one?
Got to, hasn't he, really? You think if he gets, even if England need, and that's compounded more misery. A no ball, all rifle standing at the umpire's end. He's been told by the third umpire, the TV umpire, that there's a no ball, so that knocks down the total even more. If it's 20 to win, do you risk him?
Don't know. Here's Shardul Thakur in again. Jamie Smith now on the advance. He's hit it in an impossible angle. He's taken a half a step down the pitch to Shardul Thakur, looking to drive him through extra cover, and it's gone to fine leg. That was a trick shot.
Yeah, it was a trick shot. I think I'd have Krishna on from this end. I know he's going at six and a bit and over, but at least he looks like taking a wicket with the odd ball that he bowls. At the end of the day, I mean, they're giving Thakur just a run around here.
Got a thick inside edge is the answer to how Jamie Smith managed to hit it there, as Thakur is in again. Smith now drives to mid-on, fielded by a sliding, slipping captain, Shubman Gill. I just don't understand why India have given so many runs away. The fielders have been deep. So many fielders are conceding 1. Not boundary fielders, they're conceding 1 or 2, obviously, but Shubman Gill's deep and mid-off. Jasprit Bumrah is deep, they're conceding 1. Target is now 30. 341 for 5. Here's Thakur again. Jamie Smith has to really reach for this one. It's so wide outside the off stump. But so far wide that when he does make contact, he's unable to impart any power into the shot. And it's fielded at cover by Sudarsan. No run. 341 for 5. England. Doesn't Headingley just serve up test match after test match, result after result? Going back to, you can go my lifetime, 1981, but you just have to look at the record books, and it's always produced great test matches.
It really has. It's a wonderful venue. It is, and it's getting better and better each year. Was It was tatty for a while. They've built where the cup boxes are on the left. That was in the late 90s, the sort of mid 2000s. They've built that wonderful stand, the Howard stand. They've tarted up the building, the old brick building on the left hand side. It's a wonderful amphitheatre of noise to play cricket in.
Jadeja into Jamie Smith, the Surrey wicketkeeper, is forward and pushing that one gently back to the bowler. Again, we've got long off, 3/4 of the way, more than that, back to the boundary, mid-on, halfway back, mid-wickets deep. Jadeja is in again, and on the back foot, Jamie Smith whips it away out to mid-wicket. No chance of a run there. He's quite deep there, but Smith hit that one quite hard. A man at 45 on the leg side. Smith now forward, pushes it to KL Rahul at extra cover. There's a man on deep backward square leg as well for the orthodox sweep shot, and a man at deep backward point. That's Mohammad Siraj. There are plenty of gaps, but Jadeja's a wily, experienced cricketer, knows how to defend, knows how to make the batsman play in areas he wants them to. Makes it difficult to hit the ball into gaps. This one again, Smith is unable to force away, pushes it straight to the fielder. He's forward now, defending. Joe Root sets off in response to what he thought was a Smith single, but couldn't get there. Jaiswal is at slip, and he ran across to it. Is that Jaiswal at slip? Dropped 3 catches in the Test match, and there was that Shubman Gill skill. Last ball is defended out on the onside, and there's no run. Joe Root 45, Jamie Smith 20, 341 for 5. These two teams have set a high bar for the 4 Test matches to come.
Absolutely, and you wouldn't put it past you if they keep producing wickets like this, flat pitches like this, that we see games go well into day 5, because I think both teams are going to have a head scratching about their bowling units. Who comes in, who goes out. Obviously, you've got to protect some of their key components to make sure they're playing in the most of the biggest games in this series. And from India's point of view, their challenge would be, if they lose here, what do they do with Jasprit Bumrah? Does he play at Edgbaston? Because if he doesn't play at Edgbaston, all of a sudden they could find themselves 2-0 down. In a 5-match series, England, they've had their own issues. They got better as the series went on, as the Test match went on. From a seamer's point of view, Archer's had 20 overs in the first innings up at Durham.
Here's Shardul Thakur, and it's short and wide, and Joe Root gives himself a bit of room and cuts it to deep backward point. They'll go through for a single. Jadeja does the fielding. The target comes down to 29. Root goes up to 46. It's 342 for 5. Wherever you're listening in the entire world, in the 62 countries from where we have received messages, I can tell you one thing you can be sure of is the weather. 70. We're up to 70. I didn't realise. I got off for half an hour and picked up 8 more countries.
Yeah.
70. Have you made a list of them, Scotty? I need to write a column about this. It's absolutely extraordinary. From China to Mauritius and everywhere in between. Oh, Jamie Smith tries to chop one away behind square on the offside. It gets a toe end of the bat down into the ground. The ball pops up and trickles harmlessly to Karen Nair, standing at first slip. 342 for 5.
Bumrah and Shubman Gill in massive conversation between the last 2 deliveries. And I just wonder if that conversation is about whether in 10 balls time Jasprit Bumrah takes the new ball or not.
If he wasn't going to, and they're concerned about his body and workload, and if they, it's a horrible thing to say, but if they, I mean, that's conceding victory.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think there's also a common sense element to it.
I get that. I do. It's a big ask, isn't it? Where you need to take 3 or 4 wickets in while England need 29 runs. not impossible, but is his body up to it? Shardul Thakur in again to Jamie Smith, drives to the man we're talking about, Jasprit Bumrah, quite deep at mid-off, takes an easy single. However much it might look and feel and sound, wherever you're listening, like a stroll in the park now, it's not. It's been 5 days of hard graft and toil. First 2 were hot, the second 2 were cold and wet. The third one is now somewhere in between, or the fifth, I should say. But England may only need 28 runs to win, but this is a massive, massive test match and a huge series. India not dragging it out, but they're making England sweat for all the runs. Less deep fielders now. There's a short point in and wide slip, a short extra cover. That's full and straight on leg stump, and Joe Root whips it away down to deep backward square leg. And he too looks heavenward, like he's missed out. It was a leg stump half volley, and he's hit it straight to the man at deep backward square leg, and he looks like he's saying, "You're better than that, Joe. He's got 13,000 test runs, that was 4.
Yeah, I think he's also thinking of the conversation between Bumrah and Gill. If that goes for 4, it's down to 23. If they get it down to 19, 18, 19, then that decision's made a little bit easier. While it's 27, we might see Bumrah.
Thakur in again. Smith drives lavishly up to mid-on, and there's a very good tumbling stop away to his left by Mohammad Siraj, who might just have hurt himself here. He's holding his left knee or his left shin, so I think he's okay. 344 for 5, Root 47, Smith 21. The partnership is 42. It's going to feel like a long 7 days between test matches.
It is a long 7 days, a lot of soul searching. Put your tin hat on, boys, because I would imagine there's a lot of former India cricketers and how passionate it is in that part of the world. Throwing
2 short extra covers now as Shakir Thakur is in, and that's open face from Jamie Smith, and he runs it down to find third man for 4. Well, at least Shub McGill's trying something. The horse is long gone, I think. But he had 2 short catching extra covers, and Jamie Smith says, all right, I'm not going to hit it there, and he opened the face of the bat. Third man was quite wide, and he's played it very fine. Just 1 slip in, easy peasy.
That's it. That's game over. I think you could see that from the body language of the Indians. Tried and put a couple of catches in. Who Jamie Smith's been looking to hit the big shot in front of square all the time. This time, no fielders, well, 1 fielder behind square on the offside, and he's just late cut that beautifully. Used the pace, 4 runs.
73, Harmy.
73?
James from Slovenia.
Oh, very good.
Sorry, 71.
Hello, James from Slovenia.
And thanks for messaging. Here's Ravi Jadeja. Pushing out towards extra cover is Joe Root. 47 not out. Here is Jadeja again, and Root helps himself to a single. He's pushing it out through cover point. Joe Root has scored 65 Test 50s, 36 hundreds. How good would it be if Joe Root, whose shirt number is 66, makes his 66th 50 to win the first test of this series?
At his home ground.
At his home ground.
An epic test match, historical test match.
Jadeja into Jamie Smith, who comes forward and plays defensively, guiding that one straight back to Jadeja. So no worries about the weather and no worries about the time. It's 6:15. We could theoretically carry on till 7 o'clock. Don't think we're going to need to do that, as Jadeja is in again, guided away. Actually 7:30.
Yeah, we can go at 7:30.
7:30. That's an hour and a quarter away. So no worries for that as far as time's concerned. No worries with the weather. We're going to get a result, and it looks like an England win. They need 22. Jadeja, forward comes Jamie Smith, playing that one straight back to the bowler. Of course, Jasprit Bumrah could come take the new ball the next over. and take 5 for 20, and we'd have a tie. Here's or 5 for 21. Jadeja in again. Forward comes Smith, pushing out into the covers in the offside, and there's no run. Jamie Smith needs. Is he had an equipment malfunction, or is he just thirsty? He's the 12th man's running on with a bottle of water and some gloves. Gloves.
Yeah, bottle of water, gloves. I don't think Jasprit Bumrah is going to take the new ball because he's not on the field. But Mike Burns, the 4th umpire, is coming on to give Paul Rifle the new ball, and Jasprit's nowhere to be seen. So Mohamed Siraj is warming up. Yeah, Mohamed Siraj is going to take the new ball from his head.
Well, I'm not going to suggest that is India conceding the Test match, but because they're not, because Mohamed Siraj might run in and take 5.
Jasprit might bowl at the football stand end because he bowled a spell from the football stand end.
Right.
And the only end that Mohamed Siraj has looked like being effective from is the end that we're coming to. So, yeah, ifs and buts, maybes, but Bumrah's gone off, and we might not see him again. If he doesn't bowl the next over, that's probably Jasprit Bumrah's Test match finished.
The highest 4th innings score to win at Headingley was produced in 1948, 404 for 3, Australia versus England. Quite weakened sides, of course, as a result of the Second World War, and it was in the era of timeless tests as well, so it's a very different beast to the 5-day game. Mohamed Siraj then, it's the last roll of the dice for India. So first slip, second slip, fourth slip, Siraj in, bowls on the back foot, goes Joe Root, punching it out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, Ravi Jadeja, and it's another single. Joe Root looked a wee bit out of sync in the first innings. He scratched around a bit, made a poor start, played and missed. 350 up, that's why the applause. 21 to win. Only the 15th time in Test match history that all 4 innings of a Test match have yielded scores in excess of 300. Here's Mohamed Siraj again, and Jamie Smith defends out towards cover. All sorts of records. Mentioned that one about the first time a team has had 5 individual centuries in a Test match and lost. There'll be all sorts of other records as well. It'll actually be England's 2nd highest 4th innings run chase against India, because they made that 378 for 3 at Edgbaston 3 years ago in what was the 5th test of a 5 Test match series, played a year after the first 4 because of COVID. Now Smith punches to cover once more, bathed in sunshine now, glorious weather. For the first time since the first 2 days anyway, we've got the majority blue sky up above. The weather's just getting better and better. Absolute picture.
It is, it's beautiful. There is by the look of the big screen, there's a big cloud behind us that we can't see, right behind our commentary position.
Well, Jamie Smith will be able to see it, as will Joe Root if he turns around and looks.
Yeah, so get on with it, lads.
Here's Siraj again, and Jamie Smith uses a bit of bottom hand to manufacture a single, pushing it wide of mid-on. 20 to win, 351 for 5. Can't get the picture out of my head of what's his name again? Was it Jamie cycling through the Colombian Andes, listening to us?
Yeah, it was like the length.
He suddenly goes through a dead patch of no signal and turn round and come back to where
yeah. Or have a convenient coffee break and a drink stop.
I think it would be coffee in Colombia.
Have to be, wouldn't it?
Here comes Siraj. A wicket might just change things. It's outside the off stump. Jamie Smith tries to dab it down to 3rd man and doesn't make contact, leans on his bat, rehearses the shot. 20 to win. Root 49, Jamie Smith 26. A reminder earlier today. An opening partnership of 188 laid the platform between Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. Second highest fourth innings opening partnership for England in their Test history, behind Graham Gooch and Mike Atherton, who made 208 for 203. Oh, it's edged and it's gone past gully. A diving, desperate effort from Jaiswal in the gully, just out of his reach. 4 runs. Joe Root goes to 50. His 66th 50 to go with 36 hundreds. This one will put a large smile on his face. 53 not out. 355 for 5. 16 to win. And what a time for drinks.
What a time for drinks. Jasprit Bumrah comes back on the field, but well played, Joe Root. Just steadied the ship when England lost 2 wickets in a close proximity after putting 188 on. He really does hold England together, doesn't he? That glue that's held England together for so many years. He's seen it all before. What pressure. Fourth innings, 5th tier, 371 to win. Epic Test match. Joe Root, 53 not out, comfortably. England's greatest ever player. It's not going to be England's greatest ever victory, because it happened on this ground, I think, in 2019. It'll go down as one of the most memorable ones.
1981 as well.
That's going to take some beating as well, yeah.
Extraordinary. Absolutely magnificent. 22 minutes past 6 on the 5th day. We have lost a few minutes here and there today because of the rain. We had one heavy shower, but mostly just a little bit of inconvenient drizzle. But we've had by and large 5 absolutely packed full days of cricket, and if and when England get home, it will be the 10th highest aggregate of runs scored in a Test match in Test match history, over 1,600. 15th time we've had 4 scores in excess of 300 in the 4 innings. But of those 10 highest aggregates, the majority have been draws, and this will be the 3rd highest aggregate that has produced a result. 1,600 plus runs, 35 wickets, remember, so it hasn't been flat. Jasprit Bumrah has got his name on the honours board with a 5-fer, so no criticism of the pitch at all. Yes, it hasn't deteriorated as much as most pitches do, but it has been a very, very good cricket wicket. Jeremy Coney's joining us to help apply the French lawnmower, the coup de grace.
Yeah. Yes, that's very good. I like that. Saving your best work for the end of the game, Manners.
Do you think that India deserves, sorry, do you think that India will punch themselves in the faces for letting this Test match escape?
Well, they had their chances, didn't they? And I think I said this morning that if all goes well, then it'll be remembered for his first innings 100 and his first Test win as a captain and start of his career. But and all the people who are missing will be gently forgotten. But if it doesn't go well, then I'm afraid it'll be remembered for drop catches, for collapses, and those are and wickets from no balls. So those things, I'm afraid, and they've happened again in the second innings, catches being put down. So I'm afraid that's life in international sport. That's what it will be remembered for, I'm afraid, in terms of not getting to that 550 and not having a 150 perhaps lead because of the drop catches. So yeah, I'm afraid that's what I think anyway. I don't know what you think, Harmy.
Yeah, 100%. You've absolutely nailed it. Just where they where they get back from.
Jadeja to Jamie Smith. Drinks have been and gone, taken, consumed.
My biggest thing is who picks these off the floor. You talk about players missed, and they wouldn't be missed if they'd gone and won. But then players are the ones, them experienced players, that would pick them off the floor. Who picks this team off the floor?
Jadeja in to Jamie Smith, who mows this one through mid-wicket for 4. Slog sweep. It's a conventional and now utterly accepted shot, but that's what it is. It's a slog sweep, and I think he's kicked for home, Jamie Smith.
Yeah, it was. Let's get it right. We talked about Rishabh Pant a couple of days ago, what seems a lifetime ago. It was a hack. It was a slog sweep, but it wasn't. It was a hack. It was a good shot. It's a calculated risk worth taking. There's nobody out on the leg side, really. Man come from backward point now, goes into mid-wicket.
Jadeja in again. Jamie Smith goes once more. There's nobody out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's struck it beautifully all the way for 6. He's just halved the requirement from 12 to 6.
Just put it out of the ground as well. The ball's gone over the top of the little stand on the left-hand side. The big stand with the boxes just to the left. There's a big side screen, and just left of the side screen, just in between, there's a little gap, and he's put it straight in between there. So that ball will come back with a lot of concrete marks on it.
6 to win. Still a man out at deep backward square leg. Everyone else is saving one. Jamie Smith comes forward to Jadeja, apart from deep backward point, I say, and plays it defensively straight back to the bowler. It's celebration time. You can start enjoying it now. Just 6 to win. Jadeja in. Smith clips it off his toes out towards deep mid-wicket. Beautifully timed. There's a fielder running after it. He will get there just. Sai Shadasan will keep him down to a couple. One blow away. 4 to win. 367 for 5. Coming up to 6:30 on day 5. What a test match. What a result. What a contest. Hundreds. A match-winning 50 from Joe Root. A 5-per from Jasprit Bumrah. Crowd in it now. You listen to the cheer when those 4 runs come. Jamie Smith has done it again! Launching Jadeja for 6 over wide long on. And England have won an epic test match with Jamie Smith, the Surrey keeper, smashing 2 sixes and a 4 in what was the final over from Ravi Jadeja to finish 44 not out. But the calm, mature innings of Joe Root, who finishes 53 not out, guided England through the nervy moments when they lost 2 wickets and 2 balls after an opening partnership of 188 set up the platform for this victory. An extraordinary game of cricket. India had their chances, as Jeremy Coney said, and they let them slip. They dropped catches. They had Harry Brook caught off a no ball before he'd scored. He went on to make 99. We've had so much drama, and all boils down to England winning by 5 wickets at 6:30 on day 5.
What a win, what a team, what a performance, what an innings, Ben Duckett. 371 on day 5. A lot of people believed that England were going to do it. Really believed that England were going to do it. England believed this morning. I'm not sure India believed that they were going to do it. But what an unbelievable victory this is. Ben Stokes for 2 days was criticised and laughed at. What on earth have you done? Is it Nasser Hussain moment at the toss? Ben Stokes believed and he knew this pitch would stay true for five days, and he knew his team would stay true on message and win the test match, and that's exactly what they've done. 375 for 5. Ben Duckett, what a brilliant performance. Congratulations England, congratulations Ben Stokes, and good luck for the next 7 days picking India up off the floor for Edgbaston.
Yeah, it was really coming back from that first day, wasn't it? I mean, England showed a lot of A lot of nerve to come back from chasing 471, which is a big total, whatever you say. We know it should have been perhaps a little higher, but England created a chance for a collapse to prevent that from happening. And then in their response, they got Duckerton to 60, they got Ollie Pope 100, they got responses from Harry Brook 99 and right through the lower order as well, Jamie Smith 40, to get themselves within 6 runs of that 471. And then they set about trying to claim the wickets of India again. Rahul hung in there for 137 and punt that very quick 118, but then needing to take wickets, they were able again to take 6 wickets late in that second innings and set up a chance for them to chase down 371. And boy, haven't they done that well. They've really done that well today. It's actually been quite comfortable, you'd have to say. That's why I semi-whisper it. It's been quite comfortable, everybody. I don't think they were really extended on that 5th day.
I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. They were, and the thing for me in this, Jeremy, Neil Manthorp, Jon Norman's just to the right of us, this commentary team that we've had for the last sort of 5 days, bringing this test match to 70 odd countries outside of England, this broadcast. I think I can safely say on behalf of all of us, are we surprised? I'm not surprised that England chased down 371. The mentality of this team, the belief in this team, the leadership qualities of their captain, and the players, the components, and the way they go about their job. Yeah, I am not surprised that England have just won this test match.
Neither of these sides are perfect, we've got to say as well. It's been a fantastic match. Neither side have, I don't think, played at their best. I think they will improve because of this game. I would say that England will probably feel the better of the two sides, not because they won necessarily, because they actually played better at certain times in the game. And when they got an opportunity, they nailed it. They nailed it with the ball when they needed to. And they've also, with the bat, they've been able to do that as well. And so it's India who will walk away from Leeds with a few questions that are unanswered. They've got a little question about number 3, we'll say Sudarshan. He'll probably stay in the side, but he falls over all the time. He's got a bit of a problem he's got to solve. 4 and 5 are okay. Then you go to number 6, as we were talking about, who they've got to bring Jadeja into the game a bit more. Do they bring Dhruv Jarrell into the game as an extra batsman as well to sort of sheer the batting up a bit more than it has been? I don't think they can play Karen Nair again, in my opinion. That's me watching it. And then do they start to bring in Kuldeep, players like that who can provide something else to their attack, because it at the moment is too lacklustre. Do they bring Arshdeep Singh into the side as a tall left arm swing bowler? There are some very serious questions that have to be talked about in the next 5 days, as I consider, for India.
Harmy, it's been 58 years since man first landed on the moon, and I'm still surprised by that. And I'm not suggesting that chasing 371 on the 5th day is equivalent to that, but I'm afraid I am surprised. I know they did it 3 years ago, made 373 against India at Edgbaston, and that shocked me. So I'm downgraded shock to surprise, but it's not something that I've seen every day in the 35 years of commentating.
No, you don't see it every day, but I'm not surprised they've chased it down in the way that they've chased it down. They imposed themselves. They had a plan. They were proactive, and they had a belief that we were gonna win. And I think from the very first ball last night, I seen a team who were building a platform to win the game, and that's England. I seen from the very first ball last night, I was seeing a team who was lacking in leadership, lacking in direction, and lacking in, not quality because they've got quality, but are lacking in a real belief with their field positions for the first 6 overs last night, and then this morning, that they were waiting for England to give them the game. And I think because of that, I think England have come out deserved winners, and I am not surprised at that, because this is what this team's game plan is all about. In the ideal world, they'll bowl better and only have India getting 350 as opposed to 450 in the first innings, and then England will comfortably chase 270 in the last innings. That's England's blueprint. That's what they want to go and do. They ended up having to go and get 100 extra. That's in this game from an ideal game plan. But India will go to Edgbaston and they'll sleep in these next 7 days knowing we should have won that game, because about 3 or 4 times we have given this game away, and we can go through them all if you want, but the biggest one for me today was I don't think India really believed they were going to win this test match at any point from 11 o'clock this morning until 6:35 now.
Another little piece of history that is very important to us is that it is the first summer in the history of test matches in England that there's been a second ball-by-ball commentary service. BBC Test Match Special have had exclusive rights right up until now, and and I'd just like to say that we've had messages from 72 countries. It's not available in England, but we are broadcasting to the rest of the world. I'm not going to go through the whole list, I can't possibly, but from South Africa to Peru to Australia to Zanzibar, Spain, Norway, Nigeria, Thailand, Malta, Ireland, Vietnam, Morocco, Austria, Greece, Sweden, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Kenya, Romania, Indonesia, Tenerife, Lithuania, Cape Verde, Sri Lanka, Croatia, Jersey, Rwanda, Guyana, Jamaica, Hungary, Brazil, the Dominican Republic, Russia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, France, Laos, Mexico, Colombia, Slovenia and Slovakia. Just amongst the many 72 countries. From all of us here at talkSPORT, our producer Scott Taylor, who doesn't get enough credit, Jeremy Coney, Jon Norman, Steve Harmison and myself, Neil Manthorp, we very, very much look forward to your company for the next test match at Edgbaston. But the show carries on because we will have a final word for you at the end of the day. So look out for that podcast, as well as the usual following on. Harmy and I will be doing our weekly following on show as well, which will be available tomorrow. So from all of us, thanks so much for listening. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Until Edgbaston, cheers for now.